This guy had been stabbed in the back in the most brutal way imaginable, and there was no one to blame but the girl who betrayed him. She tore him apart, leaving nothing of his pride or confidence intact. And now, the scales of fate demanded she pay for it.
In this game, new players are treated like expendable trash, tossed aside without a second thought.
Help doesn't come easy here. No guidance, no mercy, just endless challenges. The protagonist, Ji-woo, had been humiliated over and over for his weakness, struggling to find a party willing to accept him until he met a girl who was entirely different. She admitted she was partyless too, and somehow she thought he was perfect. When they left the bustling city behind, she complimented him, saying he looked every bit the real knight in that mismatched armor. Just one simple phrase, yet it sparked a flood of impossible daydreams in Ji-woo's mind. First kiss, marriage proposal, a cozy little family, and eventually the laughter of children filling their home. But everything changed when they reached a quiet, secluded spot outside the city, where she literally touched his heart with her magic staff. As Ji-woo stumbled backward, he demanded to know why she would go so far just to steal his items, and she smirked, explaining that she had no need for trash loot like his, even calling him poor and mocking him for being the child of a beggar, judging his pitiful gear. After systematically crushing his pride and shattering his heart, she PK'd him mercilessly, declaring she was done wasting time on losers. With the elimination of the 1000th newbie, she unlocked a hidden class within the game. She emerged as the first goddess of chrono life, her new power radiating, and left with a confident smirk, announcing a mission that awaited her. The players she defeated faced catastrophic penalties, respawning in the nearest city, stripped of half his experience and strength. Ji-woo, remembering every instance of humiliation and scorn, decided to gamble everything, attempting to upgrade his pitiful starter items. He tried testing the sword first, and failed in spectacular fashion. Anger flared through him, and he swung at the glove next, hoping to compensate for his earlier failure. But it was another disastrous attempt, sending frustration through his veins. After a series of hammer strikes that left him exhausted, Ji-woo had destroyed all his equipment without successfully upgrading a single item. His journey seemed over, tears threatening to spill, when a small twig landed nearby. It was a free starter item for beginners, considered trash, often discarded by other players, but as Ji-woo gazed at it, an intrusive thought took hold. He gave it a chance, and miraculously, it worked. The item upgraded once, granting a single extra point of damage. He tried again, and once more, the upgrade succeeded. Irritated by the cruel irony of his luck, Ji-woo resolved to keep enhancing this worthless stick until it reached its limit. By the final strike, his arm trembled with exhaustion, yet the damned stick had maxed out at +Hunt 99. Overcome by disbelief, Ji-woo fumbled, and the stick slipped from his hands. The moment it hit the ground, the game registered it as an attack, triggering a cataclysmic explosion unlike anything humanity had ever seen. A strike so fierce it nearly tore the planet in two. As he stared at the devastation, frantic notifications erupted before him. He had shattered the record for the most players eliminated in a single strike. A staggering 850,617 players perished, overwhelmed by his unrivaled power. Determined, Ji-woo vowed to wield this might for revenge, targeting those who had scorned him, especially the goddess girl. Ji-woo was poor, barely able to afford a change of clothes, and yet, while walking through the city, another player collided with him, fury flaring, ready to threaten him. Ji-woo simply replied, "You asked for it," and with a swing of his stick, the player exploded, obliterating part of the city in an instant. Witnesses nearby realized with terror that he was the cause of the destruction. Confidence surged within him, but a system alert snapped his attention. His item now had a durability of 3 out of 5. Only 3 attacks remained before it would break. He ducked into a narrow alley to think. Even with the strongest weapon in the world at his hands, he could only strike 3 more times. Using it recklessly to settle petty scores felt like a waste. This time, he decided to strategize. He would rise to fame by defeating the strongest boss in the game. Arriving at the ominous Valley of Death, Ji-woo's ears caught the chilling echo of a roar reverberating across the terrain. Before him stood the mightiest adversary of chrono life, Urus, the two-headed dragon, its presence radiating an aura of unrelenting power. Urus tried to assert his dominance, letting out a roar meant to intimidate Ji-woo with sheer strength. But before he could finish his menacing warning, a powerful strike tore one of his heads clean off, sending him reeling back in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What just?" Urus stammered, utterly stunned. The tables had turned in an instant. Urus, now rattled, attempted to negotiate, hoping to reason with Ji-woo, but Ji-woo's patience had vanished long ago. There would be no talking this time. With only 3 attacks remaining, Jiwoo calculated swiftly. He knew he had to eliminate the most formidable foe before him to maximize his power level, pushing himself to the absolute limit. With a decisive motion, he unleashed another blow, hammering the dragon into ruin, leaving it battered and on the brink of collapse. As Jiwoo gazed at his weapon, a twinge of sorrow crossed his face, this mighty tool soon to vanish. But Urus, sensing a slim chance to survive, called out with a proposal, his voice tinged with urgency.
"Speak quickly," Jiwoo snapped, his patience worn thin, eyes narrowing as he anticipated Urus's next words.
Urus explained the concept of ego-class weapons, his tone eager yet cautious. When a powerful soul merges with a weapon, he said, it transforms into the strongest weapon in the game. One with limitless durability and unmatched power. There was a caveat, though. To access this extraordinary strength, Jiwoo would need to forge a pact with the dragon itself. Through this bond, Urus could continue existing as a soul embedded within the weapon, tethered to Jiwoo's fate. Without hesitation, Jiwoo agreed. He didn't even pause to weigh the risks. Urus then poured his essence into the weapon, fusing his soul with the stick in a brilliant surge of energy. The weapon shimmered and roared to life, now elevated to ego-class status, its durability infinite and its power immeasurable. Finally, Jiwoo felt the surge of potential coursing through him. His path of revenge could continue, unrestrained. No longer bound by limitation, he could wield his abilities to their fullest without a single worry. Meanwhile, far away in the bustling city, the tension was escalating rapidly. Wanted posters depicting Jiwoo were plastered across every kingdom, offering a staggering reward of 1 billion gold, dead or alive. To make matters worse, a cavalry of the realm had arrived. Adventurer guilds from every corner of the kingdom converged to tackle this crisis. The 5 strongest guilds of Chrono Life assembled, their formidable leaders united under a single purpose. They were tasked with hunting down the lone player responsible for the mass slaughter of over 850,000 others in one strike. This individual posed a threat to the entire world, and they were determined to stop him at any cost. To lead this unprecedented alliance, they chose the most revered warrior of all. Castle King Arden, leader of the Justice Guild, cast his piercing gaze over the formation of the World Union Guild, officially declaring war on Jiwoo. Yet, with the stick now imbued with limitless power, Jiwoo's strength was unmatched, ready to be wielded without restraint. Strolling through the capital in high spirits, Jiwoo suddenly froze in surprise. A strange creature emerged from the stick. Moments later, it spoke, revealing itself as Urus, the 2-headed dragon now bound by their pact. Jiwoo couldn't help but find him irresistibly adorable. It was a shame, though, that only he could see this newfound companion. But the moment of joy was fleeting. Darkness lurked just around the corner, ready to shatter their happiness. Jiwoo picked up a sheet from the ground, squinting at it in confusion. It was his own wanted poster. The sheer number of identical posters plastered across every wall of the city left him stunned, tens of thousands of them glaring back at him from every corner. Urus, meanwhile, couldn't contain his excitement, shouting with delight. This is exactly what I expected from my Hyungnim. Taking down 800 players with a single strike, I could never even dream of such a feat. And that billion gold bounty? Real cash, pure, extravagant wealth beyond imagination. Jiwoo frowned, questioning how an AI like Urus could casually use slang like fancy, suspecting it might violate some rules. Urus waved him off with a grin. Who cares? I'm already dead anyway. He then warned, Hyungnim, with a bounty like this, players from all over the world will come hunting. Maybe we should just wipe out humans entirely. Jiwoo's gaze drifted to the spot where he had dropped the stick, then to the sea of posters littering the streets. Despite the looming danger, a small smirk tugged at Jiwoo's lips. Deep down, the feeling wasn't unpleasant at all. He felt famous, celebrated even. Since things have escalated this far, Jiwoo announced, it's time to adopt the LHS style. Urus blinked, puzzled. LHS style? What's that supposed to mean? It stands for loser hiding strength, Jiwoo explained, his grin widening. It's an archetype where someone powerful pretends to be weak, a secret strategy to enjoy life from the shadows. Urus tilted his head, skeptical. But won't humans just ignore you if they think you're weak? Exactly, Jiwoo replied with a mischievous glint. That's what makes it fun. He leaned closer to Urus. Have you never seen this before? To them, I'm a weakling, but in truth, I'm the hero of this story. It's time to live out this fantasy to the fullest. And just as he was settling into the thrill of it all, an arrow whistled through the air, striking him suddenly. Urus froze mid-sheer, eyes wide, utterly shocked at the abrupt turn of events. Jiwoo collapses to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, painting the stone beneath him in deep crimson. Eurus hovers above, wings flapping rapidly, his voice cracking with worry as he calls out desperately for his Hyungnim, urging him to rise. High on a nearby rooftop, Hawkeye observes the scene intently. His cyan-colored bow glints under the light, the matching arrows in his quiver perfectly aligned. He announces with precision, his voice slicing through the chaos, that he has struck the target. Below, the soldiers of Arden Castle charge forward, encircling Jiwoo, who struggles to stay conscious on the ground. The army moves in perfect formation, their armor glinting ominously as they close in. Hawkeye raises his voice over the roar of the advancing troops. In the name of the Supreme Commander of the Five Guilds Union, I command you to bind this abominable man who slaughtered 800,000 innocents and throw him into prison. His order echoes across the battlefield, met with a thunderous cheer as every soldier steels themselves to obey. Eurus, panic etched across his features, calls out again, "Hyungnim, please, you have to get up." His concern is palpable, wings twitching with anxious energy. These humans might be weak individually, but if they all attack at once, he warns, his eyes narrowing in calculation. Even with an arrow lodged in his chest, Jiwoo pushes himself upright, the pain radiating through his body as he meets the gaze of the Arden army. The soldiers shout in unison, "The enemy is standing." Hawkeye commands sharply, "Do not give him even a moment to breathe. Attack all at once." The soldiers surge forward, weapons raised. Eurus cries out for his Hyungnim once more, dread filling his voice. But Jiwoo, with a glare, retracts the hesitation from before. With raw defiance, he rips the arrow from his chest and flings it to the ground, the metal clanging against the stones in contempt. He grips his staff with unwavering resolve. "All I ever wanted," he murmurs, "was to live in peace, as nothing more than a background figure." Then, in a blinding surge, an immense explosion of energy erupts, illuminating the sky and the battlefield alike. With a single swing of his staff, the force of a nuclear-scale blast detonates, instantly dropping every soldier in sight lifeless to the ground. Hawkeye coughs violently, barely clinging to life, staring in disbelief at the devastation.
What just happened?" he murmurs, his voice trembling.
In an instant, his entire army has been obliterated, erased like dust in a storm. Horrified, he realizes that the capital of the First Realm has vanished entirely, leaving nothing but eerie silence. Suddenly, Jiwoo materializes directly in front of him. Hawkeye freezes, terror rooting him to the spot. Drawing closer, Jiwoo produces a summoning orb from beneath his cloak, capable of calling forth countless warriors at will. Hawkeye shatters the orb in panic, triggering a magical circle beneath his feet, while dozens of portals simultaneously bloom around him. The elf's voice rings across the battlefield. "Answer my call. All members of the Union, activate large-scale teleportation." From each portal, tens of thousands emerge, their movements coordinated and unwavering. Jiwoo watches silently, unreadable, as the sea of reinforcements takes shape. The newly summoned soldiers encircle him, an army of millions from the World Union, 3 million strong, each summoned with one singular objective, to subdue Jiwoo. Hawkeye points frantically, shouting, "Attack!" His command sends the warriors forward in perfect unison. Watching the relentless wave of enemies, Jiwoo exhales deeply, a quiet sigh cutting through the chaos. With effortless precision, he swings his staff to the side, cleaving through an entire row of soldiers as if slicing through air. Anyone caught in the sweep is utterly annihilated, their armor and weapons disintegrating instantly. Eurus watches from above, frozen in shock at the sheer magnitude of the destruction. Jiwoo pivots his staff gracefully. With a swift, controlled thrust, he strikes forward again, obliterating another massive segment of the advancing army. The World Union is no ordinary force. They are elite rankers from every corner of the globe. Even Eurus, with all his strength, would falter if he brought his army into the fray. Retreat had once seemed like the only viable option. But Jiwoo proves him catastrophically wrong. Spotting an opening, a handful of lineage warriors charge, brandishing swords and spears, leaping with lethal intent. Jiwoo merely shifts his staff. A single touch is all it takes to annihilate them completely. Another entire line of soldiers falls, cleaved cleanly in two. In the distance, Abracadabra, aided by her assistant mages, hastily begins to prepare a devastating spell. Sensing movement behind him, Jiwoo pivots to see a vast magic circle forming in the sky. Abracadabra is casting the ancient enchantment of destruction, a spell designed to obliterate him completely. A colossal beam of energy hurtles downward, and Jiwoo's eyes widen with surprise, noting the spell's destructive elegance. He thinks to himself, the spell's name is impressive, maybe he should name his own technique as well. Raising his staff high, he swings, cutting through everything in its path, the strike soaring far above the atmosphere. Arise, he names the technique, as it obliterates the ancient magic circle and the destructive beam alike. Abracadabra stands stunned, her voice trembling as she demands, How did you shatter my ancient spell? The royal sorcerers prepare their next incantations, but Jiwoo raises his staff once more. Attack, he commands, slicing through the air with relentless precision. Every mage caught in the path is flung aside, their spells evaporating mid-cast. 1 man against 3 million is more than just overwhelming. It is catastrophic. The World Union Guild is utterly annihilated. Hawkeye collapses to his knees, cold sweat streaming down his face, paralyzed by fear. He mutters repeatedly, disbelief choking his voice, until Jiwoo suddenly materializes directly before him. Jiwoo explains, calmly but firmly, that he never intended to take his own life. His strength, difficult to control, had made restraint a challenge, and he had survived thanks to that. The elf's voice trembles with disbelief, questioning why Jiwoo hadn't killed him outright. Jiwoo exhales slowly, his expression calm yet firm. It's obvious, he says, the answer lingering in the heavy air. He recalls the earlier moment, how he had been the one to fire the arrow, the first strike in this deadly game. Panic flares across Hawkeye's face, but before he can react further, Jiwoo's staff strikes with precision, hitting him squarely. As expected, the events of that day exploded into legend, becoming a story repeated endlessly, not only among Chrono Life users, but also spreading through other gaming communities and even reaching people who had never touched a game in their lives. Jiwoo analyzes every detail, finishing off the elf with cold efficiency, his gaze calm and calculating amidst the chaos. Eurus hovers above, awestruck. Hyungnim, you're truly incredible. Jiwoo simply comments, I was wondering where you disappeared to. Suddenly, movement behind him catches his attention. He turns and comes face to face with the girl. A flicker of annoyance crosses his features. Is there still someone else left? What a pain. But then recognition sparks, freezing him mid-thought as her familiar silhouette becomes clear. In the middle of the battlefield, the two lock eyes, tension thick enough to cut through the smoke and carnage around them. Yet the goddess of life does nothing but stare at him, her presence calm and unreadable amidst the devastation. Anger flares within Jiwoo as realization hits him. No one could have anticipated this reunion. His heart pounds with the shock of seeing her here. The goddess smiles, her voice soft as she says, It's been a long time, mister. Heyo. The sunset casts a blood-orange glow over the plains. 3 million bodies sprawled across the ground, countless swords and spears scattered like fallen stars. Amidst it all, Jiwoo stands, reunited with the goddess of life. He surveys the scene, noting the drama in every detail, feeling the weight of the battlefield pressing down around them. Memories flash, a time when she had called his parents beggars, the words stinging sharply in his mind. His hand trembles, rage coiling tightly within him. He isn't sure if it's because the moment contradicts his past feelings, but a bitter laugh escapes him nonetheless. The goddess asks casually, How have you been? She adds that fate must have intervened, remarking that she hadn't expected to meet him again. Jiwoo scoffs, shaking his head. Nonsense. Just looking at you tells me someone terrible has been hunting for me. The goddess tilts her head, smiling faintly, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. She seems eager to know if that's the impression she leaves. Jiwoo, gripping his staff, says that although he wants to crush her, there's still something he needs to ask. Did you dye your hair? She beams at the observation, pleased he noticed. She explains that she took his life in order to change her class to the secret goddess of life, and that is why her hair color shifted to this new hue. Jiwoo stares at her coldly, eyes narrowing into sharp slits. He exhales slowly, tension radiating from his frame. Raising his staff high, he declares, Your job changed to goddess of life after taking 1,000 lives. It should really be the goddess of death. The goddess laughs softly, finding amusement in his observation.
Absolutely, Jiwoo affirms, voice steady and resolute.
Then, with a sudden, violent motion, he slams his staff into the ground, sending a massive blast of energy hurtling toward her. I've heard your funny story, he shouts. Now it's time for the part where I crush you. The goddess raises an eyebrow, questioning if he's acting too hastily, but the explosion erupts anyway, leveling everything in the immediate vicinity with a deafening roar. Through the smoke, Jiwoo watches impassively, his expression unreadable. A voice drifts through the haze, teasing. What a shame, I would have liked to talk a little longer. Before he can react, she appears suddenly behind him. Jiwoo pivots instantly, spinning his staff and striking the ground again. The resulting shockwave tears through the battlefield, cracking rocks and pulverizing debris in front of him.
Eurus cries out, "Target hit!"
He adds, admiration in his voice, as expected of Hyungnim, a perfect strike, like slicing through a catfish. Jiwoo smirks slightly. Of course, those gentle-looking bastards are usually all talk. But as the smoke drifts away, he notices something unsettling. The goddess is still standing, unscathed, her eyes fixed on him in silent judgment. "You've grown considerably stronger," she observes calmly. "But such a feeble attack is not enough to take my life." Eurus gestures frantically, shouting for Hyungnim to look. Jiwoo merely nods. I can see, his gaze steady and unflinching. While they exchange words, the goddess simply watches, her smile serene and knowing. Eurus notices her gaze and freezes, confusion twisting his features. "Impossible! How can she be looking at me and not Hyungnim?" he exclaims, panic rising. Jiwoo nods, acknowledging the strangeness. He's certain his strike should have landed, yet she remains completely untouched. The goddess scoffs softly. "Do you think a mere human could ever harm a goddess?" Jiwoo feigns shock, bringing his staff to his head with mock exaggeration. "Now you've really made me angry." He charges at her at full speed, the ground trembling beneath his advance. The goddess stands her ground, waiting as his attack closes in with lightning speed, culminating in another titanic explosion that shakes the battlefield to its core. Jiwoo wastes no time, pressing his advantage. Without giving the goddess a single moment to react, he unleashes another ferocious strike, blasting a wide swath of the battlefield into rubble. His relentless assault continues, fragments of the planet splintering and scattering like fiery debris, shaking the very foundation beneath them. Eurus hovers nearby, awestruck. Hyungnim, the entire continent is trembling. At this rate, it could be utterly destroyed. His voice is filled with a mix of fear and admiration. But the goddess remains unshaken, her tone calm yet laced with quiet amusement. "It's useless," she says, her gaze unwavering. A serene smile still on her face. She spreads her majestic wings and ascends above Jiwoo, casting an imposing shadow over him as she hovers effortlessly in the sky. Eurus's eyes widen in surprise, while Jiwoo begins to sweat, exhaustion radiating from his body, as each strike demands more from him than the last. The goddess's wings begin to dissolve into countless delicate feathers, which float and drift around her like a living aura, ethereal and mesmerizing. She descends gracefully, walking toward him, each step deliberate. Her voice cuts through the chaos as she asks what Mr. Heo plans to do next. "You must have been eagerly anticipating this," she continues, stepping closer, "dreaming every day about how to take my life. Give up now. No matter how strong you become or how much time passes, you'll never be able to kill me." Her words are firm, the proximity amplifying her certainty. Jiwoo stares at her silently for a moment, then slowly closes his eyes, the weight of her words pressing on him. He exhales deeply, tilting his head back as if to collect himself, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. With measured steps, he retreats a few paces, putting distance between them while his mind races through strategy. The goddess tilts her head, asking, "Where are you going? Have you finally given up?" Jiwoo's response is simple but deceptive. He swings his staff several times through the air, the motion fluid yet deliberate. "I'm just testing how hard I can swing it," he says with a sly grin, thinking maybe I could break it in two. The goddess shakes her head, a slight frown forming. "That won't work. You'll never take my life." Jiwoo, however, clarifies coolly, "She's not my target. Not you, the entire planet is." Her eyes widen, disbelief etched across her features as she struggles to comprehend his audacious claim. Jiwoo explains, voice steady and unwavering, "Since I can't defeat you, I'll simply destroy the planet. Either you perish in the explosion, or you're flung into the vacuum of space by the impact." The goddess gapes, incredulous. "Is that even possible for a mere human?" she asks, her tone a mixture of fear and disbelief. Jiwoo nods firmly. "I'll strike with everything I've got," he confirms, determination radiating from every word. He adds almost casually, "Earlier today I did something similar, but I didn't even use my full strength." The goddess's expression darkens, concern and calculation flickering across her features. "If you destroy the planet," she warns, voice grave, You'll die along with it. Your attack would become a senseless suicide, not revenge. She questions whether that is truly what he would be satisfied with, her eyes searching his. Jiwoo's lips curl into a dark laugh. His mind races through the lessons learned, the sacrifices he endured, and the raw truths of the world he's fighting in. The law of the jungle. That's all that really matters, he murmurs, eyes glinting with grim determination. He leans closer, voice rising. Listen carefully now, it's your turn to learn. People like you don't understand. Raising his staff, he declares with unwavering intensity, never mess with someone who has nothing to lose. Goddess falters slightly, apprehension creeping into her expression. Wait, she begins, but Jiwoo cuts her off, swinging his staff with all his might. The instant the staff strikes the ground, the shockwave ripples outward, shattering everything in its path. Both the goddess and Urus are caught in the tremendous blast, the air thick with energy, while Jiwoo's lips curl into a macabre smile, unshaken. The entire planet fractures into 6 massive segments, splitting in perfect proportion before erupting into a cataclysmic supernova. The ripples of this event surge across the entire chronolife universe, obliterating everything in a single overwhelming display of power. Lines of data scroll rapidly across a virtual screen, cascading like a digital waterfall. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a dimly lit room filled with virtual reality pods, an attendant dozes lazily during his shift. Suddenly, a player shouts in frustration, yanked from chronolife mid-session. Why was I disconnected? We hadn't even reached the final boss, he cries, confusion and anger mixing in his voice. Other players echo the sentiment, demanding to know if the attendant had tampered with the main switch, something forbidden and highly consequential. The employee, now fully awake, waves them down. Calm yourselves. It wasn't a power outage, nothing tripped. A young man suggests, maybe it's a server issue with Crowley, the company behind the game. Immediately, another player shouts that an announcement appeared on the homepage, confirming a server problem in chronolife and promising a reopening date to be announced later. Shock spreads through the room. Some find it unbelievable. The server actually crashed. Yet one player remains fully connected. His pod still registers as active even though the server is down, untouched by the chaos surrounding it. Back in the game, a system notification appears. Synchronization in progress. The client updates to version 1.7, checking for connected users. Only one remains online. Jiwoo finds himself alone in an empty, ethereal room, data streams floating around him like spectral light. He looks around, confusion etched across his face, trying to make sense of his surroundings. Something is off. He should still be in the game, battling as usual. Suddenly, a mysterious voice cuts through the silence, mentioning ST-389. It explains that this is the name of the planet he just destroyed, a place celebrated for its beauty in the 4th universe, and that it was their mother's favorite. Startled, Jiwoo spins to face the voice, demanding, "Who are you?" as the floating data shimmers ominously around them. The blond man sneered, telling Jiwoo to shut up. Then, almost theatrically, a twisted smile spread across his face as he added, "I am God." Jiwoo stared at him for a moment, letting out a low, exasperated sigh. "That's your identity, so it's none of my business," Jiwoo said, his eyes narrowing. "But have you seen a woman with black hair around here?" God responded calmly, "It's just the two of us here." Almost instantly, a system screen flickered before Jiwoo's eyes, confirming that only one user was currently active. "What's wrong with you?" God asked sharply. "You ended everyone's lives just now." "It should be common sense," he continued, "that no one could have survived that explosion. Every living thing had been obliterated." And yet Jiwoo just laughed, a dark, triumphant sound. God blinked, clearly thrown off by this unexpected reaction. Jiwoo threw his head back and laughed louder, the sound echoing as he shouted, "Finally, my revenge is complete." His heart surged with joy. That rush of victory was exactly why he had played the game. "Urus, come out! I finally got my revenge!" Jiwoo called, his voice booming across the empty space. But even after he shouted, silence answered him. Frustrated, Jiwoo slammed his level 99 stick onto the ground, trying to summon his dragon again. God's voice cut through, calm yet firm. "I already told you, it's just the two of us here. So that child you're hoping for, don't expect them to appear." Jiwoo's eyes narrowed. "If there's only one active user, then what are you? An NPC or the administrator?" He pressed, suspicion creeping into his tone. God shook his head, denying both. As he attempted to reveal his true identity, a sudden rift tore through space-time, a sharp crack silencing him instantly. He let out a frustrated sigh. Something is already interfering. Then a soft, radiant light bloomed in the middle of the room, casting Jiwoo's face in warm illumination. "This is disappointing, but it was truly a pleasure meeting you," God said. "Farewell, and be sure to greet the little furry one for me."
Wait!
Jiwoo shouted, caught off guard, but a blinding light surged between them. When it faded, God had vanished, leaving only emptiness behind. Moments later, the game server shut down, and Jiwoo's connection was severed. In the identity room, only his capsule remained active, humming softly. The capsule hissed open, revealing Jiwoo's real body. He yanked the VR headset from his head, blinking against the sudden return to reality. "I can't believe this. Why now?" he muttered, rubbing his eyes. Then he noticed a blond man, cigar in mouth, staring at him intently. The man rose and walked over, reciting his details with unnerving precision. "Lee Jiwoo, age 21. You've been playing Chrono Life for 3 months. Your chosen weapon, the level 99 stick?" Jiwoo confirmed it, then demanded, "Who are you?" Removing his glasses, the man declared, "I'm the one who's going to steal your stick." Jiwoo's mind raced. He was just an ordinary college student who had gotten lucky in the game, creating a level 99 stick despite being a beginner until recently. With that stick, he'd taken down everyone he despised, including the woman who had betrayed him. And then a man claiming to be God had appeared, only to vanish as suddenly as he came. Now Jiwoo found himself in a restaurant, surrounded by stern-looking guards. Food was laid out neatly on the table before them. While the blond man ate with gusto, Jiwoo just watched, cautious and curious. "Eat," the man urged. "The lady who runs this place is an incredible cook." Jiwoo nodded slowly, trying to make sense of everything. Man explained that this was the gimbap restaurant he frequented back when he was broke. "That was 15 years ago," he said. "My company was founded during the early days of Chrono Life's development." Putting the pieces together, Jiwoo's eyes widened. No way it couldn't be. The blond man straightened, introducing himself formally. "I am Choi Deokbae, president of Chrono Life. Thought you were a gangster? And who are all these guys?" Jiwoo asked. "They're my company staff. Modelers, music directors, marketing leads," Deokbae replied matter-of-factly. Jiwoo felt a shiver of fear. Thinking they were mobsters, he asked why the president of Chrono Life had come after him personally. "Didn't I tell you in the capsule room?" "I'm here to retrieve the level 99 stick," Deokbae said. Jiwoo's jaw dropped.
"Why that face?" Deokbae asked. "As a game company, reclaiming bugged items is standard."
"I enhanced it myself," Jiwoo protested. 3%, Deokbae said, calm and factual. "That's the official success rate after enhancing an item 10 times. After that, the chance drops even further." The revelation left Jiwoo stunned, but he argued back. "If it's not a bug, there has to be some chance, right?" He stood abruptly, ready to leave, but Deokbae sighed deeply. "The level 99 stick will remain under my care." Meanwhile, in Chrono Life's world, near the town of Frontal, a massive figure loomed over an open field. It was a level 21 Garrus, its scales glinting under the sun. The player party readied themselves. "It's coming," they shouted in unison. The party's mage cast a fireball spell, a blazing sphere hurtling toward the creature. The monster let out a bone-chilling roar, writhing in pain as flames licked its body. The party leader cheered. It worked. Keep the attack going. But then a girl named Keon surged forward on her own, screaming as power radiated from her, charging toward the monster. The leader shouted after her, warning her not to go alone. Yet the creature struck brutally, hurling Keon high into the air with terrifying force. She crashed onto the party's priestess, knocking them both to the ground in a heap, helpless. Panic spread. "We're in trouble! Get up! Move!" the others yelled. Jiwoo, watching from a distance, remained frozen for a heartbeat, then exhaled sharply, wondering what to do next. Beside him, Urus nibbled on a piece of chicken, tilting his head curiously. "Youngnim, what are you planning to do next?" he asked, his eyes following Jiwoo's every move. Jiwoo paused, gripping his level 99 stick tightly. He glanced over his stats, scanning his usual numbers, each one a reminder of the power he now wielded. His mind drifted back to the restaurant conversation. Deokbae had declared he would keep the enhanced stick, and for a moment Jiwoo felt a sinking apprehension. Yet the CEO had calmly explained that it was the company's decision, insisting that the stick was not a bugged item. Jiwoo had protested, claiming it wasn't fair, but Deokbae had revealed the result of his personal investigation and stood firm. From that moment onward, Jiwoo's account was his alone. Whether he defeated the game's most formidable bosses, claimed the lives of millions, or even obliterated entire planets, The company would not interfere. As a user, he was free to act as he pleased. Diokbe added more salted vegetables to his gubbap and pushed the plate toward Jiwoo, saying the choice to eat them was entirely his. Jiwoo lifted the plate, preparing to continue, but suddenly the elderly woman who owned the restaurant smacked Diokbe on the head, scolding him furiously. "Do you think I'll spend all night making bone broth just for you to ruin it with those vegetables?" she exclaimed, her face flushed with frustration. Jiwoo lowered the plate, stifling a chuckle as he watched the comedic scolding unfold. Back in the present, Jiwoo stared at his stick, the memory of the salted vegetable soup lingering in his mind. His attention snapped to the nearby party leader, who was cursing loudly. "What kind of useless player is Keon?" the leader barked. "She can't hold her position, the most basic requirement for party hunting. Because of her, we'll have to slow down the hunt. All this just because she joined our party." Jiwoo remembered the favor Diokbe had once asked of him. He had said that, strange as it sounded, Chrono Life was an extraordinary game. Freedom, romance, and adventure awaited. It was a vast fantasy world, larger than anyone could imagine. Therefore, Jiwoo was meant to enjoy the game, not destroy it. He paused for a moment, letting that thought settle. Suddenly, the party leader spat deliberately on Keon, striking her scarf squarely. "Get lost!" he shouted. "I won't hunt with you." Turning away in disbelief, he stomped off, astonished that she even possessed the same items as the party. Kion was effectively kicked out of the party. Jiwoo watched silently, letting out a small sigh. It was frustrating, yes, but he understood it was just the law of the jungle. Recalling Diokbe's advice, Jiwoo decided to enjoy the game on his own terms. After all, he wanted his salted vegetable soup extra thick. With that thought, he swung his staff, gathering a surge of energy aimed at the party. But a scream froze him mid-attack. Jiwoo turned his gaze back toward the source. Kion was yelling, cursing the game and proclaiming that everyone could go to hell. "They have no appreciation for skill," she screamed, shaking her sword. "Do they know how amazing my weapon is? I spent a fortune on it." Jiwoo couldn't help but smile, recalling how he had once voiced similar frustrations about his own sword. Back then, people had also given him strange looks. Kion shouted again, declaring she needed no one, refusing to join any party. She would hunt alone. Jiwoo reflected silently. Now, he wasn't sure what to think either. At that moment, Keon froze, hearing the unmistakable sound of monsters materializing directly in front of her. Surrounded by multiple creatures, she trembled in fear. They opened their jagged mouths, roaring as they charged closer and closer. Kion tried to defend herself, but Jiwoo appeared before her, wondering why he had intervened. He swung his staff, unleashing a devastating attack that surged toward the monsters. Everything in its path was obliterated in an instant. As dust settled, Keon, shielding her head, slowly lifted her eyes, coming face to face with Jiwoo. Above them, the sky stretched clear and endless, not a cloud in sight. Jiwoo pondered briefly, had he acted out of solidarity or pity? No, neither. He had done it simply because it was fun. With a playful grin, he approached Keon, leaving her completely bewildered by his carefree attitude. The scene remained chaotic, but Jiwoo moved forward with a sense of purpose. This, then, was just the prologue of their story. He asked if she would hunt alongside him. She spat on the ground, scoffed, and walked away. "I don't hunt with newbies," she said. Jiwoo watched, perplexed. This was hardly a smooth start. Meanwhile, across Seoul, life went on. People moved through their daily routines, their phones always in hand, but the world's attention had been captured by a single event, an event that would come to be known as Judgment Day. Debate raged across the global gaming community, fierce and unrelenting. Everyone wanted to know who was the player that had ended 800,000 lives. Was he a god of battle, the undisputed strongest in Chrono Life? One man insisted it was all a sham. How could anyone be that strong, he argued. It must be a bug or some disgusting hacker. It was a reasonable doubt. After all, defeating 3 million enemies shouldn't be possible through mere stats and skill. The community demanded justice, calling for the hacker to be banned permanently. Eyes were glued to the company's response. Finally, the Chrono Life team made their announcement. The user in question was a normal player. Investigations confirmed he wasn't a hacker, and no bugs had been exploited. Shock rippled through the global community as the revelation sank in. The controversy abruptly ended. On the streets, people buzzed with conversation, trading theories and astonishment. The Chrono Life server had crashed because of a single player's actions. He had taken countless lives in an instant, and speculation ran rampant about his real-world identity. Only a hooded photo had been released, keeping his face hidden. Meanwhile, Jiwoo smiled faintly, following the girl he had just saved, ready to carve his own path. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed through the quiet path, each step punctuating the tension between them. Kion stopped abruptly, irritation flickering across her face. She spun around, eyes narrowing, and demanded, "Why do you keep following me?" Jiwoo's expression remained calm, his tone steady. "We should form a hunting party," he suggested, keeping his gaze fixed on hers. "When did I agree to that?" Kion shot back, her voice sharp. "Go hunt with someone as poor and indecent as you." Jiwoo frowned, confused by the insult, unable to understand what she meant. Kion pointed at his tattered cloak. "You're wearing nothing but underwear under that cloak and carrying a level 1 stick that only newbies use. I don't have time to mess around with a noob like you." "Get out of here!" Jiwoo's voice was defensive. "Indecent? I just saved you. I cleared those monsters in a single strike." Eurus, silently observing, thought to himself that he had seen everything. Jiwoo's eyes had been closed during the attack, leaving Kion unaware of his true strength. Realization dawned on Jiwoo. She doesn't know how strong I really am. A sly smile tugged at his lips as he plotted, "Maybe I should hide my power for a while." He sprinted after Kion, calling out, "Miss, please carry me." The girl turned, bewildered, her brow furrowed in confusion. Jiwoo explained, trying to sound meek, "Actually, I don't know much about the game. I'm a total newbie. Please, master, carry me." The word master lit a spark of joy in Kion's eyes. Memories of her previous party leader's condescension resurfaced, and being called master made her visibly excited. Eurus tilted his head. Curious. Jiwoo whispered back that he was deliberately pretending to be weak, hiding his true power as the first step of his plan. The dragon recalled the strategy Jiwoo had previously shared. Kion cleared her throat, trying to appear serious. "It's embarrassing, but I'm the type who should help newbies," she admitted. She extended an offer. "Join my party, just this once. This expert will guide you." Kion, a level 24 fighter, focused all her stats on strength, ignoring other abilities. Near the starting town at the dungeon entrance, she charged toward a screaming monster, landing a crushing punch that sent the level 4 rabbit bear spitting blood as it was hurled backward. Before the creature could recover, another monster appeared behind her, but Kion leapt agilely, dodging it with precision. She let out a sharp exhale and executed a flawless aerial flip, her movements fluid and deadly. The rabbit bear looked up in shock, its eyes wide as Kion descended, prepared to strike with a powerful kick. Her fallen dragon stomped beside her, smashing the monster into the ground with devastating force. The other rabbit bears hesitated, confused, but quickly regrouped, surrounding her. Kion raised her stance, smirking. "Come at this master all at once if you dare." Jiwoo sank to the floor, watching intently. "She is a pretty skilled fighter, isn't she?" he mused aloud. Eurus gave a small nod of agreement. Still, Jiwoo noted the danger. No matter how low level the monsters were, being encircled in such numbers was risky. Eurus reassured him, pointing out that her gear was exceptional. "Her weapon alone is worth around 10 million gold." Jiwoo exclaimed in disbelief. Eurus added that her full set of gear likely totaled close to 100 million. Jiwoo's jaw dropped further. How could a newbie afford all that? The dragon revealed the truth. She's a pay-to-win player. Jiwoo remembered Kion yelling earlier about her items being overlooked, spending a fortune on the game to prove their value. He wondered if she had really invested that much. Suddenly, Kion turned sharply toward Jiwoo. "Even if I'm carrying you, don't just stand there doing nothing. Hit them with that stick of yours," she commanded, urgency in her voice. Jiwoo tilted his head, unsure how to respond. "Exactly," Kion insisted. "You need to fight to grow stronger and faster. Stop acting like a useless bum." As she scolded him, a rabbit bear lunged from behind. "Your laziness is unacceptable," she shouted, oblivious to the incoming attack. "It's like you don't even want to improve." Jiwoo simply tapped the monster with his stick. In an instant, it was annihilated, vanishing completely without a trace. Kion glanced sideways, confusion written across her face. What just happened? A gust of wind inside the dungeon, she wondered. Jiwoo thought grimly, "I'm screwed. I can't hide my power at all." At that moment, a message popped up for Kion. The sender demanded she log off immediately. A scheduled event would begin in 10 minutes. Kion read the message and let out a deep sigh.
"I'll log off for a bit," she told Jiwoo. "I'll be back in about 30 minutes. Keep hunting these monsters until then."
Jiwoo frowned. She just leaves whenever she wants? He wondered, baffled. He also pondered what kind of life allowed her to spend 100 million on a game.
Urus could only speculate that perhaps she was born with a silver spoon in her mouth.
The scene shifted to a luxurious apartment building. Inside, Kian lay back in her room. Still wearing her VR headset, she disconnected from chrono life, swinging her legs off the bed with a sigh. Her gaze fell on the device, lost in thought over the day's events. A soft smile spread across her face as she recalled Jiwoo's actions. Suddenly, the door burst open. Her producer stormed in, shouting, "You madwoman!" He raged at her for lingering with the device, accusing her of planning to quit her job. Kian defended herself, claiming she was merely taking it off. The producer sneered, dismissing her as a mere game addict. He barked that she had less than 10 minutes and needed to sit down immediately. His fury continued, reminding her not to wear glasses with the headset. It would leave marks on her nose, a rule she had been told repeatedly. Kian countered calmly. "I get anxious without my glasses, and makeup can cover any marks," she explained, shrugging off the criticism. Her producer gave Kian a cold, piercing stare before sighing heavily. "What a pain," he muttered under his breath, though he added that she needed to sit down immediately. "If it weren't for the money, I'd have wrung your neck by now," he grumbled. Makeup tools were spread across the table. The producer removed Kian's glasses and moved with brisk efficiency, preparing her quickly for the performance ahead. Kian slipped off her hair tie, letting her long hair cascade freely over her shoulders, the strands catching the stage lights as she adjusted herself. On the music show stage, the host's voice boomed through the speakers, thanking the audience for their patience and announcing that tonight would be the final performance of Music Banking. For 13 consecutive weeks, she had held the top spot, captivating fans across the nation, presenting the beloved idol and accomplished singer-songwriter Han Sarang. Sarang began to sing, her voice weaving the bittersweet story of first love, each note resonating with the audience's hearts. After the performance, she greeted her fans warmly and introduced herself with poise and charm. Han Sarang was not just an idol and singer, she was also a talented songwriter. Yet few knew her secret hobby, an avid passion for online gaming. Back in the dungeon, the rabbit bears charged toward Jiwoo, their snarls echoing ominously. Jiwoo muttered to himself that he needed some practice before Kian returned. Urus tilted his head, curious. What kind of practice, the dragon wondered. "I need to learn to control my power," Jiwoo replied, determination flashing in his eyes. "In other words," he explained, "I have to practice attacking without killing." The mental image of a massive explosion radiated from the planet, reminding him of the destruction he could cause. A divine being observed from afar, smiling. "Attacking without killing, huh? Sounds like a lot of fun," he mused. He turned to a motherly figure standing nearby, a giant sun at her back, asking if she agreed. Meanwhile, Han Sarang remained a second-year high school student, balancing fame and her secret hobby. She had entered the music industry at a tender age, facing a rocky and unpopular start. But through perseverance, she had risen to become today's top singer-songwriter. Her name recognized nationwide. A journalist approached, congratulating her. "I can't believe you've won first place 14 times in a row," he exclaimed. He praised the emotional depth of her debut song, inspired by The Little Mermaid, asking how she could craft such moving lyrics. Sarang smiled. "I like staying home alone," she said softly. "I read poetry collections, sometimes even fairy tales, which inspire my writing." The journalist chuckled, realizing why her song carried that title. Sarang added sheepishly that her producer had told her not to mention the fairy tale. It was a bit childish and embarrassing. The interviewer and the audience were enchanted, hanging on her every word. "This is fascinating," the journalist exclaimed. Sarang simply thanked him with a shy smile. From a distance, her producer muttered in frustration, complaining that this clever girl was fooling the entire nation with her charm and talent. What the audience didn't know was that she loved playing games just as much as she loved music. During the interview, the host noted that Sarang was also praised for her acting, recalling her last role. She had portrayed a bratty high school girl. Sarang admitted she had struggled with the role. After all, she had never once cursed in her entire life. Yet inside the game, she was the complete opposite, freely calling Jiwoo a damn bastard. She scolded him, claiming her master had returned, and he hadn't even greeted her. Jiwoo blinked, confused. "Since when am I your master?" he asked. Sarang yelled, "From now on," her tone leaving no room for argument. She challenged him, daring to ask if he objected to being carried, while Jiwoo quickly denied it. Sarang used the game to release her daily frustrations. Urus advised Jiwoo to get rid of this impudent girl, but Jiwoo replied that he had to maintain the illusion of weakness to hide his true power. Sarang then commanded him to repeat after her, calling her lovely master. She had him repeat it several times, while Urus observed silently, thinking, the plan is working. On their way to the dungeon, Sarang asked if he had practiced enough by hunting monsters. Jiwoo sighed. It's a process requiring extreme patience. My journey is far from over. Urus complained that attacking without causing damage was useless, but Jiwoo waved him off. Sarang laughed, teasing that he was an eccentric newbie, and she was excited to see what he could do. She noticed she still didn't know his name and asked, "What's this underpants guy's character name?" Jiwoo was taken aback. He had already told her. He tried to respond, but she interrupted. "I'll just call you Underpants," she decided. "That sounds good," she said cheerfully. Jiwoo groaned in frustration. "Then why did you ask my name?" Meanwhile, a group of observers watched the pair from a distance. A bearded man whispered, "I found her." His subordinate asked what they should do. "Gather all the guild members in that dungeon," the leader commanded. "Today, we demand justice." Further ahead, a rabbit bear stirred, sensing movement. The level 22 monster lumbered toward the girl, eyes fixed and predatory. Sarang ordered Underpants to attack, and Jiwoo obeyed like a loyal puppy, cautiously approaching the creature as both yelled. Jiwoo feigned ignorance, moving clumsily like a bumbling novice, exaggerating every step. Then, with painstaking care, he brought his staff forward, lightly touching a single hair on the monster, making the world hold its breath in anticipation. Suddenly, the rabbit bear let out a pained squeal as its head was brutally crushed, the force echoing through the dungeon. Confused and disoriented, the monster toppled to the ground, unable to comprehend what had just struck it. Yet even with its head smashed, its HP didn't drop to 0, clinging stubbornly with a single bar of health remaining. Jiwoo's lips curled into a pleased smile. Perfect. My strategy of attacking without killing worked flawlessly. Sarang cheered beside him, her confidence soaring. I defeated it on the first try. I've really gotten strong. Without warning, a dagger whistled through the air, aimed straight at her. Reacting instantly, Sarang grabbed Jiwoo's shirt, yanking him aside while delivering a precise kick that deflected the weapon effortlessly. The bearded man snatched his dagger back in midair, his expression twisted with a mix of frustration and admiration. "Incredible," he muttered, "but don't forget, it's all thanks to her gear." Sarang's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice sharp and steady. The man smirked. "Call me Mr. Kim." Feigning hurt, he asked, "Have you forgotten my voice already?" He revealed that everyone present belonged to the Halasan Guild. Upon hearing the name, Sarang repeated it with a scornful sneer. Mr. Kim chuckled. "It's been a while now. Tell me, what are you two scheming?" With a sharp gesture, he commanded his subordinates to attack. Sarang swiftly warned Jiwoo to stay back and assumed a defensive stance. The assassins charged, weapons gleaming menacingly. With lightning precision, Sarang landed a direct kick to one attacker's face, blood spurting as he crumpled instantly. Jiwoo deduced that the Halasan Guild had tangled with Sarang before. Though they'd tried to defeat her multiple times, they always failed. That man clearly hadn't learned his lesson and sought revenge once more. Observing the fight, Jiwoo realized all the guild members were weak, level 20 at most, and Urus silently agreed. Kim, watching closely, commented that everything was unfolding as planned. With Sarang momentarily distracted, he signaled for another attacker to move. A new figure vanished with a blur, reappearing behind Sarang with claws raised. She noted the opponent was unarmed, clearly a fighter-class player. The woman activated her steel skill. A blinding flash filled the room, momentarily disorienting Sarang. To her shock, her battle fists had completely vanished from her grasp. The thief remarked with a smirk, "These weapons are incredible. Darling must have been born with a silver spoon to own the silencing fist." Jiwoo turned to Urus, asking what kind of skill that was. "Steel from the rogue class," Urus explained, though he noted it was far stronger than it should be. Jiwoo scoffed. "I don't care. She can't steal anything from me. I've got nothing but my cloak and underwear." But then a thought of his stick crossed his mind. A nervous smile crept onto Jiwoo's face as he glanced sideways. Suddenly, he bolted upright, sprinting away while screaming in terror. Kim watched him, shrugging. There's someone else here, but hardly worth worrying about, he thought. Just one glance at Jiwoo was enough to know he was a rookie with nothing of value. As Jiwoo retreated, the thief's excitement grew. She tossed her silencing fists toward Kim. "You might not realize it," she teased, "but stealing from someone with nothing is even more fun." In the blink of an eye, she reappeared in front of Jiwoo, calling him darling. "Where are you running off to?" she asked mischievously. Ji-woo froze, realizing this wasn't the moment to reveal his power. He swung his staff for a quick strike, but to his disbelief, nothing happened. Everyone, including Urus, stared in stunned silence. When the smoke cleared, Ji-woo stood empty-handed, his main weapon gone. The thief smirked, informing him, "The stick is mine now." Ji-woo broke into a cold sweat. She threatened further, warning that she might even steal his hood, leaving him with nothing but his underwear. Suddenly, a shadow darkened the thief's face. She squinted, trying to discern what it was. Then, the true form of Urus revealed itself before her, immense and imposing. The entity's voice thundered, "How dare an arrogant mortal wield me without knowing who I am?" Thief stumbled back, terror-stricken, dropping the stolen weapon near Ji-woo. Calmly, he retrieved his stick. A system notification appeared, declaring that Urus's soul refused to recognize the thief as the owner. Ji-woo alone was the weapon's rightful master. Urus emerged from the stick, his gaze piercing. "No one can claim me except Hyungnam," he growled, his power radiating. It was clear the thief had vastly underestimated herself. Ji-woo reached up, touching his head as a gesture of reassurance. He patted the dragon's head gently, causing Urus to flush slightly with embarrassment. The thief coughed, trembling violently, stepping back in confusion and fear, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. She muttered to herself, "What was that? A ghost? No, too real for that." Kim, observing, barked at her, questioning if she'd forgotten her mission. She straightened up defiantly. "That won't happen. I'm a professional mercenary. I only care about the money." At that moment, Sarang arrived on the scene, shouting fiercely as she launched a kick toward the thief, ready to intervene. "Give me back my weapon, you little thief." The demand rang out, sharp and commanding, cutting through the tense air like a blade. The thief twisted deftly, narrowly evading the strike, a teasing grin flashing across their face. "You scared me. That was some fierce surprise attack." Ji-woo's eyes glimmered with calm precision. "I'm afraid you're aiming for the wrong target. The weapon isn't yours. It's over there." His gaze pointed with absolute certainty. From a nearby vantage, Kim clenched his fists, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he watched the unfolding scene. Sarang's anger boiled over, cursing the enemies and vowing vengeance. But suddenly, her legs wobbled and she collapsed, fainting after a gentle touch from Ji-woo. "This is my technique," Ji-woo explained quietly. "A strike without killing." The thief blinked, confused. "What are you doing? Weren't you two together?" Ji-woo's expression remained unreadable. "I was merely hiding my power. What are you rambling about?" Sarang tried to question him further, but before she could speak, a sudden blast of force hit her, forcing her to stagger back. In an instant, the surrounding assassins were swept aside, defeated effortlessly by Ji-woo's overwhelming skill. The thief's eyes widened in disbelief. "Darling, did you do all this?" she asked, her voice trembling with awe. With a swift motion, Ji-woo tapped her on the head with his stick. "Yes, I did," he affirmed simply. The thief's health dwindled, a single bar remaining, leaving her staggered and vulnerable. "I've endured enough hardships to strengthen my mind," Ji-woo said, activating his strike without killing once more. "Mentally, I've become much stronger." "But just a moment ago," he continued, a flash of exasperation crossing his face, "you nearly gave me a heart attack trying to move this stick." Power surged outward from Ji-woo, a wave of energy that flattened everything in its immediate vicinity. Sarang blinked open her eyes, lying in the open field, disoriented, trying to piece together where she was. Slowly, she rose, startled by her surroundings, her senses heightened as she took in the scene. From behind a tree, Ji-woo's voice called out softly, "You awake?" Sarang's eyes widened and she hissed, "Panty boy, where are we? What happened to those guys?" "They're near the dungeon and the enemies have already left," Ji-woo replied with measured calm. "What do you mean? And why did I suddenly faint?" she demanded, confusion mixing with lingering fear. Her gaze fell to her hands, and she noticed the familiar weight of her fists, realizing her weapons were back. Ji-woo asked if the Halisand Guild had been involved, eager to understand their purpose and the scope of their interference. Sarang blushed furiously, baffled by Ji-woo's sudden concern, wondering if his kindness hid some hidden agenda or perhaps a threat. Yet, after a moment, a soft sigh escaped her lips, and a tentative smile spread across her face. "I'll tell you, since you got involved because of me," she said, then added cautiously, "Have you ever heard of the term pay to win?" Ji-woo tilted his head. "What's that?" Urus chimed in. "It's a term used in online games." Ji-woo frowned slightly. "How would you know that, since you're just a game NPC?" he asked. Urus simply replied, "I looked it up on Wikipedia." He began to quote the entry verbatim, but Sarang cut him off, simplifying the explanation with a shake of her head. They're users who spend billions on games. That's basically it.
Jiwoo's eyes narrowed. You mean the Halasan Guild? The girl nodded solemnly. They're all that type of people.
She recounted how, months ago, she had acquired the fists by chance at an auction. Then one day, the Halasan Guild began hunting her, attempting to steal them. But honestly, she said, a hint of pride in her voice, they're old thugs, and their skills are trash. Every encounter ended with me victorious. Jiwoo asked, Then how did you get these back? Did you steal them from them? She shook her head. They just left them there. Maybe they forgot. Sarang admitted uncertainty about the events, but she knew one thing, they would come after her again. That old man's obsession was relentless. Jiwoo frowned, sensing something off. Why are they so obsessed with your weapon? He asked. Sarang's eyes narrowed. Isn't it obvious those fists are worth 10 million gold? Jiwoo shook his head. Exactly why it's strange. These old fools spend billions, yet fixate on a 10 million gold weapon. There's more beneath the surface. Later, within the dim confines of the Halasan Guild's hideout, blood splattered across the room as Kim collapsed, wounded, his life spilling onto the cold floor. He cried out desperately, I'm sorry, give me another chance. But their leader's gaze cut through him like ice. Silence, you're all useless. No time could be wasted. The leader announced that the mission would now fall to the 4 heavenly kings. Kim's eyes darted sideways, apprehension clouding his face. 3 figures approached and stood before the leader. The second heavenly king sneered, remarking that it made no sense for Kim to be in their division, given he only had 100 million gold. The third king chimed in. We told him to kick out little Kim, but Hayoungnim is too soft-hearted. The first heavenly king said nothing, observing quietly. The second king knelt near Kim. Hiring a mercenary was pathetic. That's why you failed. The first king intervened smoothly. Leave this matter to me. Running a hand through his hair, he noted, the silencing fist will take effect in 12 hours. The leader erupted into laughter, absurd and manic, reveling in the twisted anticipation. He threw his head back in delight, exclaiming how glorious it felt to be called Lord King, boasting a total net worth of 12 billion. Pride radiated from him like a blazing crown. Without missing a beat, he commanded his subordinates to show the newcomers the full terror of the Halasan Guild, his voice dripping with menace. The air filled with dread as the notorious blood festival began, its gruesome spectacle signaling chaos and destruction. Then, as if appearing from nowhere, Jiwoo stepped into their stronghold, casually scratching his nose. Every pair of eyes locked onto him, wide with disbelief and confusion. He broke the tense silence with a scoff. A bunch of kids laughing about a blood festival? He muttered under his breath, openly mocking the 4 heavenly kings, his voice dripping with derision. The king's irritation flared. Who are you? Where did you come from? He demanded, his patience fraying. Jiwoo's expression remained unreadable. Figure that out for yourselves, he said coolly, then, with a bold gesture of disdain, picked his nose in full view. Muttering to himself, he noted that keeping his true powers hidden while pretending to be weak was becoming impossible if they continued harassing Sarang. A chuckle escaped him, rising into a full laugh as he mocked their grandiose titles again. Enough games, I'll finish this. No more delays. The king let out a frustrated sigh, calling Jiwoo a crazy bastard, before barking orders to his subordinates to bring him down at once. The men surged forward, closing the distance with terrifying speed, ready to unleash their most powerful attacks. Jiwoo's lips curved into a small, calm smile, unfazed by the rush of foes. With a single, fluid swing of his staff, he unleashed a wave of power so devastating it obliterated every attacker in its path. They fell, defeated by nothing more than a mere twig. Outside the house, a girl approached, humming cheerfully, completely unaware of the chaos inside. Back in the fray, the first heavenly king lunged at Jiwoo, only to be struck down with a single, precise strike of his staff, blood spraying as he collapsed. Suddenly, a massive explosion split the house in two, sending dust and debris into the air. The approaching girl, the goddess of life, stumbled, startled for a moment, but then recognition lit her face, and a knowing smile spread as she realized who was responsible. The Lord King, furious, roared for every remaining member of the Halasan Guild to attack at once, his rage shaking the walls. Facing this renewed threat, Jiwoo simply sighed, his hands gripping his staff firmly as he prepared for what was to come. "If you want to take my life," he said calmly, "you'll need at least 3 million people. With that, he swung his staff, striking an assassin squarely in the face. The impact sent a fiery explosion skyward, and with a mischievous smile, Jiwoo flicked his twig to the right, effortlessly defeating every opponent in that area. The Lord King watched the carnage unfold, his expression dark and fearful. As he rose, Kim shouted a warning to his Hyungnim, urging him to flee before they too were annihilated. But the king could only shake his head. Kim didn't grasp the situation. Aside from himself and his closest subordinates, every guild member was a pay-to-win powerhouse. Even the weakest of the new recruits had spent at least 10 million, and not even the top 5 guilds could rival their strength. And yet, who was this man, capable of such devastation? Suddenly, realization dawned on the king. They had no chance. Perhaps this was the legendary figure from the rumors, the one who had defeated everyone. His gaze fixed on Jiwoo in sheer terror, his jaw dropping as memories of the stick underwear guy came flooding back. He first started playing in the 2nd grade. Back then, games were simple and leveling up was grueling, without the luxury of quests or raids. Yet, for 9-year-old Wang, it was pure joy. Every small victory, every advancement, a thrill worth sneaking around for. He'd get scolded by his parents for playing at night, but those secret hours leveling up with friends became cherished memories. Time passed, responsibilities piled up, and he grew older, swept away by a busy life with no space for nostalgia. Suddenly, he realized he was in his 40s, now known as CEO Wang. He sat in front of his pristine computer, the room immaculate, a world apart from the chaos of his childhood. A subordinate entered, calling him Hyungnim and announcing he had found the old monitor Wang had requested. Wang intended it as a personal gift, a nod to a bygone era, honoring his hard work and dedication. The subordinate hesitated. "Do you really need the old computer? The game runs fine on a new one." Wang smiled faintly. "It's for the vibe." His heart raced as nostalgia washed over him, as if he had traveled back in time. The thrill was like encountering a first love all over again. But he gritted his teeth as a sobering thought struck him. He wasn't the only one changed by the relentless march of time. Back in battle, Jiwoo struck another subordinate with his staff, sending the man crashing hard to the ground. The ground trembled violently, and the king froze in place, his body quivering in fear at the sheer display of power. "Almost done," Jiwoo said calmly, surveying the battlefield. Only the king and one other remained. The king said nothing, dread flooding his mind as the man known as Jiwoo advanced. This would be the end for the pay-to-win warriors. He couldn't fathom why they constantly stole gear from others, especially since they were men of status. It was time for the old man to get his reckoning. The king's thoughts drifted back to himself at his computer, frantically typing until his 12 billion won payment was confirmed. Wang reminded himself once again he wasn't the only one altered by the tides of time. Effort wasn't necessary. With a few clicks and some money, anyone could reach unmatched strength. Those who spent little suffered, pay to win, had become the undeniable reality of online gaming. Wang pushed himself up from his chair, the weight of years and countless games pressing on his shoulders as he prepared for the next challenge. He continued exploring countless games, each one promising excitement, yet all felt strangely the same, offering no spark to ignite his long-lost curiosity. And finally, he found it. The most critically acclaimed game, Chrono Life, a world where he hoped, no matter what, to rediscover that forgotten piece of his childhood, the thing he had once cherished but had long buried in memory. That precious fragment from his youth, a time untouched by adult burdens and responsibilities, called out to him across the years. Suddenly, the stick appeared, swift and unrelenting, striking Wang squarely on the head. Jiwoo executed his strike without killing technique, with flawless precision, each movement deliberate, controlled, and devastating. Wang coughed, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, the fight over before he could even comprehend it. Kim tried desperately to call out to his Hyungnim, his voice cracking with fear and disbelief. Jiwoo's calm voice rang out, declaring that as of today, the Halasan Guild was finished. "They're a nuisance no more, Captain Amor, and the rest should never be bothered again." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. Wang struggled to rise, blinking in disbelief. Could it really be him, the man who had recently defeated the 5 major guilds and annihilated 3 million members of the World Guild? Jiwoo glanced back briefly, saying nothing, his presence alone confirming the impossible. Huang let out a harsh laugh, incredulous, and asked how much money had been poured into achieving such overwhelming strength. Soon he would realize that all his efforts so far had been spent fighting for something that didn't even exist. From a distance, Kim's gaze followed his Hyungnim, Worry etched into his features. Jiwu replied casually, I have no idea what you're talking about. But yes, I spent some money too. Wang's eyes widened. How much? Tens of billions? Hundreds? He guessed, his voice trembling with awe. I spent 55,000 won on the Warrior's starter pack, Jiwu said, matter-of-factly. Wang froze, utterly speechless, unable to process the absurd disparity. Jiwu continued his steady march away, unbothered and composed. A smile slowly spread across Wang's face as he repeated the amount under his breath, memories flooding back to his childhood days of playing Ragnarok. Laughter bubbled up uncontrollably, spilling into a full, joyous fit, leaving Kim staring in bewilderment. Wang asked how many games they had tried after Ragnarok, and Kim guessed around 8, the number barely capturing the breadth of their shared adventures. The boss continued laughing, eyes alight with pure joy. Chrono life was truly divine, a sentiment echoed by the goddess of life as she gracefully appeared before them. Hello, everyone from the Halasan Guild, she greeted, surveying the scene under the glow of the beautiful night sky. It's been a while since I've been here, she said, frowning slightly, but the guild's hideout is in terrible shape. She turned, tilting her head curiously. And what about that thing? Did you manage to prepare it? Wang responded that preparations were progressing smoothly, but she interrupted, chiding him for dwelling on the past. He sighed, admitting that he was done, as their agreement to cooperate now reached its conclusion. The goddess of life blinked in surprise, but a soft smile soon curved her lips. Is that so? She murmured, her tone light, but commanding. With a fluid motion of her scepter, she sliced through the air a display of grace and lethal precision. Kim's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he watched the swift, decisive action unfold. Wang fell to the ground, his body splitting in two with a sudden, devastating force. His subordinate screamed, calling desperately for his Hyungnim, the sound swallowed by the chaos. The goddess of life walked forward calmly, her expression unreadable. I should have asked why he did that, but I'm not in the mood. It doesn't matter. She plunged her staff into Kim's back, blood spraying across her own face, the action swift and merciless. Kim screamed, writhing in pain, but he was swiftly subdued, his struggle ending almost immediately. The goddess continued observing, a small smile forming as she recalled Jiwu's words, the calm before chaos settling in her eyes. His hair darkened, returning to its natural color, and his clothes shifted back to their usual form, a subtle transformation signaling the end of a chapter. He spoke the captain's name aloud. Amor. His kill count surged to 9,998 to 99,999, an overwhelming testament to his might. The system announced that the Halasan Guild had been completely annihilated, calculating his combat experience to a staggering total of 999,000 kills. Jiwu blinked, momentarily perplexed by the system's proclamation. Moments later, the system notified him that he had reached the highest possible level.
What the hell is this?
Jiwu wondered aloud. Urus leaned over, equally bewildered. Didn't you hear? The system just said you reached max level or something? Urus explained, shrugging. Jiwu opened his status window. His class was listed as Novice, level 999, with nearly 5,000 unallocated points, a reality that defied all logic. He and Urus stared at the numbers, completely baffled, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of what they were seeing. In Chrono Life, the world's top virtual reality game, ranked first in active users, cumulative subscribers, sales, and critical ratings, reaching the maximum level was considered utterly impossible. Even professional gamer Lee Sang-hyuk, known as Faker, had once claimed it would take decades to accomplish such a feat. Despite relentless play around the globe, no player had ever reached level 999, the fabled master level. Faker had speculated that even if the top players fought non-stop, 24 hours a day, it could still take decades to attain this legendary pinnacle. Jiwu stood in stunned disbelief, staring at his stats. How could they have reached such an impossible level? Nothing made sense. Urus, in contrast, was grinning ear to ear, celebrating that Jiwu had become the world's first true-level master, a feat no one had ever achieved. As expected of his Hyungnim, Urus thought proudly, his admiration shining through with no hint of jealousy. Jiwu tried to recall the past. He was certain he had been level 7 back then, just beginning his journey. It was a natural consequence of his relentless actions, the result of countless battles and unmatched determination. On the very first day he wielded the stick, 800,000 players fell victim to his overwhelming power. And that was just the beginning. Countless monsters and dungeons had lined his path, all vanquished under his unstoppable advance. Layered on top of that was the experience from Chrono Life's strongest boss, Urus himself, and the elite armies from the highest level dungeons. The final culmination came with the massacre of 3 million members of the World Guild Alliance. Even the destruction of the planet was factored into his record. And so, the world's first-level master was officially born. A radiant light burst forth beneath Jiwu's feet, illuminating the surrounding temple in a brilliant glow. The system's voice echoed, announcing that having reached the maximum level, the player would now enter a transcendental space, teleporting him to a new realm. Elsewhere in the city, Sarang lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, her boredom evident. She muttered under her breath, irritated. I'm bored, and this whole thing is starting to piss me off. She pushed herself to her feet, frowning. Where is that underwear-wearing bastard, anyway? He had told her to wait a little, yet the sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving her impatient. She paused, recalling he had mentioned the Halasan Guild, and that she was supposed to divulge everything she knew about them. Sighing, she flopped back onto the ground. Whatever, this gentle master will wait 1 more hour, she grumbled. Meanwhile, Jiwu found himself standing on a floating landmass in the center of a strange temple, suspended in the void of space. He looked up at the swirling sky, confusion washing over him. Where am I, he wondered aloud, utterly perplexed. He pondered why he had been dragged across so many strange places recently. Ever since meeting God and Diakbai, nothing had made sense. Suddenly, a resonant voice filled the air, warm yet commanding, welcoming him. I never imagined we would meet so soon. You are truly extraordinary, the voice declared, making the very ground tremble with its power. Its echo reverberated through the temple, vibrating the walls and leaving Jiwu in awe. The being identified itself as the guide of transcendence, the god of class, officially welcoming him to this new stage of his journey. It praised Jiwu for taking the first step on an arduous path, noting that reaching the master level as a novice deserved the admiration of all. Urus, skeptical, asked how such a feat was possible, questioning whether Jiwu had forgotten to change his class. Jiwu shook his head, explaining that he had once aspired to be a prosecutor. At that moment, the conditions were met, and the transition to a secret class began in earnest. A blinding light engulfed his body, and several spheres formed before him, radiating immense power. One sphere transformed into a sword symbol, striking him at blinding speed, a force of pure energy. The soul of the sword pierced his body, embedding itself with precise, shocking power. Soon after, other spheres appeared, each representing a different weapon, filling the space around him. The souls of shields, bows, wands, gauntlets, spears, and countless others penetrated him one by one, imbuing him with their essence. All the souls of these weapons now coursed through his body, merging into an incredible source of power. Jiwu could feel the energy flow, and the system confirmed that his class change was complete. He was now officially a master-class novice, a level beyond the ordinary. As a reward, all previously distributed status points were retrieved and then tripled, amplifying his potential beyond imagination. Suddenly, his status window began to shift and update with overwhelming new values. All attributes reset to a base value of 5, and an astonishing 15,000 undistributed points were added. Urus stared in utter disbelief, his jaw dropping. 14,985 points? What is happening? He gasped. Is this all because of the class change effects? He asked, barely able to comprehend the scale. Jiwu smirked, surprised more by this than the secret class change. Urus nodded. Normally, leveling up granted only 5 points, but Jiwu now had 15,000. Even compared to other max-level players, his raw stat points were already 3 times higher than theirs. This is ridiculous, Urus muttered. This will go down as the greatest achievement in the history of gaming. Ignoring the dragon floating nearby, Jiwu began scrutinizing the stats, plotting the next steps with a cold, calculating smile. A chilling grin spread across his face as he started dumping all points into a single attribute, clicking relentlessly. Youngnim? What are you doing? Urus asked incredulously, shocked by the recklessness. I'm distributing the stats, Jiwu replied calmly, his tone serene yet commanding. I know that, Urus said, but look at how careless this is. 1 wasted point, he warned, and you'll be considered a loser. The dragon's eyes widened, its entire expression twisting into sheer panic as it tried to comprehend the sheer audacity before it.
Why are you dumping everything into a single stat? Urus demanded, flabbergasted. And why choose that one of all things? Jiwu calmly finished distributing all his points, his voice steady. I don't need the others for now.
This is more than enough, he added, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Eurus groaned, throwing up his hands. You've completely screwed everything up. You're just a loser. Meanwhile, at the Chrono Life Company headquarters, an employee rushed in, urgency written across his face, informing the president that a critical problem had arisen. Diokbe frowned, asking what had happened. The employee replied that words wouldn't do it justice. He needed to see it for himself, as it concerned a particular user. In the control room, Diokbe strode over, eyes scanning the monitors. What's going on here? He demanded. His subordinate merely pointed at the screen, letting the visuals speak for themselves. Diokbe's jaw dropped. Ah, the stick kid has finally reached max level, he muttered, a mix of awe and disbelief in his voice. The employee shook his head. It's not the level that's the problem. It's what he's actually doing. Diokbe leaned closer, squinting. What's all the fuss about? And which stat did he choose? The employee pointed to the monitor, revealing the chosen stat, leaving the president thoroughly impressed and slightly bewildered. But then Diokbe burst into laughter, a deep, booming sound. Ha! He really loves this game. He's enjoying it to the fullest, in his own crazy way. The employee, exasperated, protested, now's no time for jokes. If he builds a useless character, who knows what he'll do when he gets angry? Diokbe waved him off. Relax. I've said it before, the game company has no right to interfere with a player's choices. The employee tried to argue further, insisting that some action should be taken, but Diokbe had already begun walking away. As he left, he thought to himself, I can't believe he dumped all his points into a single stat and still got the Novice Master title. They call it a trash character with no future, but in the history of virtual reality games, the worst and simultaneously the strongest character has just been created. Back in the game, Jiwoo finished his stat allocation, a small, satisfied smile curling his lips. Then the god of classes manifested, radiant and imposing. Transcendental, listen carefully, the deity intoned. This is the final step of guidance. You must make a critical choice. I will grant you the right to one of the transcendental weapons I wield. Jiwoo's eyes lit up with delight. How lucky, he said, grinning. If it's free, there's no way I'm turning it down. He surveyed the array of weapons before him, each one magnificent, making the choice feel nearly impossible. After a few seconds of thought, he made his decision. Jiwoo held out his hand and commanded boldly, Give me all of them. The divine being paused, clearly unamused, then addressed the human child. I cannot grant such a request, it said, voice stern. Excessive greed invites unnecessary wrath. Choose wisely, the god warned. Jiwoo cut him off, eyes blazing. Are you going to give me everything now, or shall I beat the hell out of you first? All onlookers froze in disbelief, mouths agape. Even in the control room, Diokbe removed his cigar, stunned by Jiwoo's audacity. This guy is insane, he muttered to himself. The god of classes didn't answer, but a system notification appeared, declaring its fury. Its expression shifted completely, radiating hostility as the tension thickened. The relationship between deity and human had turned openly adversarial. The god moved in, preparing for combat. Jiwoo gripped his staff tightly. Understood, he said calmly, recognizing that the deity was clearly inviting a fight. Both braced for battle. A massive shield hurtled toward Jiwoo. He raised his staff to defend, but the impact slammed him into the ground with staggering force. Hyungnim, Urus called out in shock, his voice trembling. The god of classes sighed, lamenting. I never imagined I would take the life of a transcendent with my own hands. Such a pity. Before the deity could finish, a blast from Jiwoo's staff struck squarely, melting half its face in a blinding flash of energy. From the ground, Jiwoo grunted. That hurt. Is it because you're a god? His health bar barely decreased. His constitution stat had now reached 15,000 points. This incredible stat affected his maximum HP recovery rate and immunity to adverse conditions, making him nearly invincible. Eurus watched in stunned silence, shaking his head. How insane putting all points into a single stat like this. Young Neem, he yelled. You've made a fatal mistake. You've turned yourself into a shitty character. Jiwoo simply tilted his head. Why? Eurus explained, all equipment and chrono life items have a weight requirement, demanding a minimum strength regardless of class. Simply put, you wouldn't be able to equip anything other than that twig. Jiwoo shrugged. That's all I need. At that moment, a system screen appeared between them. A hidden skill had been activated, its conditions now fully met. What is that? Urus asked, eyes wide with disbelief. The skill, Healing Factor, instantly converted all damage into immediate healing, fully restoring Jiwoo's HP bar with blinding efficiency. A lousy fighter, huh?
Jiwoo teased a smirk tugging at his lips, while Urus froze in stunned silence, unable to believe what he was witnessing.
The god of classes groaned, his once imposing face twisted and deformed in pain. Insignificant mortal, he spat through gritted teeth.
"How dare you!" he roared, his eyes unleashing searing beams of divine energy, slicing through the air with lethal force.
Jiwoo didn't flinch. He met the attack head-on, allowing the deadly beams to hit him squarely before collapsing to the ground. Urus lunged forward, screaming his Hyungnim's name, desperation etched into every movement. But Jiwoo's laughter rang out wild and unrestrained. "Chrono life really is overpowered," Jiwoo declared, his chest regenerating fully in an instant, unscathed by the assault. How disgusting, Urus thought, his heart pounding as he watched. "Perish, you tainted worm." The god of classes thundered, hammering down blow after blow with unrelenting fury. Yet Jiwoo absorbed every strike, standing firm amidst the onslaught. Each hit seemed to drain him for a fleeting moment, only for his strength and vitality to snap back immediately afterward. The god of classes continued his relentless barrage, each strike utterly futile against Jiwoo's regenerative resilience. Jiwoo laughed through it all, taking every attack without a flinch. His HP fell and surged endlessly, like waves crashing and retreating along an unbroken shore. Finally, Jiwoo spoke, his voice calm and unwavering. "That's enough. Time to finish this." After all, he reflected, the god had inadvertently granted him countless advantages. Now it was his turn. The enemy would relinquish all weapons and vanish. The god of classes glared, warning the human child that such boundless greed would one day be his undoing, and when that day arrived, his fate would be sealed. Jiwoo merely set his stance, a faint grin crossing his face. "I don't care," he said, poised for the decisive strike. With a swift upward slash, his blade met the god of classes head-on, the impact ringing like the final toll of a bell. The system announced the god's extinction. Reality itself fractured, splintering into countless shards. A warning followed. The transcendent space was collapsing, and he would soon be forced back to his original world. The entire world shrank, condensing until it closed completely around him. In an instant, back in the ordinary world of chrono life, a beam of light descended upon the hill, gently lowering Jiwoo to solid ground. All around him, weapons clattered to the earth, scattered like a constellation of power waiting to be claimed. They were transcendent weapons of every conceivable type, and now Jiwoo held dominion over them all. They began to glow faintly, transported to a subspace from where they would forever heed his command. A wide, satisfied smile spread across Jiwoo's face. This is perfect, he thought, imagining the endless possibilities ahead. Yet Sarang's patience had worn thin. Her irritation was palpable. "How dare that brat keep me waiting?" she seethed, clenching her fists. No excuse would save him this time. A sudden sound behind her snapped her attention.
Jiwoo pressed his fingers to his forehead in a mock salute. "Hello, I'm back," he called, voice light and teasing.
His words were immediately met with a furious punch to the face. She followed it up with a swift kick, scolding him for keeping her waiting until nightfall when she had promised only a brief pause. Jiwoo raised his hands in apology, grinning sheepishly. "I thought I'd return sooner, but some things held me up. But hey, I'm here now." Sarang bared her teeth, her patience stretched to its limit. "I'm leaving," she snapped. "Where are you going?" Jiwoo asked, tilting his head. "Logging out," she replied curtly. He waved lightly, letting her go without protest. Sarang clenched her jaw once more, but made no further move. She issued a warning. "Log in tomorrow at 7 p.m. when she finished work. And if you're late again, I'll take your life for real," she threatened, eyes blazing. Jiwoo watched her vanish from the game world, shaking his head with a chuckle. "Still doing whatever she wants," he muttered. Urus glanced at him curiously, asking what he thought of that turn of events. Jiwoo stood, stretching lightly. "Time to leave too," he announced, noting that it was past midnight in the real world. The system prompted him to log out, and he confirmed without hesitation. Stepping outside the identity room, he nodded at the attendant, who thanked him and asked him to return soon. A long yawn escaped him as he reflected on the day. Today was incredible, Jiwoo thought. Chrono life is really fun. His eyes wandered to the pile of transcendent weapons. He couldn't help but wonder just how much they might fetch on the market. Being the first of their kind, their value would surely be astronomical. Still, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Were these items tradable? The thought of not being able to sell them made his stomach sink. A shop in the distance caught his eye, and for a moment he considered a bowl of gippap. But a quick glance at his empty wallet dashed that plan. He trudged on, his mood dampened by the relentless reminder of his own poverty. With the game's monthly fee climbing higher and higher, he realized more shifts at his part-time job were inevitable. Suddenly, he froze mid-step, a thought sparking in his mind. "Wait a minute," he muttered under his breath. Recalling Urus's words, the total cost of the full equipment set would reach 100 million won. A daring idea flickered to life. What if he could sell the game items and convert them into real money? With that realization hitting him like a lightning bolt, Ji-woo pivoted sharply and dashed back toward the identity room, determination radiating from every step. Every seasoned ranker in Chrono Life knew about the Forbidden Zone, the mysterious crossroads of life, the final resting place for all mortals. Whispers called it a place where no ordinary soul dared tread. It was the highest-level hunting ground ever recorded in the game's history, a challenge so brutal that no one had ever succeeded in conquering it. Its existence was shrouded in secrecy for reasons no one understood, and here, in the desolate expanse of the Valley of the Undead, Urus's fearsome domain, Ji-woo now found himself, every nerve on edge, yet electric with anticipation. Standing there in flawless butler attire, Urus welcomed Ji-woo to his home with an air of refined composure. But Ji-woo didn't pause. He strode past him, eyes forward, as if acknowledging Urus but completely unbothered, his focus laser-sharp on what lay ahead. A sly smile curved across Ji-woo's face as he declared, "I'll be in your care today." Urus nodded, politely urging him to enjoy the experience to the fullest. Ji-woo confessed, almost laughing, that he had been so consumed by vengeance that he hadn't even thought to retrieve the items he'd abandoned, but today every one of them would serve a purpose. Meanwhile, Urus, the mighty dragon, simply observed quietly, a twinge of pity flickering in his thoughts for those unfortunate enough to be caught in Ji-woo's storm. Suddenly, an explosive surge of energy erupted, shaking the air around them. Through the billowing smoke, Urus's army emerged, advancing in perfect formation from all directions, their weapons glinting ominously as they encircled Ji-woo. Ji-woo's lips curled into a confident grin, unshaken by the encroaching force. In that instant, the miserable life he had endured seemed to vanish. A rush of exhilaration filled him. He was on the brink of a fortune, about to become rich beyond imagination almost overnight. With a single strike of his stick, the Valley of Ghosts, the infamous hunting ground, was utterly obliterated. Turbid of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, and Triton of the Dawn, the three mightiest champions of Urus's army, were wiped from existence as effortlessly as dust in the wind. 2 swift attacks, and every monster in the valley lay annihilated, their weapons clattering to the ground in a chaotic symphony. Treasure began to cascade down like rain, glinting in the faint light. Urus remarked, almost in disbelief, that it had all ended in a flash, and that they had come away with a decent haul. But Ji-woo's eyes sparkled with mischief as he countered, "Over? This is just the beginning." Urus tilted his head, confused. "What do you mean by that?" Ji-woo gestured toward the lingering smoke, his voice calm yet thrilling. "Look closely, they're back." Before Urus's astonished gaze, the monsters began to reappear, a phenomenon where slain creatures respawned after a set time, a cruel cycle of life and death. Of course, special entities, like the legendary 2-headed dragon Urus, did not have such mercy. "This is my first time selling items," Ji-woo mused aloud. "I plan to do this at least 100 times." And with a sly grin, another explosion ripped through the valley, sending shockwaves into the air. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a fascinating lecture unfolded at Harvard University. The professor asked the students if they were familiar with Bill Gates, the world's richest man and founder of Microsoft. He explained that even if Gates spotted a $100 bill lying on the ground on his way to work, he wouldn't bother to pick it up.
The reason every second spent bending down cost him more than the bill's value, an economic loss.
Just 2 or 3 seconds to stoop, while his time was worth at least $150 per second. In other words, he'd be losing roughly $200 in that fleeting moment. But back in the Valley of Ghosts, Ji-woo's reality was a world apart. Items piled high into a glittering mountain, the spoils from countless monsters forming a treasure trove, farming 100 waves of enemies, cooldowns included, took only about an hour. The total value of the loot, nearly 15 billion won. By comparison, according to the lecture, Bill Gates earned around 500 million won per hour. In a single, fleeting hour, a young South Korean part-timer had already surpassed the hourly income of the world's richest man. The following day, in the bustling city of Seoul, a Gucci saleswoman smiled politely. "Thank you for your purchase. Please come again," as she handed Ji-woo his bag. Draped in an outfit worth over 3 million won, with a brand new car parked outside and an array of luxury goods at his disposal, Ji-woo stepped out into the sunlight. Passers-by stared in awe, whispering and pointing, some seeing a Lamborghini for the very first time. Ji-woo casually removed his 2,000,000 sunglasses, slid into the driver's seat, and muttered to himself, a grin spreading across his face, "Time to show off." He slammed the accelerator, and within moments, the car smashed into a lamppost with a metallic screech. Eyes wide and panic-stricken, he yelled, "My!" A few minutes later, he reappeared in a brand-new vehicle, chuckling, "Guess I needed an upgrade." Meanwhile, high above in the Chronolife building, Deokbae lit a pricey cigar, the smoke curling around his face, his hand massaging his temples as he muttered grievances under his breath. He instructed an employee to continue with the report, who complied, summarizing that the company was in shambles and that fleeing might be their only option. Deokbae asked desperately if there was any way to reverse Ji-woo's blocked transactions, only to be told that at this point it was impossible. The chairman grumbled on, frustration mounting, until his phone suddenly rang. He answered, already muttering about the inconveniences of life. On the other end, Ji-woo's voice crackled with mischief. "How's it going, Chairman? I'm on my way to spend some more money. You must know the feeling." He taunted further, hinting at doing a good deed, and suggested that maybe Deokbae could use a little something himself. Deokbae roared into the phone, cursing that bastard for every ill that had befallen him. Ji-woo chuckled ironically, asking if something had happened, and hung up with a flick of his wrist. He pondered his next indulgence, considering all the treasures he had already claimed. Yet, in his chest, a longing for the ultimate thrill, the pinnacle of his escapades, still burned, unfulfilled. Suddenly, inspiration struck, his eyes widening with electric excitement. Heart pounding, he prepared to drive, thinking with disbelief that he'd overlooked the most critical step. Inside an opulent skyscraper, Ji-woo threw his head back and laughed like a cartoon villain, every note echoing his gleeful audacity. Ji-woo proudly declared that his new penthouse was the pinnacle of luxury, every corner dripping with opulence. He invited everyone warmly, eager to share the grandeur of his newly claimed territory. At last he had reached a monumental milestone in his life, a moment he had been striving toward for so long. But as excitement surged, a sudden thought struck him. There was an old tradition he couldn't forget, the first gesture a new neighbor should make when settling in. With a carefully wrapped rice cake in hand, he pressed the doorbell of the nearest neighbor's apartment, anticipation and nerves bubbling within him. From inside, a soft female voice called out, "Who's there?" Curiosity and caution lacing her tone. Ji-woo straightened, smiling politely, and introduced himself as the new neighbor, explaining that he had brought a small gift, rice cakes, to mark the occasion. The young woman's voice wavered slightly, tinged with confusion. "Please wait a moment," she requested, and there was a pause filled with suspense. The door swung open, and Ji-woo, still smiling, began his customary greeting, wishing for a harmonious neighborly relationship. Yet the smile froze mid-air as his eyes locked onto the figure before him. Suddenly, the grandeur of his penthouse seemed insignificant, eclipsed entirely by this unexpected encounter. Han Sarang stood in the doorway, radiant and commanding even in casual attire, her presence instantly seizing the room's attention. Their eyes met, a flash of recognition sparking between them, memories of past battles and shared moments from the game surging forth. This was the real highlight of Ji-woo's day. Back within the game, in the desolate Valley of Ghosts, an imposing being advanced, halting before the vast, disciplined army of Urus. With a cold, indifferent gesture, the being extended a hand. In a horrifying instant, the entire army was obliterated, reduced to blood and chaos. 3 of Urus's mightiest warriors stepped forward, shouting accusations, branding him as an arrogant human. The man's gaze remained unshaken. Calmly, he remarked, that these fools couldn't even recognize their own master. Suddenly, 3 gleaming spikes erupted from his back, each pulsating with lethal energy. Within moments, all 3 of Urus's strongest warriors were impaled, their lives extinguished in a brutal display of dominance. The monstrous figure began to siphon their essence, leeching their strength in a terrifying spectacle that sent shockwaves through the remaining monsters, leaving them in panicked disarray. Unflinching, the being stood poised, unwavering, as though convinced that all must fall beneath his grasp. Now Urus's elite trio could no longer respawn, their power permanently erased from the battlefield. A system notification blinked. The being had absorbed the levels and stats of his fallen foes. Urus's strongest warriors were completely deleted from existence, their data wiped clean as if they had never lived. The monster's gaze hardened, staring coldly at the aftermath, memories of Eris' first severed head flashing across its mind, a grim reminder of the battles that had led here. When Urus had entered his soul form, the monster had pondered the whereabouts of the missing head, a dark curiosity tinged with anticipation. Then the truth emerged. The being revealed itself as the lost head of Urus, the one destined to wreak havoc upon humanity. Its name was Urakan. Meanwhile, the world's most renowned idol, Han Sarang, known in Chrono Life as Captain Amor, made her entrance, her fame preceding her in both reality and the virtual realm. Ji-Woo froze, astonished to be seeing Captain Amor in person for the very first time, unable to believe his eyes. Han Sarang smiled warmly, thanking him and promising she would devour the rice cake entirely. Recognition slowly dawned on Ji-Woo. It was the celebrated Han Sarang standing before him, and he had almost failed to identify her. The door clicked shut behind her as she glided inside. Grace and poise in every step, her Nuna inquired about the treat, and Sarang explained it was a rice cake kindly brought by their new neighbor. She cast a fleeting glance to the side, a subtle curiosity that hinted she had seen him somewhere before. Handing the rice cake to her Nuna, Sarang urged her to eat. The two women shared a moment of polite gratitude, neither aware of their previous in-game avatars, which looked entirely different in real life. Her Nuna reminded her she should change out of her uniform, urging efficiency. Sarang pouted in mild protest. Barely 30 minutes had passed since returning from school. Her Nuna insisted she could postpone, though she herself wished to wrap up filming quickly and join the game. Remembering her planned meeting with Ji-Woo, Sarang reassured her that she only needed a quick change before continuing. Her Nuna observed quietly, a knowing smile curling her lips. It was clear Sarang had found someone special in the game. Speculation filled her mind, imagining a handsome player who had captured Sarang's attention so fully. Back in the game, Ji-Woo scanned the battlefield, noting the absence of monsters, a peculiar emptiness that set his instincts on edge. He questioned whether the minions had fled, but Urus's voice reminded him that monsters were confined by programming, bound to their zones, incapable of retreat or escape. Yet somehow, the enemies had vanished without a trace, as if erased from existence. Ji-Woo shrugged subtly, deciding it was inconsequential. There were other hunting grounds, other places to earn. Eris reminded him of his impending appointment with a human, and he confirmed, noting the timing was nearly right. The hunt had yielded nothing, making it wiser to depart soon. He grumbled about the distance to the meeting point, while Eris's gaze flicked back, sensing unease. Something felt off. A familiar yet menacing spiritual presence lingered in the air, prickling the senses. Far in the mountains, Elrose, the colossal level 190 snow serpent boss, was being absorbed mercilessly by Urakan's overwhelming power. Her levels and stats drained inexorably, leaving her formidable might reduced. The dragon's hunger was evident, yet Urakan remained unsatisfied, still far from achieving his ultimate goal, the destruction of that human. Then, the goddess of life descended, her ethereal wings spreading wide, a beacon of hope and divine intervention. She marveled at Urakan's progress, praising the child's achievements, noting that such prowess was expected given the immense power he had consumed. Without warning, Urakan's spike pierced her form, an unstoppable intrusion into her divine presence. The goddess recoiled in surprise. Urakan, unfazed, murmured that it was still insufficient, though he admitted that she looked tempting. Urakan hungrily began to absorb her essence, his monstrous form radiating an almost hypnotic aura of dominance as he drew in her life force. The goddess of life pleaded desperately, her voice trembling as she begged him to pause, but the pull of Urakan's power was relentless. Within moments, she was completely consumed. Her form collapsed into nothingness, the energy of her being dissolving into an intangible haze, leaving the ground eerily empty where she had stood. A system alert flashed, startling Urakan. The absorption had failed, as if the game itself rejected his conquest. Suddenly, the goddess of life reappeared, her ethereal presence intact. She scolded him playfully, chiding, "You can't give mommy a fright like that." Her tone lightened into jest, teasing him with a question about whether he was going through puberty, her smile bright and mischievous. Urakan's mind whirled in confusion. Had this been some hallucination, a trick of magic? He was certain he had swallowed her completely. The goddess, however, waved off his concern, insisting that the details didn't matter. Realization dawned on the dragon. She wasn't sustenance to be devoured. His senses, shared through a lingering scent, made him demand her true nature. Calmly, the goddess pointed toward a distant city, her eyes gleaming. "There's plenty of food there," she told him, her words teasing yet informative. Eat as much as you like, she encouraged, letting him know the feast was his for the taking. Urakan's jaws flexed, his monstrous form shivering with anticipation, salivation dripping as he imagined the meals ahead. The goddess maintained her serene smile, observing the dragon's growing obsession with a mixture of amusement and concern. He spread his colossal wings, eyes glazed in trance-like fervor, declaring in a voice that echoed across the landscape, "I am Urakan, and my purpose is the annihilation of humanity." Without hesitation, he launched into the skies, wings slicing the air, moving far, far from the desolation he had left behind. Urakan descended atop a towering building in the bustling city, his presence sending tremors through the area. Players scattered in confusion, staring at the colossal figure in disbelief. Without warning, a spike shot from Urakan's back, piercing the chest of a nearby player right in front of his horrified girlfriend, drawing him into the dragon's consuming power. She screamed in terror, her cries echoing through the city streets as panic rippled outward. Spikes rained down indiscriminately, ensnaring every nearby player, their life force absorbed by the dragon in an unrelenting display of devastation. A grotesque, satisfied expression crossed Urakan's face as he devoured their levels and stats. The starting village, once bustling with new adventurers and seasoned rankers alike, was erased entirely, leaving behind a ghostly emptiness. Back at the Chrono Life Company, an employee burst into the room, panic-stricken, announcing a torrent of user complaints from customer service calls to viral YouTube live streams documenting the chaos. The support team was paralyzed, unable to manage the sheer volume of incidents flooding their systems. Staff checked the situation, urging calm. Being attacked by a monster that could erase characters so completely was unprecedented. Diokbei groaned in exasperation, sarcastically asking if Urakan had finally appeared and questioning whether anyone found this fun. The employee pleaded for explanation, bewildered by how it could happen. Diokbei commanded that, from that point on, their monitoring focus should narrow to just two characters, the first being Urakan. In the smoldering ruins of the city, Urakan stood unmoving, a terrifying monument amidst the devastation. The goddess of life commented, awed, incredible. I never imagined he would consume everyone, leaving the city as a ghost town in moments. Urakan's hunger remained unsated. He drooled, demanding she direct him to even more food to consume. The goddess hesitated, admitting ignorance of the next meal, but a subtle smile crossed her face, hinting at her secret knowledge. She revealed that in another direction, there awaited a delicious target, ripe for Urakan's absorption, nestled within a dense forest. At 7:34 p.m., Sarang trembled with fury, recalling her earlier warning, if he arrived late, she would take his life. She was certain she had made her intentions clear to that reckless fool. Her gaze flicked impatiently. She thought he was taking too long until she realized the looming shadow of Urakan right behind her. A level 24 fighter, she faced the lost head of Urus, level 999, a stark mismatch. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, supreme commander of the 5 Guild Alliance and top-ranking player in Chrono Life, prowled through the city, grumbling under his breath. He reminded himself of his title, of the power he once commanded over the World Guild, wondering if his reputation meant anything as a sudden explosion rocked the central square. Panic erupted. Monsters had appeared where none should exist. The village, meant to be a safe haven, was under siege. Hawkeye watched in horror as several players vanished entirely, deleted without warning. He hid, heart racing, trying to comprehend the impossible scene. The goddess of life observed him, her smile calm and enigmatic. Destruction continued unabated until the goddess and Urakan ascended, moving far from the city. Hawkeye, monitoring with his system screen open, felt a dark exhilaration, laughter bordering on madness escaping his lips. Sarang, confronted by the monstrous figure, thought incredulously, this isn't a player. Could such a thing exist even on the Hill of Beginners? Then the goddess materialized, greeting her warmly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain Amor. Sarang's brow furrowed. Do you know Underpants? He's the only one who calls me that. Her irritation flared. I almost hit him. Why did you give your character such a terrifying skin? Luna inquired quietly. Are you close to him? Sarang admitted. For now, honestly, I just wanted to play with him a bit, even though I don't really like him that much. He just won't leave my shadow, she muttered. The goddess of life's face darkened briefly, but she quickly forced a polite smile. Earlier, facing the Halcyon Guild, Luna had already been annoyed with Jiwoo for speaking with Captain Love, adding to her frustration. You are truly very annoying, the goddess remarked. Sarang blinked, confused. What do you mean by that? Before she could react, Spikes erupted from Huracan, lifting her into the air as her HP plummeted to 0. Luna's voice cut cold through the air. "Please, go to hell. You were overrated." Sarang collapsed, leaving only her scarf behind. Huracan absorbed her stats and levels, murmuring, "Delicious, quite a meal." Luna responded with a measured, "Of course, I was a fragment of a god." Huracan hesitated, questioning the claim, but the goddess merely approached the scarf, unbothered. "That's not important," she said softly. "Don't worry about it." Stepping over the scarf, she asked, "Shall we go find more delicious food?" Jiwoo interjected sharply, demanding to know where the deranged duo was heading. Both turned, facing him directly, their expressions radiating anger and challenge. The goddess broke into a radiant smile, her eyes lighting up as she said, "It's been a long time. How have you been?" Jiwoo, unamused, snapped sharply, telling her to shut up. He glared, warning her to lift her filthy pig's foot off the scarf immediately, or risk losing her life all over again. The goddess glanced down at the scarf she had been stepping on, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It was a mistake," she apologized, stepping back gracefully. Jiwoo's cold gaze followed her, his eyes unyielding as he maintained a steady watch. Then, turning to face Huracan, he spat out the words with icy precision, "Human with tentacles, the beating starts with you." He raised his staff high, every muscle tensed in preparation. An immense surge of power erupted, stronger than anything ever witnessed before, a blinding wave that seemed to twist the air itself. Huracan's face flickered with surprise for the briefest instant, but the blast obliterated everything in its path. The energy pierced the planet's atmosphere and continued racing through the galaxy. When the smoke finally cleared, Jiwoo stood unscathed, calm and composed. He smirked, declaring that he would let the goddess escape this time, and told the cockroach to scuttle along. Luna retorted, incredulous. How could a cockroach ever compare to her beauty? She chided him for pretending to be strong, knowing he could never take her life. She advised him to focus on finishing his job first, pointing out that his real enemy was still right in front of him. Jiwoo's eyes shifted to the source of the movement. Huracan was hurtling toward him at full speed, claws bared and deadly. "My son!" Luna cried, her voice echoing as Huracan unleashed a devastating blast with his claws. The impact caused an immense explosion, shaking the terrain with shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Eurus, panicked, shouted desperately for his youngnim, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding. Yet Jiwoo remained standing, a calm smile on his face. "That actually surprised me," he commented, almost in amusement. He wondered aloud what Huracan truly was, and how he could remain unharmed even after such a ferocious strike. Eurus asked if he was okay, and Jiwoo confirmed, his wounds instantly regenerating in a display of unnatural resilience. Huracan, bewildered, asked why Jiwoo was surprised, claiming the blow had never even reached him. Jiwoo's eyes narrowed, his glare icy and unrelenting. "Dodged it, huh?" he muttered. "Then I'd better swing harder next time." Eurus shook his head, noting it was a cunning bluff. "Are you saying your previous attack wasn't even at full power?" Jiwoo's lips curved into a faint smile as he confirmed, explaining that every attack up until now had been nothing more than ordinary strikes. With that, he unleashed a massive surge of energy, leaving Huracan frozen in terror. From his chest he drew forth the energy of the novice skill, Swordsman's Spirit Master, a power he had never before been able to fully wield. Turning his gaze to Huracan, he spat out a biting insult. "Son of a cockroach." He warned the dragon that this would be the first time he used a skill. If Huracan was hit, it would inflict grievous damage. He better do everything he could to dodge it. Jiwoo gripped his staff with every ounce of strength, commanding the system to activate the skill Continuous Cut. The devastating strike shot outward, leaving the planet entirely behind, heading straight toward Saturn. As it traveled, memories of Sarang flooded Jiwoo's mind, fueling his rage and sharpening his focus with every passing second. The blow seemed to erase Huracan's very existence along its path, piercing through Saturn as if the planet were no more than paper. Saturn initially absorbed the shockwaves, glowing faintly before suddenly detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer scale of destruction marked the Continuous Cut, the most basic skill of a swordsman, transformed into something of planetary magnitude. Elsewhere, a live broadcast was about to begin. Hawkeye appeared on the screen, introducing himself grandly as the Supreme Commander of the World Union. The chat exploded with jeers, calling him a loser and demanding he end the stream. Paradoxically, viewers only surged higher, flocking to the broadcast to mock or threaten him. In Chrono Life, streamer mode allowed players to broadcast their gameplay in real time. normally available to all. It had been disabled during doomsday events to ensure the operation's success. Because of this restriction, the identity of the elusive player they sought remained unknown to the public. Hawkeye announced he would get straight to the point. 1 person against 3 million players, he admitted. Realistically, it should have been impossible. He referenced the company's notice board, which denied any bug or hacking. Yet he couldn't bring himself to believe it. Furious, he accused the game company of treating its users like dogs and pigs, insisting on a thorough investigation. The complaint board was overflowing with reports of a monster capable of deleting characters entirely. Hawkeye called on every affected player to join his stream, vowing to track down the creature. He promised to reveal the truth today, exposing the rotten game company behind the chaos. Then, suddenly, he shifted tone, reminding everyone to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, smoke began to dissipate. Ji-Woo remained standing, unharmed, letting out a calm sigh. Urakan was incredible to survive that, he remarked, a mixture of respect and astonishment in his voice. He couldn't believe he had managed to evade what should have been a fatal strike, still puzzled at the mechanics behind it. Despite surviving, Urakan's form was battered and completely wounded, his confidence shaken. Then the being formally revealed himself. I am Urakan, the lost head of Urus, and my sole purpose is the annihilation of humanity. I am the strongest boss. Urus nodded, confirming what Ji-Woo had sensed, that familiar presence wasn't imagination. He warned Hyungnam to be careful, as this creature might explain the disappearance of monsters in the Valley of Ghosts. He added that Captain Amor's earlier death must also have been caused by Urakan. As Ji-Woo absorbed the revelation, Urakan watched from a distance, repeating his threat to take Ji-Woo's life before striking again with his claws. Ji-Woo recalled Love's character being completely deleted, realizing the seriousness of the threat. At that exact moment, Urakan lunged, but Ji-Woo calmly blocked the blow by pressing his staff against the monster's head, activating a non-lethal counterattack that held the dragon at bay. An enormous explosion ripped through the battlefield, the force of it shaking the very air and sending debris scattering across the terrain. From a distance, Hawkeye sprinted toward the chaos, shouting for everyone to stay alert as he neared, eyes wide with both fear and curiosity, trying to get a closer look at the unfolding battle. Ji-Woo spun his staff with precise, fluid motion, striking Urakan's abdomen with a controlled, non-lethal blow. The impact erupted in a colossal shockwave, shaking the ground beneath them once more. Urakan spat blood, a guttural grunt escaping him as pain surged through his monstrous body, yet he staggered forward, attempting to advance despite the injuries. Ji-Woo, unfazed, prepared his next assault, this time channeling the burst attack version of his skill, energy crackling along his staff. Blasts of concentrated energy slammed into Urakan one after another, each strike landing without pause, a relentless storm of power raining down upon the dragon. Finally, a titanic explosion shook the battlefield, and Urakan coughed violently, more blood streaming from his gaping wounds. From his hiding spot beneath a tree, Hawkeye watched everything unfold, heart pounding as the sheer scale of destruction left him speechless. Other players whispered among themselves, speculating who could be engaging in such a high-level duel. Some squinted, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the man wielding such overwhelming power. Hawkeye, however, could barely process the scene, frozen in shock, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. As the smoke began to clear, the figure at the center of the devastation was revealed. Ji-Woo, the very man from the wanted poster. The onlookers were left utterly stunned. This was the player responsible for the catastrophic doomsday event. Hawkeye's mind raced, remembering his previous crushing defeat and every terrible consequence that followed. He knew without a doubt that it had all been Ji-Woo's doing. He could hardly believe he had come face to face with his greatest enemy at the absolute worst possible time and place. Without hesitation, Hawkeye notched an arrow and aimed it directly at Ji-Woo, the tension in his arms taut as the bowstring creaked. The arrow shot forth, slicing through the chaos, but instead of hitting Ji-Woo, it shattered a fragment of Urakan's horn, sending shards flying in all directions. The onlookers gasped, murmuring among themselves, puzzled by what they had just witnessed. Then suddenly a voice in the chat exclaimed that their character had been restored. Soon, multiple others began reporting the same miraculous recovery. Hawkeye was in denial, his mind unable to comprehend how such a thing could be possible. It soon became clear. The stolen souls were returning to their rightful owners, albeit with diminished levels and skill points. Urakan, battered and bleeding, had his level drop dramatically to 723, his power waning with each passing second. Ji-Woo paused briefly, curiosity flickering across his features. Initially, he had been effortlessly dodging Urakan's attacks, but now he noticed the monster's movements slowing. Eurus explained the energy Urakan had absorbed was now returning to its original owners, weakening the dragon further with each soul released. Meanwhile, in the Chrono Life Company building, a team leader spoke up, having finally grasped the situation. He clarified that the player data hadn't been deleted at all. It had been temporarily stored in Urakan's horns. Deokbe, shocked, questioned how a developer could be unaware of such a crucial mechanic. The employee calmly explained that he had been part of the design team, not the operations staff, hence his lack of knowledge. Back on the battlefield, a rare smile spread across Jiwoo's face, a spark of hope and mischief in his eyes. "Is this real?" he murmured. "So, if I can finally beat this bastard, will Captain Amor return too?" The mere mention of her name seemed to stir Urakan, his monstrous frame trembling with rage. He ground his teeth, roaring as he charged forward, screaming that Jiwoo was nothing more than insignificant food. Jiwoo responded with an unrelenting flurry, deploying the non-lethal version of his skill in rapid succession. Every strike landed precisely, inflicting devastating damage upon the dragon. The system flashed another notification. A stolen soul had returned to its owner, further reducing Urakan's levels. Now, the dragon's level had plummeted to 389, his overwhelming power collapsing under the force of the reclaimed energy. Hawkeye's live stream exploded with viewers, the numbers climbing steadily as the spectacle unfolded. Chat erupted with comments, recognizing Jiwoo as the Doomsday Player killer, the very figure responsible for mass chaos. Yet now, the same players were reclaiming their characters thanks to him. Hawkeye, jaw agape, could only watch in stunned silence. He lowered his bow, abandoning any notion of attacking the protagonist, realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, in her penthouse, Han Sarang watched the stream on her phone, already dressed in her performance outfit, eyes wide with astonishment. Viewers across the world celebrated, cheering wildly for Jiwoo's incredible feat. Sarang's jaw dropped as memories resurfaced, recalling when Jiwoo used to chase her in the game, begging to be carried across the map. She reflected on how much he had changed, a mix of admiration and surprise washing over her. Back in the game, the thick smoke from the latest attack began to dissipate, revealing the aftermath. Urakan knelt on the ground, his body battered and broken, the relentless non-lethal strikes having left him completely ravaged. His stats had plummeted, now comparable to a mere level 180 player, a staggering drop from his previous strength. Jiwoo closed in swiftly, staff raised, ready to finish the fight with precise control. Eurus noted that all of Urakan's stolen energy had returned to its rightful owners, causing the dragon to revert to his original weakened form. "I can feel it," Jiwoo murmured, assessing his next move, strategizing how best to end the battle decisively. Urakan drooled, attempting to move, stammering his own name in desperation. Then, with a final desperate lunge, he fired a spike that impaled Jiwoo directly, striking true. The livestream's viewers were left in absolute shock, mouths agape at the deadly turn of events. Eurus's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes widening as Urakan threw back his head and unleashed a triumphant, ear-splitting roar that echoed across the battlefield. Urakan bellowed, declaring himself a creature born to annihilate humanity. While Jiwoo's life force was siphoned away, drawn in relentlessly like a leech feeding on his vitality. Desperation overtook Urus as he tried to reach out, screaming his young Nim's name, but it was too late. The protagonist was being violently torn apart before his eyes. With ruthless efficiency, Urakan continued to drain his target's level, each pull sending a shudder through the monster's massive frame. What remained of Jiwoo collapsed to the ground, fragile as a snapped twig, while the monster's horn began an eerie, almost organic regrowth. Then came Urakan's booming laughter, a sound both horrifying and elated, as he proclaimed the meal delicious, savoring the novelty of such exquisite prey for the first time. Even as he reached a staggering 999 in levels, Urakan scoffed, insisting that it was far from enough. His hunger, insatiable and boundless, defined him utterly. He was Urakan the gluttonous, a being whose appetite knew no limits. Eurus approached the broken remnants of his friend, kneeling with heavy heart beside the battered figure, his hands trembling. He broke down entirely, calling out desperately for his Hyungnim, his tears streaking his face as his voice cracked. Suddenly, a hidden skill, the healing factor, activated, sending waves of regeneration through the damaged body, knitting torn flesh and shattered bone back together. Urakan's enormous belly began to swell uncontrollably, a pang of sudden, agonizing growth twisting through him as his body reacted violently. Cracks spidered across his stomach, forming a grotesque face that emerged from the monster itself, eyes cold and unyielding, staring directly at him. The face twisted into a cruel smile, one so chilling that Urakan's bravado evaporated completely, leaving him frozen in terror. The creature screamed, body writhing in agony, while Jiwoo, watching with detached amusement, let out a soft laugh at the chaos unfolding. A fragment of Diakbe's cigar dropped silently to the ground, smoldering faintly, unnoticed in the storm of transformation. Everyone nearby stared in confusion and disgust, struggling to comprehend the grotesque figure that had emerged. High above, Luna observed the entire scene, her eyes widening in sheer astonishment at the spectacle before her. Jiwoo's laughter rang out again, icy and chilling, remarking on how entertaining it was to watch Urakan squirm like a helpless earthworm. Urus, still shaken, questioned if it was truly him, and Jiwoo confirmed it with a faint smirk. Urakan ground his teeth in fury, screaming that Jiwoo was nothing less than a child born to eradicate humanity, once more declaring himself Urakan the gluttonous in a desperate roar. Then, abruptly, his shouts fell silent, as if swallowed by the very air around them. Jiwoo's form began absorbing its own belly, repurposing the matter to reconstruct himself, a fluid reshaping that seemed to defy logic. As his body reformed, Urus's eyes widened, astonished at the metamorphosis unfolding right before him. Urakan could only groan, the pain of being consumed and reabsorbed leaving him helpless against forces far beyond his control. Jiwoo stepped firmly onto the ground, fully restored. The healing factor ensured that every wound, every lost cell, was completely recovered, restoring what had been absorbed to its rightful owner. He briefly pondered the futility of this process, noting that most of his cells had fused with Iroken, reducing him to a mere part of the monster and leaving only fragments of his original body intact. But the process reversed in a single fluid motion. Urakan was expelled from his body by the healing factor, ejected with a belch. This event unlocked a hidden skill, gluttony, a terrifying power that allowed one to consume and absorb an enemy's level and abilities simply by eating them. Luna tilted her head, asking quietly if it was finally over. She commented that the outcome wasn't quite what she had expected, yet admitted it had been strangely entertaining to watch. Jiwoo noted her happiness, despite the fact he had just ended her son's life. She clarified that he was merely evil and that everything had been metaphorical. She had never truly given birth to him. For the record, she was 21 years old, the same age as Jiwoo. Surprised, Jiwoo asked how she knew his age. His curiosity piqued. Ignoring his question, Luna summoned her scepter, moving it to her side with grace. She cast him one final smile before opening a dimensional portal, posing rhetorically. Who knows? Massive claws slashed through the portal, revealing the hand of an absurdly enormous creature, leaving Jiwoo utterly shocked and frozen in place. Luna walked confidently to the top of that hand, bidding her farewells. She called Jiwoo by a final, mocking name, Mr. Loser, promising they would meet again. Meanwhile, at the company, Deokbe's cigar slipped from his mouth. Calmly, he instructed his subordinates to post a notice about a reward event and to continue monitoring his prior requests. Back at the old starting village, players raised their hands in triumph, celebrating Jiwoo's deeds and hailing him as a true hero. Some even played trumpets, calling on all residents of the starting village to honor the hero of their game. Jiwoo dramatically placed a hand on his forehead, questioning who had revealed his secret strength and foiled his attempts to stay hidden. Hawkeye's livestream peaked at 235,000 viewers and clips quickly spread across multiple online communities, including YouTube. Amid the praise, an elf shouted over the crowd, condemning them for glorifying a murderer, insisting Jiwoo could never be a hero. He accused Jiwoo of killing 3 million players in a short span, calling the crowd's admiration for the most wanted criminal completely insane. Hawkeye interrupted sharply, questioning if deleting player characters wasn't the same as taking lives, telling the elf to stop spouting nonsense. With just one broadcast, Hawkeye became a sensation, arguably the biggest beneficiary of the incident. Observers suggested that Jiwoo, seemingly acting solo without a guild, should join the Justice Guild. Others followed suit, imploring the hero to join their guilds, promising him unmatched treatment and respect if he accepted. Overwhelmed by the attention, Jiwoo panicked, fleeing from the insistent crowd that surrounded him. Urus smirked, teasing that his Hyungnim had finally become famous and that he should have stopped hiding his power much earlier. Jiwoo, annoyed, snapped at him to be quiet. Suddenly, Jiwoo's head collided with something hard, a golden statue, gleaming ominously in the sunlight. He stepped back cautiously, heart pounding, staring at the statue to figure out what on earth it could be. Before him stood a full-body statue of himself, strikingly lifelike. Both Jiwoo and Urus froze, horror etched on their faces. He begged it not to be him, but Urus confirmed grimly it was indeed Hyungnim. From behind, Wang appeared with a sly grin, asking casually if Jiwoo liked the statue, as though the absurdity of it all were perfectly normal. He appeared with his entire guild, each member clad only in underwear and a long cloak that fluttered dramatically in the wind. The man chuckled, remarking that it had been worth spending a fortune to create such a bizarre tribute. He thoroughly enjoyed Jiwoo's performance, shaking his head in disbelief as he muttered, "So this really is that guy, confirming the rumors in his mind." Then Wang asked, with a mix of curiosity and awe, if Jiwoo had truly caused the Doomsday event. He explained that after witnessing that day's chaos, he had been so impressed that he commissioned the massive statue in Jiwoo's honor. Jiwoo blinked in confusion, utterly perplexed by the man's reaction. More pressingly, he couldn't stop wondering, why was everyone dressed only in underwear? The chairman clarified, a serious tone beneath a faint smirk, that every last resource had been poured into constructing the statue, with the total cost exceeding 20 billion. Just then, townspeople began shouting excitedly that they had spotted the hero. Jiwoo bolted, urging the old man not to follow. Meanwhile, in her penthouse, Han Sarang sat on her bed, head lowered, reflecting quietly on the tumultuous events. She pieced together the obvious now. The monsters had vanished the moment she opened her eyes, and the bear rabbit had been crushed with a single strike. Even her gauntlets, stolen earlier by the Hallison Guild, must have been recovered by Jiwoo, who returned them after tracking down the guild. She wondered silently why he had done it, why he pretended to be weak, why he had deceived her so completely. A shiver of dread ran through her as she recalled her teddy bear lying destroyed on the floor. In that moment, she had been just a child in front of her father, tears streaming, terrified of everything around her. The memories hit her like a storm, and she broke down, trembling as she fumbled with her glasses in a futile attempt to regain composure. Eventually, she settled them back on her face, still shaking, her body huddled as she sat silently on the bed. Later, in the bustling cityscape of the game world, Jiwoo's expression was one of exhaustion. He remarked that the crowd had finally calmed down, muttering that this must be what life was like for a famous person. Urus, standing beside him, warned that even so, the gazes of countless onlookers still lingered. Jiwoo furrowed his brow, sensing an inexplicable emptiness, as though he had forgotten something important. But try as he might, he couldn't recall what it was. Then, unexpectedly, Han Sarang appeared before him, stepping into his field of vision like a living memory. Jiwoo's voice rose instinctively as he called out, asking if she had finally returned. Relief washed over him. Now he understood why he had felt that nagging sense of loss. She was the missing piece. The surrounding crowd murmured in curiosity, wondering who this mysterious girl was that the hero addressed. Although she was unfamiliar to them, her presence felt strangely recognizable, tugging at something in their collective memory. Jiwoo reached into his bag and produced a scarf. "I got this for you," he said, gently wrapping it around Han Sarang's neck. He began explaining that he had obtained it after taking Urakon's life, but quickly amended his statement, admitting he had merely found it along the way, lying on the ground. Rather than softening her, this irritated Han Sarang even further. Her small frame trembled with barely contained rage. "Don't make me laugh!" she snapped, eyes blazing. "That's not true! Why are you lying?" "What do you mean?" Jiwoo asked, genuinely puzzled. "I don't even know how to lie." Han Sarang trembled again, this time with a mixture of anxiety and fiery frustration. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, spat out, "Underpants. Weren't you the one who delivered rice cakes to my house?" she demanded, eyes narrowing in suspicion. Jiwoo froze, confused at first, until realization dawned and his eyes widened. The memory hit him like a lightning bolt. The moment he had delivered the rice cake to her, everything clicked. "It can't be Captain Amor," he murmured under his breath. Was Han Sarang? The girl's confirmation answered the question before it was fully formed in his mind. The audience watched the drama unfold, caught between disbelief and fascination. "This is my identity in the real world, outside the game," she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. Han Sarang's story unfolded, a girl who had loved singing from the very start, her passion undeniable. "Are you crazy?" Hernuna shouted. "You can't reveal your identity in front of all these people. Do you have any sense?" She had already become the #1 trending topic online, the situation a total frenzy as journalists clamored for interviews and snapshots. And on top of that, you customized your character to look exactly like yourself, Hernuna continued. You should have thought of this before logging in. Character customization in the game allowed players to alter appearances, But in this virtual reality system, the law required that avatars match real-life looks, a rule she had inadvertently ignored. Her Nuna yelled that she should at least have changed her hairstyle, marveling that it had taken so long for her true identity to be exposed. Han Sarang fired back. And what's the big deal? I wasn't even trying to hide it. Is playing the game a crime? Why should I conceal who I am? I play to have fun. I shouldn't have to care what anyone else thinks, she added, voice firm and unapologetic. You're afraid your true self will be revealed. Haven't you been pretending for the whole nation? Her Nuna countered sharply. Her words only fueled Han Sarang's anger further, cheeks flushed with indignation. I never wanted to pretend in the first place, she shouted, slamming the bedroom door behind her. I told you from the beginning I hate deceiving my fans. Her Nuna muttered under her breath, shaking his head at her stubbornness. Determined, Han Sarang grabbed her virtual reality headset and swiftly donned it. The system powered on immediately, scanning her irises with a soft mechanical hum. Her trembling body slowly began to settle, breath evening out as her anxiety ebbed. The system announced authentication complete, transporting her to chrono life, back in the past, standing in a school playground. Han Sarang hummed a gentle tune, a song about those who drink from the mountain spring. At dawn, a small rabbit rubbed its eyes awake, skipping the wash and drinking straight from the clear spring. Han Anna Sarang had discovered her musical talent early, astonishingly debuting in the industry at just 5 years old. Genius, prodigy, heaven-sent singer, even reincarnation. These were the titles people used to describe her. Her debut had been dazzling, a performance more glorious than anyone else's, leaving audiences awestruck. But then tragedy struck, sudden and unrelenting, as if it had been lying in wait for the perfect moment to shatter everything. Her delicate flower, destined to bloom brilliantly, was trampled beneath the callous feet of greedy corporate adults. And the ones who should have shielded her from harm, her own parents, were instead complicit in her suffering. The reason was painfully simple: money. It was a heartbreakingly familiar tale in the entertainment industry, a pattern that crushed young talents as if they were characters in some cheaply written drama, leaving a child's life scarred before it had truly begun. Just like that, Han Sarang found herself subjected to relentless overwork, a grueling schedule no child should endure. Music programs, interviews, variety shows, endless commercial shoots all demanded her constant presence, each day a marathon of exhaustion. Ironically, the reason she could bear such a punishing routine, one that would break even an adult, was her parents' harsh encouragement. They constantly asked why she wasn't doing better, insisting that she was capable of far more than anyone realized. Even while tears streaked her face and fear tightened around her chest, Han Sarang forced an anxious smile, trying to meet expectations she barely understood herself. But her small, fragile body could only endure so much, and limits were quickly reached. During a year-end special broadcast, drawing record-breaking viewership, she prepared for a final performance meant to dazzle the nation. Under the crushing weight of expectations, at the very climax of the show, the young girl collapsed, vomiting across the polished stage floor, while the audience froze in horror. Panicked, she coughed violently, calling out for her parents, but their silence was deafening. Instead of rushing to her aid, they covered their faces in anger, unable to witness her suffering. Seeing their reaction, the already fragile child spiraled further into panic, completely overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. That day left an indelible scar she would carry forever. Alone in a sun-dappled field, Han Sarang reflected on her life, her gaze sweeping over the landscape with quiet melancholy. Her fingers instinctively clutched the scarf the protagonist had draped around her neck, a small comfort amid a sea of memories. And then Jiwoo appeared, his voice calling out that he had finally found her after searching tirelessly. Startled, Han Sarang spun on her heels, eyes wide with surprise and caution. Jiwoo explained that a gut instinct had led him there, and gently asked why she had run off so suddenly, confessing that he had been worried about her. Han Sarang, however, simply waved him off, telling him to leave her alone. Jiwoo was left completely bewildered by her cold response. He asked what was wrong, and Urus interjected, noting that she must be angry. But Jiwoo didn't yet realize her fury stemmed from being deceived. He had hidden his power from her. Urus advised that he should apologize, as lying to her had been wrong. Jiwoo coughed lightly, trying to steady himself, calling out to her and apologizing sincerely. He explained that he never meant to deceive her and had always planned to tell her the truth. He just hadn't found the right moment. Han Sarang gripped the scarf tightly, rising to her feet with a glare. Do you really think a simple apology can fix everything, especially after lying so easily? She demanded, her voice sharp with betrayal. Jiwoo asked what she meant. Confusion written across his face until panic struck. A griffin swooped down from the sky, seizing Han Sarang in its talons. She was in immediate danger. Jiwoo's voice rang out in desperation as he watched the creature lift her into the air. Riding the griffin, a man called down, asking if he had grabbed her too forcefully, explaining he hadn't wanted her to lose consciousness mid-flight. Eurus's eyes widened in shock, immediately recognizing the man. Jiwoo yelled, demanding to know who the man was and ordering him to release Han Sarang. The man replied with ironic politeness, apologizing to the hero. "Certain people wish to meet Miss Han Sarang," he said. "So I'll be borrowing her for now."
Jiwoo cursed under his breath, drawing his staff with fiery determination.
Eurus shouted a warning, urging his young Nim not to attack recklessly. The man on the griffin was incredibly powerful. Ignoring the warning, Jiwoo unleashed an upward strike, releasing a massive surge of energy toward the griffin and its rider. The kidnapper merely exhaled in boredom and activated his ability. 8 mystical sights, each mirrored perfectly. With the 5th mirror, he reflected Jiwoo's own attack back toward him. Still poised in his strike stance, Jiwoo watched in shock as his own energy blast came hurtling back, leaving him momentarily stunned. The attack hit him head-on. The explosion so immense that the shock wave ravaged the landscape and shot beyond the atmosphere. Everything to Jiwoo's right was obliterated, including his own arm. Urus screamed, calling desperately for his young Nim, fearing the worst. The critical injury activated Jiwoo's healing factor immediately. A brand new arm regenerated where the old one had been destroyed. Jiwoo looked up, eyes burning with fury. Eurus asked if he finally realized that this man was no ordinary human. The man's name was Habayek, an existence as formidable as Urus himself. Jiwoo questioned whether that meant he should have been a weakling. Suddenly, Habayek's mirror shattered. He was momentarily stunned, but then a smile slowly spread across his face. "Truly incredible," he said. "You're the first to break my defense since that person." However, he added, "a mere human does not deserve to wield even a fragment of a god." In a hidden tower deep in the western forest, Han Sarang awoke with a start, backing away quickly. "What's going on? Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here?" she demanded, panic flashing in her eyes. Habayek's voice was calm. "Calm down. I mean no harm. There are people who wish to meet Miss Han Sarang." Han Sarang's gaze darted around, questioning who those people might be until 2 figures approached, confirming his words. The girl recoiled instinctively, her face a mask of terror as she realized the danger and uncertainty surrounding her. Her eyes widen as she recognizes them, her father and mother. The memory of that dreadful day on stage floods back, how they had simply hidden their faces while she suffered, leaving her alone and terrified. From that day forward, Han Sarang made the painful decision to retire from her singing career, vowing to escape the relentless world that had crushed her. Yet there was someone who never gave up on her, someone whose presence lingered even in the darkest of times. Her mother suddenly strikes her across the face, sharp and shocking, a reminder of the control they still wielded over her life. These were her parents, the very ones who had denied her request to retire and forced her back onto the stage, unrelenting in their demands. Her mother would claim that they were doing it all out of love, insisting that she must understand. For years, Han Sarang endured this relentless pressure, unable to step away from the spotlight. But when her parents' income was completely cut off during an incident that left her deeply traumatized, their cruelty had crossed every imaginable line. Those people did not deserve the title of parents. They had sold the only daughter they had, treating her as nothing more than a commodity. It was nothing short of a miracle that Han Sarang managed to escape their grasp. By sheer luck and determination, she fled, reaching only as far as the police station, the sole sanctuary that would accept her in that moment of terror. Finally, Han Sarang was freed from the years she had spent in a living nightmare. The court issued a restraining order against her parents. They tried to appeal, of course, but the law provided no leniency. The decision held. Protected by the law, she was now completely free from them. But the years of abuse had left their mark. Han Sarang's mind bore deep scars, her trust shattered. The girl carried an extreme trauma tied to lies, deception, and betrayal. Since then, she had not left her room, finding solace only in online games, a world where she could control her fate, even if only virtually. Hours spent alone in the dark caused her eyesight to deteriorate rapidly, forcing her to wear glasses to navigate the world. Even now, the memory of those days made her anxious, and removing her glasses in real life brought back a flood of unease. The story of the day she would finally step back into the world will be told later, but for now, her present remained fraught with tension. Back in the present, Han Sarang sits across from her parents, the weight of the past making her tremble with anxiety. Her voice shakes as she asks about the restraining order, eyes darting between them. They explain that they entered the game only after reading an article about her playing Chrono Life. Even then, they admit it would have been nearly impossible to locate her on their own, but fortunately, someone had assisted them this time. Habayek steps back, offering a polite farewell, saying he'll give them privacy to speak freely before vanishing from sight. Sarang's mother gazes at her with awe, noting how much she has grown. They had only ever seen her on TV, yet even in virtual reality, seeing her now is a joy beyond words. She laments the cruelty of a world that used the law to separate parents from their daughter, unable to reconcile the injustice. Han Sarang's hands tremble, teeth clenched in anguish as her emotions threaten to overwhelm her completely. Finally, she asks what they want, stating that if it's nothing important, she can simply log out and return to her safe world. Her mother cries out that they are truly sorry, voice quivering with regret. She admits they had long wanted to apologize and acknowledges how harsh they were that day. She asks if Han Sarang could forgive them, hoping they might rebuild a happy life together, reminiscent of the times before tragedy struck. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Habayek walks silently, keeping a watchful eye on the surroundings. Suddenly, his griffin rises to its full height, wings spreading ominously against the sky. Ji-woo appears behind him, stance firm, eyes locked on the enemy. Habayek remarks that the location had been secret. Though he suspects that Urus must have guided Ji-woo there, he begins to explain further, but Ji-woo cuts him off, saying sharply for him to remain silent. Ji-woo declares that he will fight again, vowing that even victory will feel hollow until he secures true, just revenge. Habayek sighs, snapping his fingers with a resigned expression. There is nothing to be done, he murmurs. His griffin lets out a thunderous roar and charges toward the two, talons extended. Ji-woo asks aloud if this bird will be the first obstacle he faces. His eyes widen in disbelief. There are now not one, but two griffins barreling toward him. Rubbing his eyes in sheer shock, Ji-woo wonders if this is some impossible illusion, a multiplying nightmare. Habayek activates his fourth vision, photocopy, sending tens of thousands of griffins surging forward, an unending swarm of wings and claws. Ji-woo swings his staff desperately, creating an explosion that obliterates everything in its path, yet the swarm does not diminish. Debris hangs suspended midair, and from it, more griffons emerge, multiplying endlessly like a living nightmare. Ji-woo asks who this man is, and Urus explains that it's photocopy, the fourth ability of Habayek's mirror. He warns Ji-woo to exercise caution, explaining that the mirror's full potential is called 8 visions. Ji-woo admits he's hearing about this for the first time. Urus elaborates that there are 8 mirrors, each granting a unique effect at each vision level from the 1st to the 8th. For instance, the one used previously was reflection, which deflects all physical and magical attacks. Ji-woo groans, complaining that it's far too overpowered and that the game should be better balanced. Urus looks at him, a mixture of amusement and disbelief, finding it absurd that Ji-woo is worrying about game balance amidst this chaos. In reality, it didn't matter. This was never a battle about fairness. Habayek wasn't a mere player. He was a boss, a powerful entity that had to be defeated no matter what. Meanwhile, Habayek simply stared at Ji-woo, his expression calm, almost mocking, revealing nothing of his intent. Ji-woo's lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. "Funny game," he muttered, "a boss parading around pretending to be human. Who came up with this ridiculous idea?" But before he could dwell on it, a griffin attacked from behind, talons snapping. Caught off guard, Ji-woo spat blood, the impact throwing him off balance. In a coordinated strike, the other griffins launched fireballs simultaneously, turning the battlefield into a storm of flames. Still, Ji-woo planted his feet grimacing. "For a moment there, you really scared me," he complained, brushing off the danger as if mocking the attack. Rising to his full height, staff in hand, he activated his skill, continuous cut, and the griffins directly in front of him began to dissipate into nothingness, shredded by the spinning blade of energy. Habayek sighed audibly, shaking his head as if bored. "It's useless," he said, his voice calm and chilling. "No matter how many you destroy, I can create more. Photocopy can replicate as many as I want." To demonstrate, new griffins erupted in place of the vanquished ones, growling and circling menacingly. Ji-woo's eyes narrowed. "You've got to be kidding me to win this. I'll have to break that mirror too." Habayek merely maintained his sinister, unyielding smile, unwavering in the face of chaos. Jai-Wu summoned Continuous Cut once more, slicing through every creature before him with a precise, relentless rhythm. Yet, as soon as the griffins reformed, he unleashed another barrage. Repeating this cycle a dozen times, each strike sent shockwaves across the planet, beams of light bursting from every cut, making the earth itself tremble. Finally, a hairline crack appeared in the mirror, a sign that Habayek's power might be vulnerable. Habayek's eyes widened in shock, disbelief evident. Who is this guy?" he muttered, taken aback by Ji-Wu's sheer force. Jai-Wu pointed his staff at the mirror, his voice calm but pointed. "Is it finally cracking?" he added with a smirk. "I heard you were just like Urus, which means you're a weakling." Habayek's lips curled into a grin. "I am not weak. You, however, are the abnormal one. I didn't expect such power from a human like you." Jai-Wu's eyes narrowed, fury flashing. "Wipe that smile off your face. You look like a cockroach." He demanded answers, his voice sharp. "If you don't want to go to hell, tell me, why did you kidnap Captain Amor? And what do you mean by peace of a god?" Habayek's response was measured, hesitant. "I'm not sure if I should answer that." Ji-Wu leaned forward, tense. "Do you want to risk your life instead? Stay right there." Habayek commented that the mirror was almost broken, but he could still use it once more. Something shifted behind them. Ji-Wu tensed, anticipating another bird-like attack, but froze in surprise at the true sight. A perfect duplicate of himself stood there, staff and underwear mirrored perfectly. Ji-Wu blinked, dumbfounded. "Am I facing myself?" The duplicate mimicked every detail but reversed, a mirror image that made his movements almost uncanny. It raised its staff and unleashed reverse continuous cut. The barrage of slashes surged toward Ji-Wu with terrifying speed. He met it with a grim acceptance, standing firm as the attack struck him directly. His HP dropped steadily, the numbers hitting 0 as he endured the full force. With the final strike, everything in the area erupted into an explosion, fire and debris scattering in every direction. From a distance, Habayek observed with a mixture of awe and amusement. "Incredible," he murmured. "If I'd known, I would have copied Ji-Wu himself instead of the griffins." Urus roared, demanding to know Habayek's purpose, his voice cutting through the smoke and chaos. Habayek greeted the dragon warmly, noting it had been some time since their last meeting. He apologized for the delay, claiming business had kept him occupied. He commented with a sly smile that Urus looked far cuter than before, clearly attempting to distract. Urus snapped, refusing to let him evade the question. "Stop changing the subject. What do you want?" He positioned himself protectively in front of Ji-Wu. He pressed further. "Did that person send you?" Habayek chuckled, calling Urus by name. "Mind if I pinch your cheeks once?" To which Urus barked back, calling him a piece of shit. Suddenly the ground began to move, shifting unnaturally as something began to grow. Flesh pieces writhed together, forming a sinister, living mass. Habayek raised an eyebrow. "What is that?" Urus growled, fearing that the nightmare was beginning again. Ji-Wu's healing factor activated automatically, restoring him to full health in an instant. He stepped forward, fully restored but still twitching slightly, an eerie image reminiscent of a horror film. Despite being at full strength, his movements were unnaturally rigid, every twitch betraying the tension in his body. Then the newly formed figure spoke, calling out to Habayek, catching the villain off guard. Jai-Wu's copy had appeared behind him, mirroring his stance perfectly. Ji-Wu spun around, anger and disbelief mixing in his voice. "There you are, you damn imposter!" The copy said nothing, staring at him silently, expressionless. Urus muttered, "That clone looks faker than the original," but Ji-Wu cut him off sharply. "Shut up." The copy gripped its staff tightly, swinging downward with immense force at Ji-Wu. The energy from the strike hurtled toward him at blinding speed. Ji-Wu exhaled slowly, unfazed, preparing himself to endure the impact with grim determination. Turning back to his original form, Ji-Wu gripped his staff with renewed determination, sweeping it upward in a fluid, forceful slash that cut through the tension in the air. The moment their powers met, a violent clash erupted, sending a shock through the very ground beneath them. Spectators froze in astonishment, unable to tear their eyes away from the spectacle unfolding before them. It was as if two colossal forces, each pulling from opposite ends of the universe, were colliding violently on the planet itself. As the smoke began to thin, both Ji-Wu and his clone charged forward, teeth bared, screams ripping from their throats in perfect unison. Their staffs collided at blinding speed, powers interweaving in a chaotic dance of energy and force that seemed almost tangible. Shockwaves radiated outward from each impact, rattling the terrain and echoing through the valley around them. Jiwoo poured every ounce of his strength into his strikes, his body trembling with exertion, while the clone mirrored every movement, matching him blow for blow. Simultaneously, they unleashed the continuous slash once more, a devastating flurry that cut through the air like a storm of steel and light. The attacks detonated with immense force, obliterating the western forest as their vibrant blue and crimson auras twisted and collided in a dazzling chaotic swirl of energy. Jiwoo summoned all his might, reliving the intensity of previous clashes, while the clone unleashed its full destructive power as well. With a deafening roar, Jiwoo's final strike met its twin, triggering another explosion that tore everything apart. Both Jiwoo and his clone were left momentarily stunned by the magnitude of their combined impact. Chunks of earth were blasted into the air, and Habayak and Urus instinctively shielded their faces from the debris raining down around them. The water god observed silently, noting that the strikes had landed on each other's heads, seemingly enough to destroy them both. Yet Urus's voice rang out, calling desperately for his Hyungnim. As the smoke slowly lifted, both Jiwoo and his clone could be seen writhing on the ground, their forms twisted and formless, using their rapid regeneration to rebuild themselves into human shapes once more. Habayak commented with a wry tone that, while they weren't insane, it seemed this extreme method was the only way for them to recover fully. Renewed and restored, both Jiwoo and his clone sprang back to their original forms, charging at each other once again, their combined forces set to collide anew. The ensuing explosion of blue and red energy engulfed the mountain, a spectacle observed with awe and trepidation by the gathered onlookers from afar. Urus finally voiced his long-held question to Habayak, why he had been obstructing his Hyungnim, and why Captain Amor had been abducted in the first place. Habayak maintained a calm, almost amused smile, remarking that, unsurprisingly, Urus knew very little and suggesting he focus on the others instead. He continued, asserting that even that particular person could not act recklessly around him, the mightiest being in all of chrono-life. This was the prideful essence of Urus. Then Habayak posed his own question. Why was Urus, a being traditionally uninterested in worldly matters, choosing to accompany a mere human? Why? Urus repeated, his voice laced with incredulity, clearly struggling to comprehend the reasoning. Habayak explained that Urus had misunderstood several points and reassured him that he had no intentions involving the hero. His only concern was the peace of God. The objective, Habayak clarified, was solely to preserve the peace of God. Urus hesitated, questioning whether he meant Captain Amor specifically. Habayak laughed softly, dismissing the notion, noting that a human could never truly hold such significance. Han Sarang, he said, was simply the steward of the peace of God. Nothing more. Meanwhile, in the hidden tower, Han Sarang's mother faced her daughter with an expression of sincere regret, her voice trembling as she apologized. She pleaded for her daughter's understanding, her eyes scanning for the object in Han Sarang's hands, only to realize the girl held nothing. A brief silence hung in the air before she suddenly reached out and clasped her daughter's hand firmly. "My beautiful daughter, Han Sarang, where are the gauntlets of silence?" she asked, a mix of concern and longing in her voice. Back atop the mountain, Urus's disbelief was evident. "They're the peace of God and only cost 10 million, he asked incredulously. Habayak replied matter-of-factly, that price was irrelevant. Soon, even ordinary players would have access to these items. He explained that the items in chrono-life were categorized into several distinct ranks. The most basic were the normal rank items, common and widely attainable. Above them were the rare rank items, coveted for their uncommon abilities. Next came the unique rank, followed by the elite Newman rank. Urus had also heard whispers of a transcendent rank, but had never seen one firsthand. He recalled that all such items were in Jiwoo's possession. Habayak confirmed that, regardless of strength or rarity, the pieces of God held unparalleled significance, though the transcendent rank remained a rare exception, especially among the gods of this world. Far away, Luna observed the clash. She muttered with a hint of amusement that Habayak had spilled all the secrets, remarking that a man who couldn't keep his mouth shut was hardly attractive. Beside her, a god casually bit into a sandwich, remarking that none of this was news. Everyone already knew, he added, matter-of-factly. Indeed, Luna herself had been collecting pieces of God since she first arrived at the Halasan Guild that fateful night. She was referring specifically to the Gauntlets of Silence. Luna commented knowingly that, as expected, Habayak had always been aware of this. The god inquired if she truly believed Urakan could absorb the peace of God. The goddess of life nodded in agreement, admitting she had feigned calm but that the outcome had diverged from her expectations. Then, without warning, an even larger explosion erupted, shaking the mountain with thunderous force. Jiwoo and his clone's powers collided once again, a clash of unmatched intensity. Exhaustion began to weigh heavily on Jiwoo, though the clone appeared untouched by fatigue. Relentless in its assault, with surgical precision, the clone launched a devastating strike. Jiwoo realized the danger too late. A searing slash tore across his chest, sending him sprawling across the terrain. From the distance, Urs cried out desperately, for his Hyungnam heart pounding with fear and urgency. Habayek explained that, on paper, Jiwoo and his clone were identical, same stats, same control, but there was one decisive difference. One was a living user, the other merely a bot. That subtle distinction could tip the entire battle. Unlike Jiwoo, the clone wouldn't falter from fatigue or miscalculations. Habayek predicted that, as the fight dragged on, the tide would inevitably shift in the clone's favor. Urs shot forward, wings slicing through the air as he raced toward his Hyungnam. Habayek watched the scene and let out a long, weary sigh. Jiwoo's body seemed to melt into the ground like viscous goo, only to suddenly reform, his chest bearing a fresh wound from the earlier attack. Urs reached Jiwoo's side in an instant, concern etched across his face. Activating his healing factor, Jiwoo's body began knitting itself back together, even clearing the blood from his mouth in a flicker of motion. "I have to admit, that was damn fun," Jiwoo shouted, a mischievous grin splitting his face. Both Urs and Habayek blinked, startled by his reaction to such peril. Jiwoo chuckled and confessed that everything had felt dull until now. He could have taken everyone down in a single blow before. He didn't want to kill this phony yet, he simply wanted to keep playing, to savor the thrill of the fight. Urus's wings fluttered nervously. "What do you mean?" he demanded. "You were in serious danger." His worry was tangible, his voice sharp with tension. Jiwoo laughed, watching the clone barreling toward him. Danger? Hardly. To him, the notion was laughable. He planted himself firmly, a confident smirk on his face. "There are two ways to finish this bastard," he said casually, as if announcing the weather. Everyone, from Urus to the observing gods, stared in disbelief. The two staffs clashed, generating a colossal wave of smoke and a violent explosion that tore through another stretch of land. Urus shielded his face against the blast, while Luna and the gods simply endured the force. As the smoke cleared, Habayek remarked that Jiwoo had teased about two ways to finish him, and he was curious which method the young master would choose. Luna munched casually on her sandwich, rolling her eyes. "He's bluffing," she muttered. "Compared to other bosses in Chrono Life, Habayek is on a completely different level. That 8 visions ability, totally broken. No one could face him alone," she continued, doubt lacing her tone. Even Jiwoo, she felt, might not be able to take him down. Then Jiwoo revealed the first method, obliterating the planet itself. Luna and the observing god's expressions tightened with apprehension. But Jiwoo explained that if he destroyed the planet and ended the game like last time, Captain Amor would simply respawn in the starting village, while this phony would vanish entirely. Still, he wasn't in the mood to repeat the same routine. He wanted to try something different, a new method to shake things up. The two gods exhaled, a bit relieved that he wasn't taking the drastic planetary option. Meanwhile, Dayak Bey nervously bit his nails, practically pleading for Jiwoo to proceed with the second method. His anxiety radiated off him, heavier than anyone else's. Back in the hidden tower, Han Sarang's mother asked gently where the gauntlets of silence were, promising she wouldn't be angry. Her father interjected, reminding her that Habayek would reward them handsomely for retrieving the item. "They aren't asking for much," he said, his tone insistent. "After all, we brought you into this world. You owe us this much." Han Sarang shook her head. She didn't know. She had lost them some time ago. Her father stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "Did you hide them?" he demanded. Han Sarang shook her head vehemently. "No, that's not what happened," she protested, but he struck her across the face, the motion brutal and sharp. "Ungrateful brat," he shouted, rage boiling. "We suffered when you ran away." "You're a waste of money," he roared, pressing forward. "Have you forgotten who did everything for you? Where's my money? Speak." Back on the battlefield, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath Jiwoo, radiating an ominous violet light. Urus's eyes widened. "What is that?" he murmured. "A new skill from the rookie master?" Even Habayek's brow furrowed in surprise, yet the dragon seemed to recognize the energy. Jiwoo activated the ability he had absorbed from Urakan. A tentacle, a manifestation of gluttony, erupted from his mouth with a hungry, writhing motion. As Urus feared they might not escape the battlefield, the tentacle pierced the clone's back, beginning to siphon its body like liquid. Habayek questioned sharply, "Was this your plan? You thought my clones couldn't replicate the gluttony skill?" Before he could comprehend, another tentacle shot from the clone's mouth, striking Jiwoo squarely in the chest. Both combatants began absorbing each other, their powers and forms intermingling in a bizarre, chaotic struggle. Habayek explained that the clone mirrored everything Jiwoo did. That included the gluttony skill, healing factor, and battery. In essence, Jiwoo's plan had failed. He silently mused that perhaps Jiwoo should have stuck with his first method. But Jiwoo wasn't deterred. "Equip the reserve battery," he commanded. Habayek's eyes narrowed in curiosity, but before he could react, a stinger shot into his chest. Jiwoo explained his second attack aimed directly at the main body. The tentacle began siphoning Habayek, who realized too late that the attempt to absorb the clone had been a feint from the start. As his form warped and contorted, the clone faltered and vanished shortly after. Jiwoo smirked. "I knew it. If the main body suffers a fatal wound, the clone disappears. It was fun fighting you, you bastard. But now goodbye." Habayek struggled against the relentless absorption, managing to sever the tentacle with a burst of force. Jiwoo blinked, surprised at the resistance. Mirror bled alongside Habayek, reflecting his pain. Gripping the artifact tightly, Habayek shouted, "You bastard! I didn't expect to be cornered like this. Fine, I have no choice but to surrender the peace of God, the gauntlets of silence." The observing god was shocked, questioning whether the peace of God hadn't already been absorbed by Urukhan and whether Habayek was unaware. Luna shook her head, admitting she hadn't informed him. Habayek soared high into the sky, announcing his retreat for now, leaving the battlefield behind. Jiwoo retracted his tentacle and jeered. "How dare you leave? Pathetic, running away like a coward." Habayek smirked in return. "You're right. A loser should flee with his tail between his legs." Then he hurled the mirror toward Jiwoo, who caught it, an artifact imbued with one of the 8 visions. Jiwoo raised an eyebrow, questioning the gesture, while Urus stared, surprised that Habayek had willingly given him the item. Habayek instructed him to accept it, calling it a reward for surviving the raid. He clarified that it wasn't a formal reward, but something he would have granted regardless, simply for being spared. Jiwoo asked why, since he could have taken Habayek's life and acquired better items. Habayek nodded, explaining that the mirror required Jiwoo to remain alive to function. Hence, it was better to let him live. With that, Habayek bid them farewell and departed, leaving Jiwoo and Urus to digest the aftermath of the battle. The ownership of the Habayek's mirror shifted, and Jiwoo now held it firmly in his grasp as its new master. He simply shrugged, a casual gesture that revealed he didn't care much about the mirror itself. His true objective had never been the man wielding the mirror. It had always been Captain Amor, the core of his concern. Inside the hidden tower, in the same dimly lit room from before, Han Sarang's father continued his relentless assault. He yelled, furious, branding her an ungrateful brat, insisting she had no understanding of the suffering her actions had caused. He demanded obedience, calling her rebellious, and reminded her sharply of who had brought her into this world. Han Sarang sank to the floor, head bowed, silent under the weight of his tirade. The old man exhaled a tired sigh, a brief pause before a cruel smile spread across his face. "That's right," he muttered. "Now that things have come this far, we no longer need the gauntlets of silence. All we need is the money we can take from him," he added, a cold calculation in his tone. Han Sarang felt her chest tighten. She was nearing the breaking point. Her mother stepped forward, calm but chilling, explaining that this was merely a game and that the court's protective orders held no power here. There was nowhere to run. Clenching her fists tightly, Han Sarang's mind screamed for escape, while her mother murmured about their family being together forever. But in her heart, she silently begged for someone, anyone, to come and free her from this living nightmare. "Are you guys idiots?" Jiwoo's voice cut sharply through the tension, snapping everyone's attention toward him. She can just stop playing the game. All eyes swung to Jiwoo, the intruder breaking the oppressive moment like a thunderclap. The mother's eyes narrowed. "Who are you? And how dare you interrupt us?" she demanded, her voice tight with anger. "Underpants guy," Han Sarang thought, recognizing him immediately. Her father's gaze sharpened, recognizing the figure from a video. "It's him, the useless bastard touching Sarang," he shouted. But before he could finish, a precise strike stopped him. Jiwoo had attacked, but without taking a life. "Even if I'm rude, I show some respect to my elders," Jiwoo remarked casually. "Of course, selfish old geezers like you are an exception," he added with a smirk. Urus, observing the scene, wondered if Jiwoo treated the Ajusis from the Holosan Guild with the same informal attitude. "We are Sarang's parents," her father bellowed, regaining his composure. "Bullshit," Jiwoo shot back. "In what world do parents beat their children and extort money from them?" The mother interjected, insisting, "Ask Sarang herself. We really are her parents." Jiwoo exhaled, frustrated. "I hate it when people drag reality into the game," he muttered. "There's no point in playing video games if it's going to be like this," he added, shaking his head. The mother smirked, remarking, "That's why kids who play video games nowadays turn out like this." Jiwoo's gaze shifted to Captain Amor. "Why are you just sitting there after taking a beating like that?" The girl turned to him, her eyes steely. "Don't hold back," she urged. "Go all out. You're the highest level here." Hans Sarang froze, stunned by his words. "They really are my parents." "How disgusting," she muttered, a mixture of disbelief and revulsion coloring her tone. Jiwoo shook his head. "Being realistic in a game? That's pathetic," he said, his voice tinged with disbelief.
"Just by looking at them, I can already tell what kind of family you have," he continued, unflinching.
"But if you're going to be a loser in here too, running away like you do in real life, then why are you even playing?" he challenged, his words sharp. Sarang ground her teeth, anger bubbling up inside her. "What do you know, you little brat? You don't know anything," she shouted through her tears. "I've been enduring it all this time," she added, her voice trembling with restrained fury. Her mother lunged forward, hand raised, aiming to strike her once more. "What do you mean? Don't you understand? We've been enduring it. Whether in reality or in the game, we're still your parents," she yelled, voice sharp and full of anger. Sarang's teeth clenched harder. Jiwoo couldn't hide his disbelief. Her mother truly had no heart for trying to hit her again. "Goodbye," he muttered under his breath. "Captain Amor is very strong. Even without a weapon, her bare hands will pack a serious punch." Encouraged by Jiwoo's words, Sarang's eyes blazed. She ran toward her mother, who stumbled back in fear, grinding her teeth as panic overtook her. Old, painful memories of her childhood flashed through Sarang's mind, each one fueling her resolve. Tears streaming, Sarang charged with a clenched fist and delivered a solid, direct hit to her mother's face, sending her flying from the force of the blow. Some time later, Sarang appeared in an interview, her expression calm and confident. "I'm a famous idol, and yes, I'm a player of the game. That's me. I've been enjoying Chrono Life all this time," she said with a bright smile. The interviewer leaned in. "The game is incredibly realistic. Don't you mind even taking the life of a rabbit?" "Of course I can handle monsters," Sarang replied, a playful glint in her eye. "It's a fantastic stress reliever," she added, her tone light, having completely overcome her trauma. Hans Sarang now lived freely. Her anxiety had vanished, and she no longer needed glasses to see clearly. The interviewer remarked, "That's quite different from how you normally are."
"The opposite," Hans Sarang replied, her voice calm. "Maybe the way I am in the game, that's who I truly am."
The audience blushed at her candid declaration, taken aback by her honesty and strength. Hans Sarang continued, her voice carrying a mix of defiance and indifference. "But who cares about all that? Who I really am?" she muttered, shrugging off the weight of expectations. "Honestly, if you're searching for reality in a game, then why play at all?" Jiwoo's voice echoed in her mind as he watched the interview on TV from the comfort of his home. He let out a quiet sigh, pondering whether her honest and straightforward answer had earned her a surge of new fans rallying behind her. And of course, he supported her, proudly standing among her growing legion of admirers. The media had spun the story perfectly. Hans Sarang, the idol who had overcome her past trauma, had stepped away from the gaming world to live a happy, normal life. Yet in Chrono Life, the reality diverged sharply. Sarang shouted, frustration sparking in her eyes. "That damn brat is late again. He does this all the time. Does he actually want to go to hell?" Jiwoo quickly defended himself. "I came as soon as I saw the interview, and aren't you the one who should be at the broadcast station?" Sarang shot back, her tone sharp. The interview was pre-recorded. In truth, she hadn't stopped playing the game, even after overcoming her trauma. On the contrary, she was logging in more often, even scaling back her professional obligations to make time for it. She glanced at him urgently. "Hurry up. We don't have time to waste." Jiwoo tilted his head in confusion. "Hurry up to where?" he asked. "Stop getting caught up in details," she scolded, her voice laced with impatience. "It seems you've forgotten, and still haven't accepted my apology." "It's fine," Jiwoo replied, falling into step behind her, a wry smile tugging at his lips. A triumphant grin spread across Sarang's face, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. "I'll forgive you this time since you'll be the one carrying me," she teased, a light-hearted glint in her expression. Jiwoo raised an eyebrow, puzzled at first, before a memory flickered back when he had once asked her to carry him. Back then, Sarong had protested, calling herself a newbie who didn't know what she was doing. Now she stepped closer, voice soft yet confident. "Please carry me, Master Jiwoo," she said, holding out her hands expectantly. Chrono Life reigned as the world's top virtual reality game, boasting millions of players and countless guilds competing for dominance. Among them, the elite few had earned the nickname, the world's 5 great guilds. Each guild possessed unique strengths and quirks that justified their legendary status. Yet one guild had carved a path entirely its own, diverging sharply from the others. Their intelligence network was unmatched, even surpassing the Global Information Guild, and their long-range operations spanned the entire continent. Every member of this guild belonged to the rogue class. It was the Robin Hood Guild, one of the 5 greats, an organization whose name struck awe but had been annihilated in a single night. The guild leader stared at the ruin around him, processing the devastation. After a tense pause, he pivoted and leaped toward the moonlit sky. He executed an acrobatic flip, landing with precise agility, using the mountainside as a springboard for another soaring jump. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him, a sly smirk on his face. Well, is there still a little rat alive?" he taunted. The guild leader immediately sensed the threat and reacted with a piercing slash, the blade cutting cleanly through the air and his opponent. Yet the body dissolved into mist. It had been an illusion. The man's echoing voice rang out, boasting that he was superior to the rest, before vanishing completely. Confusion clouded the guild leader's mind. The blow's impact had been strange, unlike any attack he had felt before. Then, without warning, a strike came from behind. The attacker's calm voice echoed, "Even so, you're only around our level." The guild leader spat blood, glaring at the shadowy figure. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" he demanded, anger and shock mixed in his voice. The man's mask materialized over his face, revealing his guild affiliation. "It's obvious," he said with a smirk. "And the reason I'm doing this is simply because it's fun." Elsewhere, near a forested road, a carriage rolled steadily along, drawn by a massive, muscular cat. The coachman called out that they were nearly there, approaching the Rocky Mountain dungeon. Inside, Jiwoo gnawed on a piece of meat, commenting, "This place is closer than I thought." Sarang responded matter-of-factly, "The map already shows it. We'll arrive in about 5 minutes." The carriage, known as the Meow Meow Carriage, was a popular travel service in Chrono Life. Molino cats native to the game world had been tamed and trained specifically to pull such carriages. Amazingly, the service's founder had been an ordinary user with the tamer profession. His business had become more profitable than most small enterprises in the game world. Sarang exclaimed with excitement as they approached. "We're here. It's huge." Jiwoo reflected on the dungeon ahead. The Rocky Mountain dungeon rose nearly 1,000 meters above sea level, teeming with mid-level 30 monsters, making it a popular hunting ground for newcomers. "Level 7 is as far as I ever got," he mused quietly. But after all the introductions, the real reason they were here became clear. He was to carry Han Sarong through this challenge. At the time, she had been far more serious than he anticipated, and somehow he had ended up in this unusual situation. He wondered to himself how high her level would need to go, thinking it might be better to head straight to Eurus's nest and maximize her stats. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed her hands. A memory surfaced. He had prepared a gift for her. Sarang looked at him curiously, questioning the sudden gesture. Jiwoo summoned an item from his inventory, the transcendental gauntlets gleaming with power and significance.
"I forgot these last time," Jiwoo explained, offering them to her. "Since I already have a pair, I thought you might like them as a gift." Han Sarang's face flushed crimson, and tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes.
She thanked him, voice trembling. "It's been so long since anyone's given me something." Jiwoo raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Really? Aren't you a famous idol? You must get gifts all the time?" She shook her head firmly. "It's not the same," she replied. Jiwoo chuckled softly, nodding in agreement.
Clutching the gauntlets tightly, Sarang reflected silently. He really wasn't the same as before. Something about him had changed. She thanked him once more, her voice warm and sincere. "I'll make good use of them." Then a small hesitation crossed her expression. She asked for the name of his character, wanting to know who had gifted her such a meaningful present. Jiwoo asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Haven't I already told you?" Han Sarang shook her head, explaining that although she had seen it when they formed the party, the memory had already faded from her mind. He opened his mouth to say his character name, but the sudden clatter of the cart drowned out his words. The cat pulling the carriage abruptly stopped, its ears flicking nervously. The coachman squinted, puzzled. "What on earth just happened?" he muttered. The sudden halt sent everything in the back of the cart flying. Scrolls, supplies, and small items tumbled chaotically, creating a cacophony of noise and confusion. The coachman quickly reassured them. "Everyone's fine. Looks like the cat got spooked for no reason at all." But in the back of the cart, Han Sarang had stumbled and landed squarely on top of Ji-woo. Ji-woo blinked in surprise, rubbing his shoulder. "What the? Are you okay, Captain Amor?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. Sarang nodded quickly, confirming she was fine, but then Ji-woo noticed something strange in her hands. She was clutching his underwear, the gesture both absurd and mortifying. Eurus, observing from a distance, scowled in disgust, clearly unimpressed by the awkward situation unfolding before him. The cat continued meowing in distress, its wide eyes darting around. The coachman crouched, soothing it. "Calm down, please. What spooked you?" he asked, trying to make sense of the chaos. Standing in front of the cart was a young woman, her body battered and bruised. "Excuse me," she said cautiously. "Could you help me?" All eyes turned toward her, confusion spreading among the group. Ji-woo and Sarang exchanged glances, unsure what to make of this sudden arrival. The woman introduced herself as Hong, explaining that the person responsible for her plight was a man she had never seen before. She didn't know his level or even his class. All she had discovered was the name of his character. One thing was clear: he was no ordinary player. He had the ability to copy items, having manifested an exact replica of her Haho mask right in front of her eyes. His character's name was Passive Boy. Han Sarang muttered under her breath that she had never heard such a name before. Eurus, for reasons he couldn't explain, immediately imagined a carrot whenever he thought of this mysterious character. Ji-woo stepped forward. "I want to ask something," he said. Hong nodded, granting him permission, and he asked her who she was. Sarang interjected pride and amusement in her voice. "She's the leader of the Robin Hood Guild. Even little kids know her." Urus recalled the day she had defeated 3 million players in a single feat of skill. Ji-woo, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone has their own problems. Just because some random psycho attacked her guild doesn't mean I have to help." Hong lowered her mask, bowing deeply. "Please forgive me. I am asking for help personally," she said earnestly, her voice full of humility and urgency. Even without a proper introduction, Ji-woo commented dryly that she was persistent, but he still had no reason to intervene. Hong, who was remarkably beautiful, straightened herself and introduced herself once more, her eyes unwavering. Suddenly, Ji-woo's expression softened, a playful grin spreading across his face. "Who cares about the reason? Helping people in need is my hobby and my specialty," he declared. Han Sarang thought to herself, rolling her eyes. What a scumbag, she mused, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Hong's eyes brightened. "Thank you for agreeing." "I promise you won't regret this," she said, her gratitude sincere and heartfelt. She then revealed that the issue was somehow connected to him as well, a statement that left Ji-woo momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, at the Chrono Life headquarters, an employee announced it was time to leave. Colleagues from the infrastructure support team were told to pack up and go home. A man grumbled, envious that others were leaving while he still had to work overtime. The team leader frowned, noting they didn't have permission for early dismissal. Seo Seong-won intervened, firmly telling them to leave their work behind and head home. He would handle the overtime alone. One colleague joked that he still hadn't made up with his wife. Laughter followed, goodbyes were exchanged, and everyone departed. Sung-won remained alone in the office, exhaling deeply with a small, wry smile. "Damn idiots," he muttered under his breath. He grumbled about how those bastards only knew how to act clueless, criticizing the younger generation, Gen Z, for their laziness. To him, they had squandered the opportunities life offered, destined to live modest, limited lives because of it. With a sigh, he put on his virtual reality glasses. "Now that everyone's gone, it's time to make some real money," he muttered to himself. The device verified his identity and logged him into Chrono Life seamlessly. His private GM line was identified, revealing him to be Passive Boy himself. Once inside the game, he soared above the mountains, the wind whipping past as he surveyed the landscape. He announced to no one in particular that the moment had arrived, summoning a gleaming item from his inventory, a powerful red sword. "This is the Executioner's Blade," he said, voice low and commanding, level 99, a unique item of devastating power. Seong-won grinned, anticipation lighting his face. Time to work overtime, he muttered, clutching the weapon. Everything he possessed was honed to perfection, each skill and stat maxed to its peak. The master level, the absolute pinnacle, was a rank that even professional players struggled to reach. At this tier, one could claim items of the highest order, the transcendental rank. Word of this elite level had leaked, igniting speculation among players, yet no one had ever laid eyes on an actual transcendental item. Han Sarang stared in shock, realizing she was witnessing a legendary weapon firsthand, the transcendental gauntlets gleaming with otherworldly power. Her body froze, rooted to the spot, awe and disbelief rendering her speechless. Finally, she called out to Jiwoo, playfully nicknamed Underpants Guy, explaining that she had only wanted a closer look. But now she couldn't resist trying them on. In disbelief, Sarang stared at the weapon, her voice barely a whisper as she asked if this was truly a transcendental rank weapon. Jiwoo, with his usual nonchalance, shrugged and said she could use it. After all, he had several of them at his disposal. Swallowing hard, Sarang tried to steady her racing heart. She strapped the gauntlets onto her hands, and as soon as they touched her skin, the magical energy bound to her completely. The force erupted violently, sending a shockwave through the surrounding area. A system notification flashed before her eyes. She was now the owner of the transcendental gauntlets. Sarang's eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment. The gauntlets glowed with an intense light, only to rapidly shrink down, mutating into a pair of seemingly ordinary gloves. Confused, Sarang looked at her hands, questioning why the magnificent weapon had transformed into something so plain and worn. The system provided the answer. The transcendental gauntlets had been sealed because she lacked the necessary qualifications to wield them fully.
What the hell is this?
She muttered under her breath. Clearly, using a transcendental weapon at a low level wasn't a good idea. She could have fared better with a unique item instead. Curious, she reached out and lightly touched a nearby stone. Instantly, the stone exploded, shattering along with the ground beneath it, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire area. Sarang froze, her eyes wide. What just happened? I barely even touched it. It quickly became clear. The weapon's power had been sealed, confirming the system's earlier warning. Jiwoo, trying to keep his amusement in check, commented that it was surprisingly weak for a transcendental rank item. Urus nodded, agreeing with the assessment. Urus then asked Jiwoo directly, "By the way, Hyungnam, what are you planning to do now? Will you accept Hong's request?" Jiwoo replied calmly that he had no choice. The case was tied directly to him. The scene shifted to the past, replaying his conversation with Hong. When Hong made her request, Jiwoo had protested, insisting there was no way to comply since he didn't even know what the so-called passive boy looked like. Hong pressed further, asking him what he thought the target's objective might be. Jiwoo speculated it was all for fun, but Hong shook her head, pointing out that this was obviously untrue. "The boy's goal is money," she explained. "He copies items and sells them for profit. According to Guild intelligence, he was known as a merchant player and had recently been selling several items from Urus's nest. Despite the impact on the market, his actions weren't illegal, but they were a blatant abuse of authority." Jiwoo asked what she meant, and Hong elaborated, "If we leave the passive boy unchecked, the game's economy will collapse, and Chrono Life will fall into ruin." Jiwoo scratched his nose, questioning if she was serious. "And what's the problem?" he asked. "Just report him to customer service. They'll ban his account." Hong laughed. "You're more naive than I thought." Jiwoo bristled, taken aback. "What did you just say?" he demanded. She explained that the customer service center couldn't solve the problem. Any report would be met with a canned automated response. Hong climbed onto her carriage and said, "You're the only one who can stop him. You're the one who defeated the World Union Guild on your own." Then, without warning, she leapt from the carriage. "I'm counting on you. Before the game deteriorates further, find the passive boy and stop him." Back in the present, Jiwoo groaned, realizing he had no choice. Ignoring the issue would hinder his own item sales. Sarang asked if they had any leads, since searching blindly would be impossible. Jiwoo replied, "If customer service won't help, there's only one solution." "Blackmail the higher-ups," he said. Urus and Sarang exchanged surprised glances. At the Chrono Life headquarters, Jiwoo pulled out his phone and called the president. He ordered the man to go to the Gukbap restaurant immediately, threatening to destroy the server again if he failed to comply. On the other end, Deokbae could barely process Jiwoo's words before the call ended, leaving him furious and bewildered. Enraged, Deokbae slammed his phone down, cursing the boy. Ji-woo strolled in, teasingly asking if customer service still couldn't handle the situation. Since it seemed hopeless, he decided to meet the president in person and took the opportunity to order 2 bowls of gimbap along the way. Upon opening the door, he noticed someone already waiting outside. It was Han Sarang, startled. Ji-woo asked if it was safe for her to be out, given the possibility of being seen. Sarang reassured him it didn't matter. It was late, and no one would notice. She reminded him that in real life, he should address her by her full name.
She quickly sent a message to her older sister, explaining that she had gone out for a walk.
Her sister, still in the shower, grumbled that Sarang hadn't given her a heads up. At the gimbap shop, Deokbae stormed in, yelling and searching for Lee Ji-woo. Couldn't believe a brat dared to summon him like this, showing no respect at all. He then spotted Ji-woo and Sarang sitting calmly at a table, eating peacefully. Furious, Deokbae approached, grabbing Ji-woo by the collar and calling him an ill-mannered fool for daring to order around someone older. However, his attention quickly shifted to the girl seated beside Ji-woo. "Who is she? Are you dating her?" he demanded, suspicion flickering across his face. Before Sarang could even open her mouth, Ji-woo cut in sharply, his voice laced with disbelief. "Have you completely lost it? That's Han Sarang, the nation's top idol you're talking about." He warned Ji-woo that if he kept spouting nonsense, he'd have the wrath of her fanbase raining down on him. Irritated by the boy's insolent tone, Deokbae tightened his grip around Ji-woo's neck. Just then, Sarang slammed her hand down on the table, her voice slicing through the tension. "Can we just get to the point and stop all this foolishness?" Ji-woo nodded quickly, and noticing the sheer seriousness in her gaze, Deokbae finally released his hold. Without missing a beat, Ji-woo signaled for another bowl of food to be brought over for the president. Deokbae's eyebrows shot up, his surprise evident. The reason for the meeting wasn't what he expected. It was about item duplication. He had assumed this meeting would cover something truly critical, and he scoffed at the notion. The government's authorization wasn't handed out for nothing, he argued. No hacker could pull off something this incredible. Ji-woo's eyes narrowed, his retort cutting through the air. "You're talking nonsense. Someone actually saw the item being duplicated." Deokbae shook his head firmly. The witness must be mistaken. The two began to bicker heatedly until Sarang raised a hand to interject. "If an external hacker is impossible," she suggested, "then perhaps the problem lies within, someone on the inside." Deokbae fell silent, processing the thought. "It's impossible," he finally said, setting his spoon down with deliberate force. "Even our internal staff using a GM account wouldn't be able to duplicate items. With that," he announced, he had other matters to attend to, reminding them not to forget the bill, and wishing them a pleasant meeting. Sarang waved cheerfully as he left, while Ji-woo, watching the older man's retreating back, couldn't shake the thought that he genuinely wanted him dead. Outside, Deokbae lit a cigar with practiced ease, exhaling a plume of smoke as he reflected silently on what had just transpired. He immediately contacted team leader Choi, who acknowledged the order without hesitation. Deokbae instructed him to assemble 5 of his most trusted men. Meanwhile, back at Stone Mountain Dungeon, Ji-woo muttered about being back to square one, and Sarang could only nod in agreement. Ji-woo's frustration bubbled over. Whether it was the passive boy behind this or someone else, he swore he would crush whoever was responsible. Sarang chuckled softly, teasing, "Look at you, trying to act all tough." She tilted her head thoughtfully, questioning the passive boy's true motive. Ji-woo blinked. "Why ask all of a sudden?" "It's strange," Sarang explained, her voice calm but piercing. "If his goal was money, there should be a clear reason for targeting the Robin Hood Guild specifically." Ji-woo shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe they just had a lot of expensive items." Sarang's eyes narrowed. "Exactly. And that's why it's strange. If item duplication is possible, he could sell anything he wants. Why pick ordinary players?" She pondered further. "Especially the Robin Hood Guild. They have the best information. Why go after them in particular?" Ji-woo was taken aback by her logic, but he admitted, "I have no clue." Sarang smirked. "Not surprised. Well, at least you haven't gotten any smarter." Ji-woo shot back, rolling his eyes. Suddenly, an explosion erupted nearby, the ground shaking violently beneath them. What was that? Sarang's gaze snapped toward the smoke. "What happened?" she shouted, eyes wide as a massive cloud billowed upward. Sarang commented, noting it seemed as destructive as his own attacks. Ji-woo bolted toward the chaos, while Sarang screamed her friend's name in panic. At the scene, Habayak knelt in ruin, blood soaking his torn clothes. One arm was gone, the wound gaping, his body battered and broken. Sungwon laughed, the sound cold and mocking. So much for the rumors, he sneered. The infamous Habayak, now humiliated, looked up. The boss demanded, "Why are you doing this? As coordinator of this world, you know this won't go unpunished." He warned that Habayak couldn't escape the higher-up's wrath and was safe nowhere. With a swift motion, Seungwon grabbed him by the neck. "Arrogant AI," he spat. "A mere fragment of data daring to oppose me. Kill a unique boss like you, and it's permanent, no reset, only deletion. If you don't want to burn in hell," Seungwon continued, "you'd better tell me where your master is." Habayak chuckled, defiant.
Do you really think I'll talk? He scoffed.
Seungwon's rage ignited. Raising his sword, he hissed, "Then go to hell!" But a commanding voice cut through the tension, ordering him to stop. He sensed a presence far more important than Habayak. She had arrived before he could finish the job. The god of life, Luna, appeared. Seungwon snarled at her. "Wait your turn," he threatened. "I'll finish him first, then you'll come next." Luna sighed faintly, a soft smile playing on her lips. "It's useless," she said calmly. "After logging into the GM account, you've just become like all the others, overexcited and reckless." Seungwon's face twisted with anger as he insulted her. But Luna's reply was ice cold. "You're nothing but trash." He paused, then laughed darkly, tossing Habayak aside. Why bother with him? "You're next anyway." Seungwon turned his attention to Luna, stepping forward. "Tell me where Habayak's master is," he demanded. He added with a cruel grin, "No rush. We have all night." His words sent shivers. He planned to rip her apart, limb by limb, hang her, cauterize her wounds, and keep her alive just to prolong the torment. Luna's cold stare was unwavering, and it reminded her of Ji-woo. Closing her eyes, she muttered softly, "You look just like him, but you're his complete opposite." Seungwon scowled in confusion. "What nonsense are you spouting?" he demanded. Suddenly, a massive claw descended from the sky, crushing him entirely. Blood sprayed across Luna's face as the monstrous hand lingered unmoving. To her, it was merely a sign of his utter disgust. Luna turned and walked away, her immense beauty commanding attention with every step. A voice echoed suddenly, "Ah, I forgot about this thing?" Seungwon reappeared, patting the monster's leg. "Ah, so Luna must be its master," he mused. Realization dawned on him. No wonder she's so confident. This is going to be a thorn in my side. Luna, startled, spun around. How are you still alive?" Her eyes blazed. "This time, I'll make sure you don't come back. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live." Wang simply shrugged, his expression unreadable. "I don't care," he said, as if the world and its threats meant nothing to him. With a casual flick of his hand, Wang began summoning a strange, shimmering space around them, the air warping as it bent to his command. Luna's eyes widened, scanning the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, they were whisked away into a separate dimension, detached from the familiar world behind them. This was the GM zone, a realm that only those with special privileges could create. It was designed for precise purposes, like testing powerful abilities or isolating threats from the outside world. Seungwon scoffed, his voice sharp with arrogance. "You really think you deserve to live? Stop being so cringy and acting like this game is real life." Luna's gaze froze him in place, her stare cold and piercing, utterly devoid of fear or hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the shimmering boundary of the space, Ji-woo and Sarang raced across the terrain, their feet pounding the ground as they sprinted toward the source of the chaos. Sarang's voice cut through the wind. "Do you think that explosion could it have been caused by the passive boy?" Chai-woo nodded grimly. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him, the hacker from the company." The president had insisted such feats were impossible, but the hard lines of his face betrayed a hint of doubt, a flicker of concern beneath his stoic exterior. "He single-handedly crushed the Robin Hood Guild," Ji-woo muttered, eyes narrowing. "This bastard must have crafted a super-powered account, and now he's making his move." Sarang called out urgently to her friend, "Is there any way to run faster?" Ji-woo shook his head. "I didn't put any points into agility," he replied, voice tense as they gained on the GM zone. Drawing closer, Sarang squinted at the eerie shifting boundary. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. Habayak, already stationed inside, glanced back. "These are the traces of the passive boy's teleportation," he explained, the residual energy flickering like ghostly footprints in the air. "It's been a while, Mr. Hero," he added, a faint grin creasing his battered face.
Jaiwoo's eyes widened. "What are you doing here? And what happened to your arm?"
Sarang's memory clicked. This was the man who had once kidnapped her. A painful reminder she hadn't expected to see again. Habayak explained quickly. blood still dripping from his wounds. I was attacked by the passive boy. He dragged Luna into this GM zone as well. Jiwoo's brow furrowed. Luna? Who's that? Habayek smirked, teasing. She talks about you all the time. Sounds like you've got a little crush, which immediately made Sarang's cheeks flare with irritation. She's got straight black hair and a nice figure, he added casually, as if to provoke her further. Jiwoo scoffed. You mean that little cockroach? We don't even know each other. Sarang muttered, typical underpants boy stuff. But Jiwoo snapped back. Get a grip. You're the one always saying things like that. And I'm not crazy enough to like someone who insulted my parents. Not interested at all. Relief washed over her face, the tension in her shoulders visibly easing. Habayek shrugged. So what? That doesn't matter. Eurus, watching quietly from a distance, thought to himself that the interaction was oddly cute. Suddenly, Habayek coughed violently, blood spattering onto the ground. Jiwoo's concern sharpened. Are you going to be okay? You look like you could die any second. Habayek grimaced. I'm definitely not okay. I need a little help, hero. Jiwoo hesitated. Why should I help? I could just take the drop myself. Sarang jumped in. We should split the drop. Habayek's voice faltered. Are you sure? If I die, the mirror I gave you disappears too. Jiwoo placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Relax. I'll heal you no matter what. Sarang tilted her head. How? You didn't bring any healing potions? Jiwoo smiled faintly. It's fine, he said as his body began to emanate a soft golden light. He activated one of the Master Rookie's unique abilities, Cleric Class Heal. The energy flowed outward, designed to restore health instantly, though at first it only affected HP. Slowly, Habayek's wounds began to knit together, one point at a time, the crimson fading from his battered form. Habayek blinked, wincing. Is that really a heal? Feels more like I'm taking damage. Jiwoo chuckled. Maybe you should have put some points into intelligence. Habayek's gaze drifted to his arm. What about this? Even if my HP fills, can this be fixed? Jiwoo explained. The scar disappears with full health, but damaged limbs can only be restored at a tavern. Habayek shook his head. That only applies to players. Monsters like me, we only regain our bodies when we respawn. Jiwoo gritted his teeth. I'll take your life in a single strike so you won't feel a thing. Habayek held up a trembling hand. Wait, I'm a unique boss. Even if I die, I can't respawn. Jiwoo staggered back in shock. What the hell, this game? It's terrible. Habayek sighed. Relax. There are only a few unique bosses like me. It doesn't affect the entire game. For your info, he added, Eurus is also a unique boss. The dragon can confirm it. That's why I'm begging for help. And Luna, she's another unique boss. Jiwoo's jaw dropped. That cockroach is really a boss. Meanwhile, back in the GM zone, a sudden explosion tore through the area, shaking the ground beneath them. Seung-won charged at Luna, his roar filled with rage. Go to hell. But Luna stood unmoving, her stance firm, silently daring him to strike. The impact of his attack released an immense shockwave, energy radiating outward in blinding arcs. Without hesitation, Seung-won followed up with a second strike, identical in its destructive fury. Luna's voice rang out clearly. It's useless. Leaping through the air with controlled fury, she declared, I am the goddess of life. A mere human like you can never claim a god's life. Seung-won cut her off, shouting over the wind. I can't hear a thing. Luna's eyes narrowed, a flash of irritation crossing her face at the interruption. Seung-won sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. You're being childish, he said, mocking her. You think you sound cool saying all those things, don't you? He leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowing. I've been with the company for years. I already know exactly what you're capable of. Not only that, he added, he had witnessed her fight with Jiwoo firsthand. The security footage had been reviewed by team leaders and even the higher-ups at the company. All those claims about how attacks couldn't harm her weren't just boasting. They were evidence of the goddess of life's hidden power, life creation. It wasn't that the blows didn't land. The moment she was on the brink of death, she instantly recreated herself, regenerating with an almost divine precision. Ignoring the warning, Seung-won charged forward again, sword gleaming in the distorted light of the GM zone. The strike erupted with a blinding flash, sending another wave of energy directly toward Luna. But Luna reacted instantly, activating life creation. Her form shimmered, shifting back into her goddess appearance. Seung-won muttered under his breath. As expected, overpowered. No wonder this ability drew so many complaints during the company's early days. She had also used this very power to create Urakan, assembling him from the fragments of the left head she had discovered in Urus's nest. That's why she called him her son. Sung-won swung again, but Luna only shook her head. "You talk too much," she said coldly, splitting him cleanly in half with her scepter. She questioned the significance of it all. If he couldn't take her life, then knowing everything else was meaningless. Sung-won's severed body flew violently through the air, spinning with the force of her strike. He gritted his teeth, acknowledging, finally, she's attacking me directly. Suddenly, her scepter shimmered and transformed back into her original staff. Luna's eyes widened at the sight, surprise flickering across her face. Sung-won laughed darkly. "And what did you think I brought into this space?" he taunted, motioning to the chaos around them. Luna's clothing began to shift, returning her to the form she had worn as a player. Her expression betrayed complete shock and disbelief. Sung-won smirked. "So you knew how to make that cute face too, huh? I thought you were just a cruel, heartless woman." He struck again with his sword, declaring, "If I take your life, Habayek's master will appear. Farewell, unique boss, goddess of life, Luna." Elsewhere, in a lavish bar, the table was stacked with expensive drinks. Sung-won downed a glass in one gulp, slamming it down with satisfaction. "Nothing like a drink after a few hours of overtime," he said with a smirk. One of his subordinates nodded, commenting, "You've worked hard, sir. Now only the final step remains." Sung-won shook his head. "No, Habak didn't call his master, so it doesn't matter yet." The subordinate argued, insisting that taking Luna's life should have summoned Habak's master. Sung-won's gaze dropped. "I couldn't take her life," he admitted. Shock crossed the subordinate's face. Sung-won kept his eyes lowered, but added, "It doesn't matter. There are other ways to meet him." The subordinate hesitated, admitting there was one thing he had to know. Who was Habak's master? Sung-won's eyebrow lifted. "And you've been working for him all this time without even knowing?" The young man confessed he had followed orders blindly since university. Sung-won set his glass down, explaining, "Basically, he's one of the main story bosses in Chrono Life, the greatest merchant, the disaster of sloth." The subordinate blinked. "That monster is a merchant?" Sung-won confirmed with a shrug. "Freedom like that is common in Chrono Life." The friend murmured, "I've heard of that. Urakan is gluttony, right?" Sung-won arched an eyebrow. "You don't even know? They're based on the 7 deadly sins from Catholicism, a concept used all over movies, manga, and games. Pride, greed, envy, wrath, lust, gluttony, and sloth," he listed, his voice steady. "These sins are the root of all others," he continued. "They're called the 7 deadly sins." The subordinate frowned. "Isn't that plagiarism? Was Chrono Life just being lazy?" Sung-won laughed, pointing a finger. "No, you're the idiot."
The main story bosses?
"That's exactly the point. Urus of pride, Urakan of gluttony, Riot of sloth, and Luna of lust." The employee frowned. "But the damned woman is also a main boss. If she were just a player, the game's balance would be destroyed." Sung-won leaned back calmly. "She's a boss, yes, but that doesn't mean she's an NPC." The confused employee pressed on. "A player could actually class change into a boss?" Sung-won slammed his glass down with a decisive thud. "Freedom in Chrono Life is greater than you think," he said. "Just as a boss can become a merchant, a player can ascend to become a main boss." Jaiwoo groaned, exasperated. "This is getting too complicated. Who's that cockroach anyway? A player? An NPC? Some hybrid?" Habayek admitted he wasn't sure. "It's complicated, but the passive boy would know. He's a GM, after all." Jaiwoo muttered, frustrated. "Great, now I have one more reason to beat that guy up." Sarang cut in, frowning. "There's still something I don't understand." She asked why the passive boy wanted to meet the disaster of sloth. If money was his goal, he could have simply auctioned the item. Since the Robin Hood Guild's attack, his actions had defied all logic. Habayek tilted his head, thinking. "Personally, I have an idea why. It's because of the Peace of God, or rather mythic rank items," he explained. Jiwoo nodded, recalling he had heard the term before. Urus elaborated, "It's what Habayek meant when he kidnapped Captain Amor, another name for mythic rank items." Suddenly, Hong appeared. "You guys talking about mythic rank items too?" She apologized for disappearing, explaining she had been busy with her own investigation. Hong suggested they team up temporarily. She had located the passive boy's hideout. Following her guidance, the group navigated through the mountains, arriving at a small, secluded cabin hidden among the trees. Sarang frowned. "This is it. Seems way too simple for a hideout." Hong confirmed it. Using her judgment skill, She verified the cabin was indeed the location. Jiwoo asked if the owner was inside, but Hong shook her head. No signs of him right now. It's a shame. I'd love to see what's inside, someone murmured. But before anyone could react further, a sudden explosion ripped through the area. Jiwoo swung his stick with effortless force, sending part of the cabin wall splintering into pieces. The timber cracked and fell, dust rising in a cloud around him. Hong blinked, astonished. How did you break that?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and disbelief. Jiwoo shrugged casually. "I just hit it, and it broke," he replied, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Without wasting another moment, the group stepped inside, entering the dimly lit cabin. Sarang's jaw dropped as her eyes swept across the room. Mountains of gold coins gleamed under the dim light, and rare artifacts were stacked haphazardly on shelves and tables, each more impressive than the last. She turned to Hong, curiosity etched across her face. "Are all of these duplicated items?" Hong shook her head. "None of them are copies. Every single one is mythic rank." Her voice carried a note of reverence. She estimated the total value at roughly 5 billion, leaving the entire group stunned into silence. She continued, explaining that she had recognized several items from the earlier attack. The passive boy likely left them here because his inventory was full, unable to carry everything at once. As they suspected, his target was clearly the mythic items, the rarest of the rare. Jiwoo frowned. Why? Was it just for the money? He could have just gone to Urus's nest like last time. Hong shook her head. No, if he did it that way, he'd only make a small profit, and the company would notice, just like it happened with me. Mythic items are different. There's a buyer who can purchase any number of them, infinitely. Jiwoo thought for a moment, connecting the dots. Hong interrupted, revealing the buyer's identity. It's Habayek's master, the biggest market of all, Riot. Habayek nodded, confirming her suspicion. I was thinking the same thing, he admitted. Hong frowned slightly. The passive boy is even more cunning than I thought, but still, this is a solid plan. Since Riot isn't a user, there's no risk of leaks. He can sell these items without affecting the game's economy at all. If we took a screenshot and reported it to customer service, they would take proper action, she added. Then, removing her mask, she smiled. Thanks to you, this case will be solved. Jiwoo raised an eyebrow. By whose permission are you doing this? He asked, skeptical of the theatrical display. Are you filming some drama or something? He continued, gesturing at her elaborate monologue, culminating in a report to customer service. Hong nodded calmly. Exactly. Is there another way to handle this? Jiwoo scoffed. What else is there? We're going to teach the passive boy a lesson, plain and simple. In the city, Jiwoo appeared wearing Hong's mask. Sung-won, burning with fury at the unfolding events, glared at him from the crowd, teeth clenched. Sarang's eyes widened. Is that the passive boy? He's exactly as Underpants Guy described, right in the center of the village. Seong-won snarled. What's with the mask? Trying to disguise yourself? Stick bastard? Jiwoo laughed heartily. Borrowed it from Hong. The mask's so famous anyone would recognize me. An assassin perched on a nearby roof called out. Isn't that the passive boy? Hong nodded. Yes, he appeared exactly as planned. A guild member frowned. What's he planning doing this in the middle of the village? Inside the cabin, Jiwoo's expression was calculating. First, we take all his items, he announced. Hong frowned. Why? Jiwoo waved a hand dismissively. It's complicated, just trust me. I've already thought it through. Also, he added, you should lend me a mask, preferably yours. Sarang groaned and kicked him in the back. Later, outside the cabin, Seong-won approached, his fury radiating. He stopped abruptly, eyes narrowing at the shattered wall. It's impossible, he shouted, rushing forward. A personal hideout can't be destroyed. His voice rose in panic as he searched for his mythic items and his gold, but there was nothing left. Seong-won's realization hit him like a hammer. He was screwed, and seeing the note on the floor only made his rage worse. On the note, Jiwoo had written simply, if you want your items back, meet me in the village at 7 p.m. Seong-won stormed forward in the present, demanding to know how anyone dared take his gold. Jiwoo raised a hand, warning him to stay back. He drew the draconic fire dagger with a hiss of energy. One more step, and I'll sell it to the NPC shop, he threatened. Seong-won's voice trembled with fury. That item's worth 200 million in real money? You'd barely get 300 gold. Gritting his teeth, he spat. You bastard, what do you want? Jiwoo grinned. Nothing at all. But if I had to choose, you'll figure it out for yourself. Watching the scene, Sarang couldn't help but think. Underpants Guy really did look like a villain. Jiwoo taunted further. Does that piece of trash have a problem? What will you do now? Seeing Sung-won tremble slightly made him laugh. But before anyone could react further, the furious man vanished, reappearing right behind Jiwoo. With a flash, he used teleportation to the GM zone, dragging Jiwoo along with him. Back in the city, a thick cloud of smoke rose, obscuring the crowd's view of the sudden disappearance. Sarang called out frantically for Jiwoo, but realized he had vanished entirely. Inside the GM zone, a massive explosion shattered the air, shaking the entire space. Jiwoo and Sung-won clashed their weapons with incredible force. The GM shouted, and a direct hit struck Jiwoo, triggering an even larger explosion behind him. He planted his stick into the ground to halt his momentum, skidding across the floor as the impact dragged him far. The force split Hong's mask in half, it clattering to the ground and revealing a large gash across Jiwoo's face. Seong-won sneered, "You're even bigger trash than I thought, calling a player from your own company a pig." Despite the injuries, Jiwoo's body regenerated rapidly, the healing factor knitting his wounds almost instantly. Sung-won laughed cruelly. "Who cares about that? Pigs like you lose all sense of reality, obsessed with game data, going insane over it. There's no reason to treat scummy users like you as if you were human." Seong-won clashed his sword against Jiwoo's staff once more, the collision sending a shockwave that obliterated everything around them. Timber, stone, and debris exploded outward, the cabin and nearby terrain reduced to splinters and dust in an instant. Jiwoo shook his head, a smirk on his face. "You're so cringe," he said, voice cutting through the chaos, blaming the players for no reason, probably having a midlife crisis or something. The insult only fueled Sung-won's fury. In a blink, he vanished from Jiwoo's sight, leaving only the echo of his anger behind. Jiwoo braced, anticipating an overhead strike, but the attack came from behind, catching him off guard. Panic flared in Jiwoo's mind. "I can't see him. Where is he?" Slashes rained down from every conceivable angle, cutting through the air and narrowly missing him, forcing Jiwoo to spin, dodge, and parry simultaneously. Seung-won's voice boomed with contempt. "Don't underestimate me. All players are the same, no matter how much the developers do. All they get in return are insults and endless criticism." A flashback struck him 7 years ago at the Chrono Lighthouse headquarters. Sung-won remembered a developer brimming with innocence, unaware of the harshness of the world. Jiwoo growled, striking Sung-won's face with a swing of his staff. "Stop it!" he shouted, cutting off the nostalgic monologue. "I don't care about your tragic villain backstory," he yelled. "Cut the crap already." The resulting clash detonated into a colossal explosion, larger than anything seen before in the village or the GM zone. As the smoke began to clear, Sung-won's healing factor activated. Wounds knit together instantly, flesh regenerating almost before the eyes could follow. Within seconds, he struck Jiwoo square in the chest, the sheer force pinning him against the ground. Jiwoo stared in disbelief. Healing factor for a GM account, it made sense, but seeing it in action was terrifying. Sung-won's next move was sudden. He activated the hidden skill tied to his strength stat, Spirit of a Titan. A vast bluish energy radiated outward, pulsating with the raw power of a giant. Jiwoo's mind raced. Is this another hidden skill like his healing factor? Meanwhile, Wang began to rise, the aura of the Titan spirit looming behind him, mimicking his furious movements. The skill's description boomed in Jiwoo's memory. Spirit of a Titan grants the strength of a giant, with requirements similar to healing factor. Wang ground his teeth, screaming in rage as the Titan spirit surged through him, his body suffused with a bluish glow that rippled like a storm across his skin.
Jiwoo squinted, bewildered. What's with all the fancy effects? Even my healing factor wasn't this dramatic.
Finally, the skill reached full activation. Every attack he made now carried 1,000-fold increase in both damage and range. Sung-won swung his sword in a sweeping horizontal arc aimed directly at Jiwoo, the magnitude of the attack warping the air itself. Jiwoo braced, but the overwhelming wave of destruction struck head-on, sweeping away the terrain, trees, and debris in its path. Instantly, Jiwoo's healing factor flared, repairing torn flesh as he gripped his staff, eyes wide at the utter devastation around him. "Everything was obliterated," he muttered under his breath. "This skill is practically a cheat. Sung-won should just hand it over already." Before he could react further, a tentacle shot through the air, piercing Seung-won's stomach, forcing him to stagger. Jiwoo activated the hidden skill of Gluttony, aiming to steal Sung-won's stats and learn the skill, but Sung-won narrowly dodged at the last second. triggering his own hidden skill, the light speed dash from his agility stat. In an instant, dozens of slashes rained down on Jiwoo from every angle. Sungwon's mind raced. How is that possible? My light speed dash allows movement at any angle at unmatched speed. He lunged forward again. This battle is all about stats and calculations, he shouted. All my stats are level 99,999. With that, he landed a devastating punch in Jiwoo's stomach, hurling him far across the blasted landscape. Sungwon landed gracefully, observing the distance Jiwoo had been thrown. No matter how skilled he is, he can't overcome these stats. The statement infuriated Jiwoo further. Seong-won was nothing more than a cheater, exploiting a GM account. Who cares about that? Sungwon scoffed. If you don't like it, you should have applied to be a GM too. Jiwoo's mind reeled. What the hell? How did he move so fast with such low agility? It's just pure gameplay, he replied coolly. Sungwon rose, teeth bared. Arrogant bastard. He dashed again with light speed, yelling for Jiwoo to try that again, claiming no skill could match his velocity. Jiwoo ducked easily. I didn't use a skill, he said. Just the game system itself. Leaping into mid-air, Jiwoo pivoted sharply, leaving Sungwon off balance and confused. It's rebound control, Jiwoo explained. By striking in the opposite direction, he used the recoil as momentum, launching himself straight at Sungwon and smashing his staff into the administrator's forehead. Pretty fast, Sungwon muttered, while Jiwoo feigned nonchalance, pretending it was just a lucky hit. Seung-won crumpled to the ground, a huge cloud of smoke billowing around him. Jiwoo taunted. How's that feel? Amazing, isn't it? He explained he had simply turned off the rebound control option in the game settings, showing the sheer destructive potential of a planet-shattering rebound attack. Let's just cut to the chase and finish this, he added coolly. Sungwon laughed darkly, a sound that carried over the devastation.
You're just a filthy little player, he spat. That one lucky hit doesn't mean you understand the situation. A mere user like you could never defeat me.
Jiwoo smirked. There's always a way. He pointed forward, a purple glow radiating from his powers, filling the space with a crackling energy. Jiwoo smiled. Goodbye, passive boy. That was fast, but honestly, it was a lot of fun. Outside the game, Sarang leaned forward, her curiosity barely contained. She couldn't help but wonder what Underwear Boy would do next. Even if he was strong, facing a GM was a whole different level. Hong, glancing at her thoughtfully, admitted she didn't know the details either. Apparently, not even his girlfriend had a clue about his plan. Sarang's face lit up with a smile at being called out, a mix of pride and excitement. She shared that the only hint Jiwoo had given her was about luring the passive boy into the GM zone, a calculated provocation meant to draw him out. Hong's voice turned serious as she confessed a nagging worry. There was a reason Jiwoo had left a note and delayed the plan by a full day, and it weighed heavily on her mind. She had a strong feeling that this delay was somehow connected to the method Jiwoo intended to use to secure victory. Back in the game, Jiwoo's hand glowed with an overwhelming purple light, radiating power that made the air itself seem charged with energy. Seong-won's eyes narrowed as a thought crossed his mind. Maybe that confident grin meant Jiwoo actually had a plan to defeat him. Then, with a calm precision, Jiwoo activated a skill, Character Summon. At first glance, it seemed simple, almost basic, the most foundational of summoning abilities. Seong-won blinked in disbelief, repeating the skill's name aloud, then suddenly burst into laughter. He had expected something awe-inspiring, some unstoppable move, but it was just a plain summon. Scoffing, he taunted Jiwoo, asking if he thought himself a master of all trades. With such low charisma and intelligence, this skill was practically useless. Basic stats like these at this level, you can only summon a weak monster, Seong-won sneered. He called Jiwoo a filthy pig, but then his mocking tone abruptly faltered. A portal materialized before him, shimmering in the dim light, and a man stepped through with unshakable confidence. He casually removed a cigar from his mouth, adjusting his sunglasses with a single hand gesture. It was President Choi Deok-bae. Seong-won froze, his eyes widening in shock at the sight of the legendary figure. Jiwoo grinned, savoring Seong-won's priceless reaction. The summoning alone had been worth it. The night before, an employee had asked his sunbae if he was staying for another round, but he politely declined, citing the need for overtime. His colleague commented on how devoted he was to his work, respect evident in his tone, before suggesting they grab a few more drinks together. Yet, on his way home, the sunbae unexpectedly ran into a group of men in sharp suits. They were escorting President Choi Deok-bae himself. Later, in a shadowed alley, the employee was on his knees, pleading desperately for mercy. He swore he intended to flee the country once he had the money, and that he had merely been following orders. One team leader asked what should be done, and Deokbae coldly commanded them to eliminate him. Approaching Ji-woo, Deokbae expressed thanks, acknowledging that Ji-woo's actions had caught the traitor before the situation escalated. Ji-woo nodded, torn between awe and disbelief. Was this a game company, or the real mafia? Deokbae added that had Ji-woo called unnecessarily even once more, his life would have been forfeit, and Ji-woo simply accepted the grim reality. Then, with a rare smirk, the president joked that he was only teasing, and shifted focus to the passive boy, announcing that legal measures would be unleashed and termination was inevitable. Ji-woo casually asked if there were any plans for tomorrow at 7 p.m., and Deokbae responded with a simple no. Ji-woo's grin widened, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Then you should participate in the proper lesson that's about to begin, he quipped. Back in the present, Seong-won's legs shook uncontrollably at the sight of the president. Fear clawed at him and he screamed, begging the system to log him out. But battle rules denied his plea. Desperation flaring, he declared that he knew what to do and commanded the GM zone to seal shut. Ji-woo noted the boy's attempt to flee, but Deokbae countered by opening the presidential zone. A green haze enveloped the area, and Seong-won's terror skyrocketed. He cried out that it was all over. Gripping his sword, trembling violently, he muttered that it didn't matter, he would quit the company after this anyway. He lunged forward at impossible speed, striking out with reckless abandon, daring to challenge even the president. But his attack missed completely, clipping only the tip of Deokbae's cigar. Seong-won's knees buckled as fear overtook him. Even Ji-woo couldn't hide his shock. Deokbae calmly took another drag from his cigar. Even rabid dogs hesitate before biting their masters, he said, eyes cold. You are worse than a mad dog. President Choi Deokbae's stats were infinite, his level beyond measure. He clenched his fist, a deadly calm in his eyes, and declared, "You're fired." Song-won had no choice but to accept his fate. He closed his eyes, bracing for impact. The punch landed, crushing his face in an instant. An explosion of force erupted, far surpassing anything Ji-woo had unleashed before. That single strike obliterated the passive boy completely. Ji-woo could barely comprehend it. The damage had exceeded even the 99.99 healing factor. Deokbae's power was terrifying. Just like that, the crisis was resolved. All epic items the passive boy had taken returned to their rightful owners. Multiple guilds that had been affected were restored to normal. Later, Ji-woo learned that the passive boy, Seong-won, was officially fired that same day. In real life, Deokbae had beaten him severely before expelling him from the company. Attempts to sue the chairman for assault only worsened Seong-won's situation. In response, Deokbae fully engaged the legal system and emerged cleared of all charges. Seong-won would spend the rest of his life compensating the company for losses and damages. Rumors even suggested he was permanently banned from the industry. And that marked the happy ending of this story. Back in the starting village of Chrono Life, Ji-woo's life as a seller returned to full swing. He approached his friends, spotting Hong wearing her signature mask and Sarang grinning brightly. Everything had returned to its natural rhythm. Logging out of Chrono Life, Ji-woo sank into his couch with a deep sigh. Yet one nagging thought lingered. He still hadn't asked the passive boy a crucial question. He wondered how that cockroach of a player could function as both a player and an NPC simultaneously, and why no one truly knew her identity. But as Ji-woo rose, he froze, noticing a girl seated on his couch, her presence unexpected and mysterious. Ji-woo froze, completely caught off guard, his eyes widening as his mind struggled to catch up with the unexpected presence in his living room. His expression flickered between shock and confusion in an instant. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement the moment she saw him awake. "It's been a while since I've seen you, Mr. Loser," she said warmly, a playful tone in her voice. Without missing a beat, Ji-woo busied himself in the kitchen, carefully preparing a steaming bowl of ramen for her. "This looks amazing!" Luna exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she leaned over the counter. "It must taste incredible!" "Of course it does," Ji-woo replied, trying to keep his tone casual, though a hint of pride crept into his voice. She took her first bite, savoring the aroma and flavor, while Ji-woo's gaze lingered on her, a flicker of suspicion and curiosity crossing his face. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth she was doing in his apartment at this hour. At least, one question was finally answered. This was no NPC sitting across from him. She had always been a player, real and alive in this world. Luna caught him staring and tilted her head, noticing the blush creeping across his cheeks. She blushed, too, a soft pink tint coloring her own face in response. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked, her voice a mix of teasing and curiosity. Jiwoo quickly tried to cover his embarrassment. "Is it because I'm so beautiful?" he muttered, attempting a joke to hide his flustered state. Luna rolled her eyes. "Stop being ridiculous and just eat your ramen," she scolded gently, returning to her bowl. She resumed eating calmly, the playful tension dissolving into the quiet rhythm of a shared meal. Jiwoo followed suit, picking up his chopsticks with his face still tinged with red. Despite his efforts to appear composed, he couldn't deny that he found her breathtakingly beautiful. But memories intruded, her earlier words about forming a hunting party with him, calling him a loser, and even insulting his parents as beggars. He caught himself, realizing he was teetering dangerously close to letting his emotions run wild again. Classic loser behavior. Taking a deep breath, he met her gaze and asked plainly, "Who the hell are you, and how do you know where I live, and even my passcode?" he added, eyeing her carefully. Luna finished her ramen and stretched, her movements graceful. "I suppose I should reward you for making the food," she said with a faint smile. "And since I know you're curious about a lot of things, you can ask anything. I'll answer everything." Jiwoo eyed her warily, but nodded. "Fine," he said. "I'll start with something light."
Is that your natural hair color? He asked, recalling that when they first met, it had been a soft light pink.
Luna's cheeks warmed immediately, and she looked down shyly. "You've asked that before," she admitted, a gentle smile forming. "I'm glad you noticed." She remembered their first battle together and the tiny moments that had stuck with her ever since. "It is my natural color," she confirmed, her voice soft but certain. Jiwoo frowned, confused. "What are you talking about?" he asked, and Luna quickly tried to play it off. "Do you prefer pink hair? Should I dye it for you?" She teased lightly, but Jiwoo shook his head, changing the subject. He asked whether her character had been deleted after being defeated by the passive boy. Luna explained that although she had lost her life, her character remained intact as the confrontation had occurred while she was in a human state. Jiwoo pressed for more details. Luna clarified that she hadn't anticipated losing her divine authority when attacked inside an administrator's zone. Relief washed over Jiwoo. If her character had been deleted, she would have had to start completely over. Curious, he asked if she planned to repeat the process, since becoming the goddess of life required taking the lives of 1,000 people. She denied it, explaining that killing 1,000 players was only one of the conditions. Moreover, she needed to complete an even more challenging requirement to change her class. She could freely switch between human and goddess modes and asked if he had more questions. Jiwoo thanked her for her patience, but reminded her that his first and most important question was still unanswered. "Who are you?" He pointed out that she always seemed to appear wherever he went in the game, but showing up in real life was beyond reason. He warned her not to dodge the question, and threatened that he'd report her to the police if she didn't answer directly. Luna met his gaze and then closed her eyes, her tone calm. In that world, there are too many people who get in the way. She stood up, her presence commanding, and announced that she had come to make an offer. She asked, her voice playful yet serious, if Mr. Loser wanted to become her man. Jiwoo froze, utterly shocked by the unexpected proposal until he realized what she actually meant. An awkward silence hung between them, the air heavy with tension and unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, the apartment's doorbell rang repeatedly, shattering the moment. Jiwoo furrowed his brow, wondering who could possibly be there at this hour. He walked to the door and peered through the peephole before opening it. On the other side, Sarang stood, calling out to see if Boxer Boy was home, claiming she was a friend of his. She insisted it was urgent and asked him to open the door, but Jiwoo glanced back toward Luna, hesitation flickering across his face.
Jiwoo hesitated, glancing back at Luna in his room, her presence giving him pause. A few tense moments later, he finally swung the door open, revealing the figure waiting outside.
Han Sarang didn't hold back, scolding him lightly. "You should have opened this sooner. I've been standing here waiting." Looking around, she observed the apartment and muttered, "So this is Boxer Boy's house." Her eyes swept across the space, noting how surprisingly tidy it was, and she realized that the layout wasn't all that different from her own home. Suddenly, her gaze drifted toward the kitchen counter. "Are you having a late-night snack? Looks like something spicy," she asked, curiosity in her voice. Jiwoo nodded, confirming her observation with a small smile. "Why are you here at this hour?" he asked, crossing his arms. Sarang shrugged, explaining that it was about the game and inquiring when he planned to log in the next day. Jiwoo replied that he didn't know yet. He'd have to see how his morning unfolded after breakfast. From the room, Luna listened quietly to their exchange. her eyes closing as a wave of jealousy washed over her. Sarang tilted her head, smiling mischievously. "I'll see you tomorrow, but if you oversleep, I'll, she warned teasingly, her voice carrying a playful threat. "But before I leave," she added, pausing for emphasis, "I need something from you." She held out her hand, asking for his phone to save her number, explaining that she couldn't just drop by any time she felt like chatting. Jiwoo raised an eyebrow. "Is it okay for a celebrity to hand out her number so freely?" he asked. Suspicious. Sarang tilted her head in response, amused. "Why are you acting like that?" After saving her contact as Han Sarang, she handed the phone back and asked him to call her so she could save his number in return. Before stepping out, she leaned closer and whispered a warning. If he ignored her messages, he would find himself on a one-way trip to hell. With that, the apartment door clicked shut behind her. Jiwoo sank against the wall, utterly bewildered. Outside, Sarang exhaled relief washing over her face. She had successfully secured his number in the smoothest, most natural way. She muttered to herself that she needed to send him a message immediately before she lost the chance. Inside the apartment, Jiwoo rubbed his temples. "I think my heart is going to give out if things keep happening in the middle of the night," he muttered. Luna peeked from the doorway, curiosity in her eyes. "Why did you ask me to hide? We weren't doing anything strange." Jiwoo sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Your being here is strange enough," he replied. "I'm tired. You should go." Luna grinned mischievously. "I'll only leave after spending the night here," she teased, pushing Jiwoo closer to the brink of exasperation. Then, with a wink, she added, "Just kidding. I'll leave once you give me an answer about my offer." Jiwoo froze. "What kind of offer is that? And why do you keep spouting nonsense? Who are you really?" he demanded, frustration evident in his voice. Luna chuckled softly. "Your question is too vague," she said. "Simply put, I want you to join a party with me inside the game." The next day, inside a grand hall, Habayak approached his master, bowing deeply despite missing an arm. "Lord Disaster of Sloth," he addressed, his tone filled with respect. Riet, the great merchant seated upon his throne, scrutinized Habayak's wound, demanding to know how such a grievous injury had occurred. Habayak lowered his gaze, pleading for forgiveness. "My own incompetence caused this damage," he admitted humbly. Riet's anger flared and he extended his hand. In an instant, a new arm grew from Habayak's body, healed completely by his master's power.
Astonished, Habayak stared at the flawless limb, marveling that the wound had vanished.
Riet demanded the truth. Who had inflicted this injury? Was it the hero he had mentioned previously? Habayak shook his head. "No," he said firmly. "It was the opposite. The hero saved my life." He explained that if the master witnessed the events, he would approve, for the hero was the best candidate for the 7 deadly sins in the current era. On a beach in Crone Life, a hunting ground for players level 30 and above, slimes squirmed and shimmered in the sun, common targets for inexperienced adventurers. But lurking nearby was a threat no novice could face. A colossal level 85 kraken emerged, its presence imposing and terrifying. Its skin was so dense that even the sharpest blades could barely scratch it, and its legs moved effortlessly on both land and sea, a master of all terrains. Result of unbalanced game design and an extremely aggressive nature, it was a field boss feared for traumatizing countless new players. At that moment, Jiwoo struck, using a skill that attacked without consuming any final points, connecting directly with the kraken's gaping mouth. Its HP bar froze at a single point before the beast collapsed onto the sand, defeated. "Captain Amor, move!" Jiwoo shouted, giving the command. Sarang leapt into action, soaring high into the sky. With a mid-air twist, she executed the fallen dragon stomp, crashing down on the kraken with explosive force, driving it deep into the ground. Jiwoo's eyes widened in admiration. That final blow perfect. "Did you gain much experience?" Sarang shook her head. "Very little," she admitted. Eurus explained that the huge level difference between them and the boss limited her experience gain, making the victory more symbolic than practical. Jiwoo asked whether her skill had grown stronger, noting that it seemed weaker than the last time she used it. Sarang explained that it likely had to do with the weapon she wielded. Jiwoo recalled the gauntlets, realizing that with them, Sarang could hunt efficiently without needing his support. The girl teased, though, reminding him that this meant staying away from her boxer boy duties. She asked what he meant, insisting that being carried by him was far better. Their conversation continued fluidly as Luna observed from above, her presence graceful and serene, watching over them with a quiet beauty. She recalled Jiwoo's words from the previous day, when she had posed him a question, letting the memory guide her thoughts as she hovered silently in the sky. The scene hung in balance. a mix of tension, camaraderie, and the lingering mysteries of their intertwined fates. Jiwoo shook his head firmly, refusing the request. "I'm not interested," he said, his tone sharp. "I'll never play with you. Last time we met, you backstabbed me. I can't forget that." Besides, he was already teamed with Sarang, and letting her join would only mean trouble and possibly getting beaten up. From her perch, Luna watched the interaction unfold, a pang of jealousy twisting in her chest. She thought fleetingly of ruining the newcomer's life, but a deep breath reminded her to let it slide for now. After all, Jiwoo would ultimately be hers, and Luna silently resolved that the other girl's existence was insignificant in the grand scheme of Chrono Life's ending. Meanwhile, Urus chimed in, pointing out that Jiwoo couldn't carry her character in the game. He complained that this problem arose constantly, but the enormous level difference made it impossible. Jiwoo pressed for alternatives, and Sarang's attention was piqued by their conversation. Jiwoo frowned, wondering if there was another way to handle the situation without complications. Sarang interrupted, her voice teasing yet curious. "I've been watching you talk to yourself for a while. Is someone else with you?" Jiwoo blinked in surprise. "Can't you see the little dragon?" he asked, gesturing subtly, but Sarang shook her head in confusion, clearly unaware of what he meant. Urus, floating nearby, reminded his young master that others couldn't perceive his presence. Jiwoo's eyes widened as he remembered he was invisible to ordinary players. The dragon continued, explaining that there was a way his master could share a bit of mana, allowing him to materialize in the physical world. Jiwoo hesitated. His intelligence and wisdom were low, and his mana nearly depleted. Still, Urus reassured him that it would be enough. A vast purple energy began radiating from Jiwoo, curling around him and illuminating the room with a mystical glow. Urus's soul began to materialize, condensing into his adorable dragon form. Sarang's eyes widened as the light focused on a single point, and the small dragon let out an equally cute squeak. Sarang's reaction was immediate, a nosebleed and an exclamation of delight. "So cute. Can I touch him?" she asked, unable to contain her excitement. Urus huffed indignantly. "How dare a mere human touch me? Are you not afraid of going to hell?" Jiwoo chuckled softly. "It's fine," he said. The moment he gave permission, Sarang scooped up the tiny dragon, hugging him tightly. Suddenly, a voice pierced the moment. "Finally, I've found you."
Jiwoo spun around to see Habayak arriving, his griffin soaring above. "What are you doing here?" Jiwoo demanded.
Habayak explained hurriedly that the situation had escalated, forcing him to flee and meet the hero as quickly as possible. Jiwoo's eyes narrowed. "How did you even find me?" Habayak revealed that he had used the seventh vision of exploration, a mirror's ability that guided him to a previously encountered opponent. "There's no time for explanations," he warned. "A terrible person is heading straight for us." Jiwoo noticed Habayak's healed arm. "Your arm?" he started. Habayak nodded. "My master fixed it, but the real problem is..." An immense pressure suddenly rolled through the area, making the ground tremble violently. Jiwoo instinctively looked around. "Is this an earthquake?" Sarang stiffened, feeling the same energy. Urus, usually enjoying Sarang's attention, bristled with alertness. Habayak's face turned pale. "He's here," he whispered, fear lacing his words. At that moment, the Eternal Master appeared, descending with an army of angels that filled the sky. This was Riot, the disaster of sloth. Sarang's eyes widened in awe. "Is that a soldier in angelic armor?" she murmured, taking in the majestic scene. Jiwoo, however, only remembered the warnings he had been given about the disaster. He had assumed that the great merchant, Riot, would resemble Habayak, a humanoid figure, but the sheer scale of Riot left him dumbfounded. Habayak flew his griffin closer to his master. "I apologize for not explaining the details," Habayak said. Bowing, Riot's deep voice rumbled. "It's fine. I'll come down myself to explain everything." Though fear churned within him, Habayak simply closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. The great throne began its descent, crashing down onto the sandy beach with bone-jarring force. The impact sent both Jiwoo and Sarang sprawling backward, sand and debris kicking up around them. Riot's voice boomed above the chaos. "It is a pleasure to meet you, hero. Habayak has told me much about you." Jiwoo swallowed hard, unease knotting his stomach. Could this child really be the disaster of sloth? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Luna walked deliberately toward the entrance of a ruin, her mind already plotting her next move. She muttered under her breath, "I've finally found it." Before her sat the human known as the strongest of all life, the first hero, Lord Yopi, perched upon his throne. Luna noted silently that the hero's description matched the game perfectly. Legendary, obsolete, yet oddly familiar. Suddenly, a mark on Yopi's forehead glowed, radiating a mysterious power that shimmered in the dim light.
Just as I expected, Luna murmured, raising her scepter and pointing it toward him.
She continued, shaking her head in mild amusement. I don't know who wrote this story, but it's childish and cliché, yet somehow charming. Her scepter flared, beams of light focusing on the great hero before her. Back on the island, Jiwoo watched Riot closely, lost in thought. He recalled that Riot was Sloth, one of the 7 deadly sins, commanding the mightiest tribe of angels, and known in chrono life as the Great Merchant. The enormous golden throne suited his presence perfectly, several meters high and gleaming with opulence. Yet, despite this grandeur, Riot's form was that of a child, an image that stunned both Jiwoo and Sarang. Eurus commented wryly, noting that the brat still radiated charisma even after all this time. Riot rose from his throne using his powers, floating gracefully toward Jiwoo. This body belongs to Riot, Sloth, and you must be the hero Habaek mentioned, he said. Jiwoo nodded uncertainly, the child's presence unsettling him.
Riot exhaled disdainfully. Humans these days, if someone like you is considered a hero, the level must have really dropped. Before Jiwoo could respond, an explosive kick slammed into his face.
Sarang's eyes widened, caught off guard by just how fast Riot moved, his speed far surpassing anything she had expected. Before she could even react, Riot spun violently, delivering a brutal kick to the opposite side of Jiwoo's face. He was sent flying through the air, slamming into a jagged rock with bone-jarring force, leaving him gasping from the impact.
Habaek called out desperately, Lord Riot, why are you attacking the hero? He's the one who helped us.
Riot's glare cut through him like a blade. Silence, he snapped. If I wanted to talk, I wouldn't have come all this way. Our kind will always oppose humans, Riot continued, voice cold and menacing. I can't believe you approached them so foolishly. Do you even grasp how reckless that was? Jiwoo, bruised and emerging from the rubble, could only nod, admitting the truth in Riot's words. The little boy's eyes bore into him. You seem to understand now, a player and a monster can never be friends. So stay where you are. Since you made the first move, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiwoo thought, hoping for some leverage. Riot's eyes blazed with fury, locking onto him with an unrelenting stare. Do not be mistaken, human, he hissed. You were the one who initiated this conflict. Jiwoo's brow furrowed, confusion clouding his face. When did I attack you? He asked incredulously. In response, Riot slammed his massive leg against the ground. The impact detonated a colossal explosion, sending shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Eurus, pride of the 7 deadly sins, had lost his life, accelerating the chaos throughout the entire game world. Riot hurled a massive boulder toward Jiwoo with terrifying precision. And why are you only complaining about this now? Jiwoo countered, swinging his staff to deflect the rock, creating another massive explosion that rocked the ground. Horus is officially the strongest boss in chrono life, Riot roared, landing a punishing kick to Jiwoo's stomach. He was meant to appear in the final raid of the main story. But you stole his life and disrupted the entire order, Riot continued, rage dripping from every word. Huracan of Gluttony wasn't supposed to be defeated like that either. These beings were meant to be challenged 10 years from now. Sarang stepped forward, voice trembling but firm. Huracan attacked first. Jiwoo only saved me. Riot's roar silenced her instantly. Shut up, he barked, the air around him vibrating with raw power. The girl staggered backward, fear gripping her as the deadly sin's aura pressed down like a physical weight. How dare you interrupt me? Riot thundered. I did not give you permission to speak. The pressure intensified, forcing Sarang to her knees, the sheer force bending her will and body alike. She tried to comprehend this overwhelming power, unlike anything she had felt before, not even when facing Huracan. Meanwhile, Urus observed the scene silently, noting a subtle shift in the situation. From a distance, the two locked eyes, a tense understanding passing between them. Riot's voice echoed across the battlefield. Huracan was born from Urus's defeat. Ultimately, she is the cause of all that has happened, and the problem that has been building ever since is about to erupt. The strongest human in chrono life, the first hero, Yopi, will be resurrected very soon. Riot intoned, his words heavy with foreboding. Yopi's skeletal form opened its eyes, an immense aura spilling forth, its color mirroring the energy that Luna radiated. A smile spread across Luna's face as she observed him, murmuring that it wasn't yet his time to awaken fully. That was why she had come, to share a fragment of her power and guide him in his rebirth. The skeletal hands began to regenerate, flesh and fingers emerging beneath gauntlets, slowly restoring Yopi to life. Yopi rose from his throne, exuding an overwhelming surge of energy that made the ground tremble beneath him. Jiwoo asked cautiously, "What happens when he's resurrected?" After all, Jiwoo reasoned, if he's a hero, he should fight for humanity. There shouldn't be a problem with him returning from the dead. Riet sighed, irritation plain in his voice. "He's dumber than I thought," Luna muttered, shaking her head. "He should already know this." "He won't be resurrected as a human," she continued. "He will come back as one of the 7 deadly sins. Annihilation will be his sole purpose, and vengeance against humans who betrayed him will drive him." The temple floor quaked violently, a skeletal hand erupting from the earth with a deafening crack. A skeleton rose, the first of an approaching army that began to march relentlessly from the temple's depths. Yopi's energy pulsed so powerfully that it could be seen from anywhere within chronolife. Luna explained quietly that the one who had once trusted and loved humans now harbored a deep, burning hatred after his death, a narrative simple, childish, yet inevitable in its path. A gigantic skeletal dragon emerged, joining the growing army in an imposing display of power. Ruby declared solemnly that Yopi, the first hero, now bore the sin of wrath, a being of catastrophic potential upon the continent of Chrono. This was a land of peace, untouched by war or conflict, a blessed continent steeped in tranquility. Until one day, demons arrived, slaughtering humans and spreading chaos with ruthless efficiency. In an instant, the once blessed land of Chrono descended into hellish devastation. At that desperate moment, a light appeared, later known as the first hero, Yopi. Jiwoo, however, had already skipped over this scene. Riet asked what happened, and Jiwoo replied matter-of-factly, "I pressed skip. I'm not the type to sit and read the game story." In other words, Luna's long journey was simply to inform him that the Dark Hero would soon be resurrected. Jiwoo grimaced. He'd taken enough hits already, and she'd come all this way just to say that? He narrowed his eyes. "Did you know I defeated that Urus you admire so much with a single blow? Strongest human or first hero makes no difference. I have no reason to fear you." Riet smirks, and admits he's even dumber than she initially imagined. Jiwoo can hardly believe it. How could Riot, a human, not even understand fear? After all, any moment now, the first hero and his overwhelming army would sweep over them. With a flick of her gaze, she turns to leave.
Jiwoo calls out, puzzled, asking where she's going. Didn't she come here to fight?
Riet laughs, saying it's no fun. She had merely been curious about the current hero, observing him for a moment, but quickly dismissed him as utterly unremarkable. She mentions that once she walked alongside the hero Yopi, and he is the only human she acknowledges as truly worthy. Jiwoo, she declares, cannot and will never match him. The protagonist exhales, a flicker of a grin forming, grateful for the added drive to crush Yopi utterly. But Riot was sorely mistaken if he believed he could walk away unscathed after attacking her. Habayek steps in, calmly urging Jiwoo to restrain himself. Jiwoo snaps, telling him to let go unless he wants to descend to hell alongside his master. Still, Habayek insists that now, after their discussion, there's no reason to fight. Jiwoo retorts sharply, pointing out that his jaw still aches from the punch he received, and he wants a proper fight. Habayek exhales, reminding them about the money Jiwoo had been making selling items. Jiwoo blinks in surprise. How does he know? The King of Mirrors explains that his master had told him everything. It was Riot who had spent 15 billion gold on those items. Meanwhile, Yopi stands at the center of his army, his presence commanding Luna by his side. Yopi nods, fully understanding the situation. Many years had passed since he lost his life, yet here he stands, ready. Luna confirms, explaining that he was meant to be resurrected in the far future, but history had already gone awry. She had supplied the energy he needed, telling him not to worry about the rest. Yopi bows slightly in gratitude, promising to repay her if the chance arises. Luna asks where he intends to go next. With a voice that brooks no argument, the first hero names her lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, making his intentions crystal clear. His dragon unfurls its massive wings with a deafening roar that rattles the mountains. The creature takes to the skies, heading straight for the peaks, fire coiling in its maw, ready to unleash devastation. Below, skeletons scatter, desperate and terrified. Yopi declares with grim finality that he himself will destroy the world he once vowed to protect. Then, with a blink, he vanishes through teleportation magic, leaving nothing but swirling smoke. Luna remains behind, watching the smoke drift into the sky, the weight of the moment heavy on her shoulders. She exhales deeply, the sound barely audible over the winds.
"All right," she murmurs to herself. "My work here is done."
Yet a shadow of doubt lingers. Was it truly right? Did she act without regret? With Huracan, she had acted on desire. This, however, was different. She only acted because he seemed like an unresolved thread in the main story. A divine voice whispers reassurance, telling her that all is well, that she should simply enjoy the outcome. From a distant vantage, she gazes upon the earth, witnessing the cleansing path that this world will follow. Back on the beach, Jiwoo's jaw drops as he pieces it together, muttering to himself that it was indeed that boy who had bought all the items he sold. Riet, unreadable, gives no reaction. He explains coldly that, in truth, 15 billion gold had been spent to buy everything. And after a month, the items were relisted for 50 billion, netting a staggering profit of 37 billion. Jiwoo, utterly dumbfounded, addresses the boy as Hyung, a mixture of awe and disbelief in his voice. He bows deeply, pleading for mentorship in trade, while Riot observes with a dry remark about Jiwoo's lack of pride. Suddenly, an immense pressure crashes down upon the area, forcing Riot to glance around with wary anticipation. Sarang and Urus feel the sensation too, their bodies stiffening under its weight. Riot warns with grim certainty. The end of the world as they know it is arriving, heralded by the advance of Yopi's monstrous army. Jiwoo looks up, eyes wide, while a bead of sweat traces down Sarang's face. And then, without warning, war erupts. Chaos breaks as a skeleton strikes in tandem with a scream, instantly killing a human player. The monstrous horde spreads across the continent, and players tremble, recalling the terror of Huracan's previous onslaught and wondering why the village falls so easily this time. Amid the turmoil, a system screen flickers into view. Chrono Life main quest released. Protect the world from Hero Yopi, the Sin of Wrath. Players gape in confusion. Many hadn't even known main quests existed. Hesitation proves fatal. A player caught staring at the quest window is struck down by a skeleton sword. Voices shout across the city, now is no time to stare at screens, or they will be lost amidst the chaos. As the monsters advance, players brandish their weapons, bewildered that Yopi, a hero, would now be their greatest threat, dismantling the peace of Chrono Life. From the midst of the onslaught, a fireball erupts from a staff, and a mage conjures a flaming whirlwind, shredding enemies into the air. All recognize her instantly. Abracadabra, the royal sorceress, unmatched in strength. She proclaims that, by royal decree, the sacred land itself will protect this place from that moment forward. Players cheer, relieved by the rapid mobilization of the royal sorcerers, noting how precise and swift the response is compared to the battle against Huracan of Gluttony, until Abracadabra's gaze snaps upward in shock. Above, a skeletal dragon, radiating an eerie glow, prepares a massive fireball, hurling it toward them with devastating intent. The truth behind their looming defeat was painfully simple. They simply weren't prepared for what was coming. This event was a main quest meant for heroes, far stronger and years into the future. At their current levels, armed only with the items they had, victory was impossible. Meanwhile, atop Heroes Hill, Yopi materialized in front of the mountain, the teleportation spell complete. He scanned the terrain below, his voice calm but heavy with emotion. It had been ages since he had seen his friends, yet the memories came flooding back. His gaze fell upon the tombs, each a reminder of what had passed. One tomb held a guitar, and Yopi recalled the bard's gratitude for being able to sing to the world. Another displayed a fragment of a wing, stirring memories of the saint who had vowed to pray for him. Finally, a wizard's hat caught his eye, bringing back the companion who had stayed by his side simply for the joy of being together. Memories of his old friends overwhelmed him, and blood welled from his eyes as he wept. But this time, the memory turned bitter, the sting of betrayal cutting deep. Dark energy swirled violently around him, and with a command, he ordered the fallen heroes to rise. The stones quaked violently, and the earth itself seemed to shudder as the bodies of legendary heroes clawed their way out of the soil. Yopi proclaimed that they would no longer tread the noble paths they once shared with him. The level 999 sorcerer, the cleric of equal power, and the bard who had once rivaled them all rose alongside the strongest hero. He sent them forth to bring an end to a story that refused to conclude. Back on the battlefield, a system notification blared to every player. The quest's difficulty had spiked to disaster level. Unfazed, Jiwoo picked at his nose and muttered, "So what? Even the bone dragon will crumble with a single strike of my stick." He mused that it had been some time since he had unleashed his intercontinental strike, the sheer power of it resonating through the air. Beside him, Riot exhaled, unease flickering across his face. Could Jiwoo truly pull this off safely? Normal players could be obliterated mid-attack. Riot also considered the zombie horde, recalling that physical attacks without sacred attributes were useless against them. He explained that even Jiwoo's planet-shattering strike would fail against Yopi's army, which would remain intact even after a server reset. No matter how powerful Jiwoo was, he could not fight alone. Jiwoo only smiled, entertained by the predicament, and boldly declared he would win this war by himself. He drew his stick, disengaged the recoil control, and propelled himself forward with astonishing speed. A grin on his face, he soared toward the city, leaving a blazing trail of explosions in his wake.
Sarang's eyes widened. "Where did the little underwear guy go?" she asked. Habayak explained that Jiwoo had used the attack's recoil to fly, a maneuver bordering on insanity. Riot, watching from below, merely smiled, appreciating Jiwoo's audacity.
The scene shifted to Chronolife's starting village, once the heart of adventure, now a wasteland. A lone creature grunted amidst the ruins, its hollow echo haunting the devastated streets. In the blink of an eye, peace had turned to skeletal chaos. The dragon's flames had reduced the city to ashes. Players erupted in outrage, shouting that the game had gone insane, lamenting that Chronolife had once again broken every expectation. An attendant muttered that the game seemed determined to defy him, asking the panicked crowd to calm down. He suggested perhaps the server had crashed like last time, and that they might simply try logging in again. The players barked back. A skeletal dragon had appeared in the village. Logging in again meant certain death. Chronolife was in chaos, and the question of whether to abandon it for another game hung heavy in the air. A girl beside one player shrugged, noting that random attacks might actually make the game more thrilling than monotonous hunts. The player beside her asked if she played Chronolife and wanted to team up, but she shook her head, politely declining. Suddenly, an update notice appeared in Chronolife, and the girl gasped, unsure if it was truly official. Shouts erupted as everyone scrambled to check the main page, convinced the developers had lost their minds. The girl realized that if the notice was legitimate, it meant the game's main scenario was beginning imminently. It explained that although sudden, this event was inevitable, and the world's fate depended on the player's success. Failure meant Yopi would dominate the world of Chrono, plunging all life into a dark age. Players commented on the insanity of the developer's audacity. Elsewhere, a suited man exclaimed that the situation was pure madness. He insisted that with the current player levels and gear, no one could overcome Yopi, and defeat was inevitable. Thus, he argued, management must intervene as they had previously. Diokbai retorted, questioning his sanity and reminding him that company policy forbade interference except for the Passive Boy incident. The suited man, aghast, asked if the president was serious, especially after issuing such a notice. Meanwhile, on the devastated battlefield, the skeletal horde meandered until they noticed an incoming meteor. It was Jiwoo, hurtling toward them with deadly intent. Upon impact, he commented that this method of travel was faster, though the landing posed a challenge. Glancing sideways, he realized skeletons encircled him, but it didn't matter. He had arrived exactly where he intended. The skeletons screamed and braced for his attack. Jiwoo effortlessly obliterated one, muttering with mild annoyance at the inconvenience. The battlefield erupted into chaos, the perfect stage for his relentless onslaught. Soon, another monstrous skeleton lunged at Jiwoo from behind, while the rest of the horde slammed into him relentlessly, their guttural roars shaking the battlefield. Indifferent, Jiwoo raised his head and called out mockingly, questioning why they even bothered. Their attacks hadn't so much as scratched his HP. With a fluid, lightning-fast motion, he smashed one skeleton on the head before sweeping his stick across the others, sending them sprawling in every direction. As the monsters toppled like frail insects, Jiwoo laughed and declared, "You're nothing but flies." Still, a thought flickered across his mind. Had he over-invested in constitution? His speed felt sluggish, leaving him unable to dodge as he wished. At that moment, another skeleton charged. Jiwoo ignored it, opening his skill window as the relentless creature hammered away with futile strikes. A sinister grin spread across his face. "Time for a little gluttony," he murmured, letting out a chilling laugh that startled even the monster behind him. Tentacles slithered from his mouth, and he announced, "Showtime." The skeletons froze, terror widening their hollow sockets, as the gluttony tentacle twirled in the air before lunging toward them. It struck one skeleton, immediately absorbing it until the creature dissolved into nothingness. As a result, Jiwoo's level and stats surged. He quipped, "Ah, nutritional calcium," grinning at his own progress. Understanding that at maximum level his stats would double and replace their previous values, he realized his abilities had grown even stronger. With his strength rising by 220 points, he could finally equip advanced gear. Jiwoo couldn't believe he had ignored this overpowered skill all this time. He had been shortchanging himself. From that moment, he vowed never to be selective again. Everything in front of him was fair game. For the first time, fear took hold of the skeletons. Though not truly alive, they had instincts, and the sheer terror in Jiwoo's eyes and presence shattered their sanity. All that remained was their survival instinct, screaming for them to flee the battlefield. Even the strongest, immortal skeletons, once unafraid of death, began retreating, driven purely by the absolute fear radiating from Jiwoo. With a sinister smile and the tentacles still writhing from his mouth, Jiwoo stepped forward, advancing with deadly intent. The tentacle lashed out, striking a fleeing skeleton and using the absorption skill, reducing it to dust in an instant. One by one he repeated the process, another, then another, until only he remained amidst the wreckage. Jiwoo plunged the tentacle into a monster's face and absorbed it instantly, his stats soaring and reaching absolute maximum. Seeing this, Ura cheered, exclaiming, "That's Hyungnim for you. Now even the passive kid wouldn't stand a chance." Jiwoo agreed, noting that he could never be compared to that trash, but then he sensed someone approaching from behind. He turned, expecting leftovers on his plate. After all, it would be rude to leave food uneaten. But it was Luna who stood before him. "Why are you here, cockroach?" Jiwoo muttered, noticing her frequent appearances lately. Without warning, Luna deactivated her god mode, returning to her usual form. Jiwoo frowned, asking why she had done that. Luna explained simply that she didn't want a certain someone watching at that moment. Before Jiwoo could respond, Luna pressed her lips to his in a sudden, unexpected kiss. From afar, Urus watched the scene with grave intensity, while Jiwoo was utterly stunned, completely lost. He had come here to confront Hero Yopi, yet now he was kissing Luna, his mind reeling with confusion. They pulled apart, and Jiwoo recoiled, wiping his mouth. "What the hell was that for?" he demanded, flushed and bewildered. It was his first kiss, after all. Luna scratched her chin with a playful smile, then turned away.
"Accident,"
she claimed, feigning innocence. "I slipped on you?" Jiwoo snapped, indignant. "Don't make me laugh. You held my neck when you kissed me." Luna chuckled, noting that he had noticed everything, making Jiwoo blush furiously. She teased, saying his agility was now maxed. He could have dodged if he wanted to. Jiwoo tried to argue, but Luna stepped closer, whispering a question. She revealed that it had also been her first kiss. Jiwoo swallowed hard, demanding why she had kissed him, but Luna repeated simply that she had slipped. Changing the subject, she presented an item, a glowing orb in her hand, the jewel of the Nameless One, a god-ranked artifact, and said she had come to deliver it. She explained that nobody could see this transaction, which was why she had deactivated her god mode before approaching. Jiwoo's expression grew serious as he looked at the jewel. "I don't know what this is," he admitted, "but since Luna seems serious, I'll take it." Still flustered, he asked why she had kissed him. Luna laughed, teasing his obsession, insisting she had truly just slipped. She instructed him to take good care of the item, emphasizing its importance and usefulness. At that moment, Sarang called out, shouting for her little underwear friend, asking how he could have left alone after she had been running all this time to catch up. But as Sarang approached, she froze, noticing Luna standing beside Jiwoo. Observing their closeness, her feminine instincts immediately flared. Jiwoo apologized sheepishly, explaining that he had flown off so suddenly because his excitement had gotten the better of him. Sarang, unconvinced, grabbed the front of his shirt, her expression twisted in curiosity and suspicion. "Who's the girl next to you?" she demanded, insisting he introduce her immediately. Jiwoo stammered, trying to explain that they had met before, but Sarang pressed on relentlessly, her gaze sharp and insistent. Luna, observing the tension, sighed softly and decided it was time to act, activating her god mode once more. Her hair instantly darkened to a deep black, and Sarang froze in shock, recognizing the true power standing before her. Luna's eyes gleamed with disdain as she asked Sarang if that overrated girl thought she knew her, reminding Sarang of the moment Luna had nearly been killed by Urakan. Ignoring the charged atmosphere, Luna turned to Jiwoo, her voice calm but firm. "Are you going to fight the hero Yopi?" She warned him that the task would be far from easy. Yopi had reached level 999, bolstered by the energy she herself had given him. Luna added that by now, Yopi would likely have reached his destination, the very heart of the demon world, a place known as the demonic castle. The scene shifted to Yopi, striding into the castle alongside his subordinates, their cold gazes fixed on the fortress ahead. A ghostly figure named Death appeared, startled to see him. It recognized Yopi as the first of his name, the hero whom the former Demon King had once annihilated. Yopi raised an eyebrow. "How are you still alive?" he asked, his voice tinged with incredulity at Death's longevity. Death responded solemnly. "My body is immortal. What brings you here?" Yopi approached, his gaze settling on a sword embedded in the ground. "The answer is obvious," he said quietly. He revealed his purpose, to retrieve his hero's longsword, the mightiest weapon meant only for his hands. Death cautioned him, warning that the Demon King's energy was sealed within the sword and that wielding it would have consequences. With a steely gaze, Yopi gripped the hilt, fully aware of the power contained within. The moment he touched it, a greenish force erupted, filling the chamber with raw energy. A system notification chimed. The condition had been met, and the transformation to a hidden class had begun. Yopi watched as the sword gradually shifted color from a fiery orange to a deep, resonant green. Death smiled, observing the transformation with growing delight, his expression brightening as Yopi completed his class change, ascending as the new Demon King. The ghost exclaimed, "A new king has been born." The system confirmed. Yopi would gain the Demon King class privileges, multiplying all his stats tenfold. His hidden skill, Demon King's Authority, activated, granting dominion over the entire demonic race. Without hesitation, Yopi issued his first command, summon the full demonic army to annihilate the human world. Death, floating nearby, acknowledged his new master with a loyal bow, declaring, "Yes, my lord." Rising higher, Death's shadowy form manifested outside the castle, his grotesque smile spreading unnaturally wide. While Yopi ordered the legions forward, Death opened his mouth far wider than normal, creating a dimensional portal. A dark, sinister energy poured outward, flowing toward the human world. Under normal circumstances, the human and demon worlds could not intersect. Only a few, like Yopi and the Demon King's closest assistant, knew the secrets of dimensional teleportation. Death's ability to open a portal with his mouth was legendary, the very reason he served as the king's assistant. Back in the human dimension, Sarang stared at the sky, mouth agape at Death's massive gaping maw, while she clutched Jiwoo's arm in disbelief. He too looked stunned. Watching from a distance, Riot exhaled and muttered Yopi's name, remarking that this was the full extent of the hero's wrath toward humanity for all it had done. Meanwhile, Jiwoo gripped his stick tightly, questioning its importance before unleashing a vertical strike so powerful it tore past the atmosphere and into space, leaving a thick plume of smoke behind. Mimicking the familiar sounds of a status window, Jiwoo celebrated, claiming victory. But his expression quickly shifted to shock. All the demons were still alive. Luna explained that the demonic race had unique physical prowess and infinite magic coursing through their horns. She added that the armies, already formidable, had now received immortal bodies thanks to the energy of their new Demon King, Yopi. According to Luna, combining the demonic race with skeletons had created the strongest tribe, a force so mighty that even gluttony could not have assembled it. She provocatively asked Jiwoo, the so-called loser lord, what he intended to do and how he planned to overcome hero Yopi. Jiwoo sighed deeply as a faint energy began to radiate from beneath him. From within, the core of his unique rookie skill, the cleric's soul emerged. He activated his blessing magic, remarking that a holy attribute was the best method for combating the undead. Assuming a strange, awkward stance, Jiwoo launched his sanctified strike into the sky. The attack was catastrophic, obliterating everything above, even reaching nearby planets. Luna gasped in desperation, her eyes feeling as though they were burning from the sheer intensity of the assault. The demonic tribe, naturally born with formidable bodies, infinite magic, and now granted immortality by Yopi, was famed as the strongest in chrono life. Yet one by one, they began collapsing, turning to dust before his holy strike. Even Death, the Demon King's powerful assistant, began dissolving, utterly shocked by the devastation. Jiwoo remarked casually, "You were never immortal, just weak undead, unable to withstand holy attacks." Already bored, he asked aloud why Yopi didn't appear sooner, while his proud army crumbled beneath him. His expression shifted to surprise as the demons began regenerating. Luna explained that this was Yopi's unique ability. As long as the Demon King retained mana, his army would never truly die. Jiwoo sighed, realizing he faced a relentless cycle of sanctified strikes until Yopi's mana was depleted. Luna interrupted, urging him to confront Yopi directly. Jiwoo frowned, asking why she was so desperate, since she had said that Yopi was in the demon world unreachable by him. At that moment, Sarang pointed toward a gaping hole in the sky and asked if it might be possible to reach the demon world through it. Jiwoo nodded, seeing the logic in her suggestion, but Luna quickly dismissed the idea, her voice sharp and unyielding. That portal is one-sided, she explained. Anyone trying to enter from this side would be pulverized instantly, their lives ending before they could react. Turning her gaze to Sarang, Luna scolded her again, calling her an overrated fool, her tone dripping with divine contempt. Sarang's face flushed with anger. "Who do you think you are, mocking me like that?" she shouted. "No player has ever stepped foot in the demon world." Luna tilted her head, a cold smirk crossing her lips. "Who said that?" she replied, her voice calm but intimidating. "As a goddess, I can traverse dimensions to reach the demon world whenever I choose." Then, extending her hand to Jiwoo, she said, "Hold my hand. I'll take you to Yopi. That's why I've been searching for you." Jiwoo's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Is that really why?" he asked, recalling her previous words that hinted at something else entirely. Luna merely stared at him, her gaze icy and unreadable. Jiwoo remembered what she had said when she handed him the god-ranked item, the one that should not be observed by anyone. Understanding her intention, he reached for her hand. "All right," he said, "I'll hitch a ride." Sarang, wide-eyed and incredulous, shouted, "Are you serious? You actually trust her?" Jiwoo shrugged, gripping her hand. "I have no choice. There's no other way to reach Yopi." Luna felt the contact and blushed, her eyes softening as a wide, joyful smile spread across her face.
"Can we go now?"
she asked, her voice bright with anticipation. Jiwoo nodded. Sarang yelled after them to wait and take her along. But before she could do anything, a surge of intense energy began to envelop Jiwoo and Luna. "I'm afraid we're already at maximum capacity," Luna said, her voice tinged with regret. "My teleport can only take one person." Leaning against Jiwoo, she added playfully, "Enjoy our little encounter before activating the dimensional portal." In an instant, both of them vanished from the human world. Sarang was left behind, her hand pressed to her face in disbelief. She let out an exasperated sigh, muttering to herself that from this moment on, Luna would be her new rival. Meanwhile, inside the Demon King's castle, Jiwoo and Luna materialized. Looking around, Jiwoo asked cautiously, "Are we really inside the castle?" His gaze then fell on a man standing before them, his expression cold and unyielding. Jiwoo asked, "Are you the hero, Yopi?" The man shook his head. "There is no longer a hero Yopi," he said, his voice low and menacing. "Now, only fury resides in this body." He declared with authority that as one of the 7 deadly sins, he would annihilate all corrupt and despicable humans. A tremendous fury radiated from him, yet it wasn't Yopi, it was the force of Jiwoo's previous strike which had already obliterated everything in its path.
Jiwoo chuckled to himself, commenting that he had skipped all the dialogue again. Believing the fight was over, he said casually, "We can already head back to the village."
Luna interrupted sharply. "No," she said, her tone firm. "This encounter is just beginning." Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. Yopi, having dodged the previous strike, commented calmly, "That was an incredible attack. Not even the last Demon King possessed such power." Jiwoo's jaw dropped. He was shocked that Yopi had dodged, considering that his own attributes were maximized. Yopi prepared his sword, explaining that attacks and evasions didn't rely solely on raw attributes. He unleashed a massive crescent slash, causing a colossal explosion that shook the castle walls. Yopi continued, calmly explaining that he could predict opponents' movements by reading wrist flexion, gaze direction, and even subtle breathing patterns. At that moment, Jiwoo appeared right behind him. "Noted," he said, his voice filled with quiet amusement. Yopi spun around, surprised, and swung again, but Jiwoo had already vanished. "I'm still close," he called, teasing. As Yopi looked down, Jiwoo reappeared in front of him, dodging another strike with a laugh. "High agility really makes this fun," he taunted. Back in the starting village, the demonic dragon rampaged relentlessly. Sarang ran desperately, screaming, "How could that little underwear guy leave me alone?" In her panic, she tripped over her own feet, hitting the ground and cursing her own misfortune. The dragon roared and lunged, its claw aimed straight at her. But she remembered the image of Luna touching Jiwoo. Fueled by rage, she gritted her teeth and crouched, ready to strike back. The memory of Luna holding Jiwoo's arm surged again, and with a fierce yell, Sarang slammed a punch into the monster's belly. "Annoying," she shouted. The dragon groaned in pain, its massive form trembling. Normally, Amor, at level 25, could never have inflicted damage on a monster above level 100. But the gauntlets she wore were extraordinary, their power transcending typical level limits. The hidden ability of the transcendental gauntlets automatically adapted her attack to exploit the demon's weakness. sending the creature crashing to the ground. Sarang gained an overwhelming flood of experience, her level soaring repeatedly until she reached level 39. The main quest bonus and high experience gain ensured she earned more points than she would from most bosses. Feeling unstoppable, Sarang shouted at the remaining demons, promising to use them as her stress relief. Her confidence faltered the next instant as she glimpsed the full scope of the demonic army before her. Swallowing hard, she called out Jiwoo's name, vowing that he would pay when he returned. Back at the Demon King's castle, Yopi observed Jiwoo's strength and agility, acknowledging that they were far superior to his own. He inferred that Jiwoo's other attributes were also maximized, and Jiwoo confirmed it. Yopi then advised that given the situation, he should surrender to avoid wasting further time. He spoke with a weary smile, reflecting on his past. Every battle he had joined before had been reckless, a dance with no hope of victory. The memories of those foolish fights lingered, yet a quiet pride shimmered behind his eyes. As he spoke, his loyal allies appeared silently behind him, forming a steadfast wall of support. Their presence alone spoke volumes about the bond they shared, unshaken by the chaos around them. Yopi finished with a confident nod, saying that despite the odds, they always emerged victorious. His words carried a mixture of defiance and pride, like a seasoned commander who knew the value of teamwork. Jiwoo froze in disbelief. Yopi casually mentioned summoning his crew, signaling a coordinated attack. Urus chuckled at the idea, clearly enjoying the anticipation of battle. Jiwoo's own voice rose in protest, insisting that true heroes faced their foes one-on-one, not as an orchestrated pack. Luna's eyes sharpened with warning. She reminded Jiwoo that the heroes group had never failed a raid. Their record was flawless, and crossing them was dangerous beyond imagination. She emphasized this, calling him Mr., a subtle mark of respect for his own abilities, even amidst the tension. Sarang's gaze fell on a deep wound, noticing the relentless gush of blood. Her mind raced. How had the cut penetrated so easily? It was a moment of stark reality. The monster let out a piercing scream, thrashing wildly as pain radiated through its body. Its agony filled the battlefield, shaking the ground with every desperate move. Hong seized the moment, leaping forward with the precision of a hunter. Her lunar attack cut through the air, her daggers slicing the monster repeatedly. Sparks of light danced across its battered form. The creature coughed up blood, its severed parts tumbling to the earth with a sickening thud. The battlefield seemed to pause briefly, acknowledging Hong's swift and deadly efficiency. After the strike, Hong knelt beside Sarang, concern in her eyes. "Are you okay, Miss Amor?" she asked, her voice steady but caring, anchoring a sense of safety amid chaos. Relief washed over Sarang as she saw her savior, celebrating with a brief, shaky smile. But the respite was short-lived. New waves of demons advanced relentlessly, their numbers threatening to overwhelm them. Sarang shouted in alarm at the sheer volume of enemies. Hong's lips tightened into a grim smile. "They're endless," she commented, her eyes scanning the horizon, rare demons flooding into the human world. It was more than she had anticipated. The scene before them looked like a legendary war from classic games, a clash of epic proportions. Hong's thoughts flickered to a critic who had dismissed Chrono Life as trivial. She shrugged, replying to herself and Sarang, "That only makes it more thrilling." Indeed, the game's chaos was exhilarating. Taking command, Hong shouted for the Robin Hood Guild members to attack, her voice carrying over the battlefield. Her presence inspired confidence, rallying the players into action. She ordered everyone to abandon stealth and switch to full combat mode. The safety of the village depended on their unity and courage. A final warning. Yopi had blessed the enemies with immortality. Hong instructed them to sprinkle holy water on their weapons before engaging, an essential step to pierce the demons' unnatural defenses. With that, the battle erupted. Players clashed with demons in a brutal melee, each side matching the other's strength and skill. The air was thick with tension, steel, and magic. Sarang watched in awe. "Is this the legendary Robin Hood summoning?" she asked, mesmerized by the spectacle, her first encounter leaving her breathless.
Hong replied, her voice tinged with pride. "It's my second time as the guild's third leader. The first was against your boyfriend," she added, giving a personal touch to the memory.
Sarang's cheeks warmed. She regretted missing the first event, too busy to log in, but hearing Hong say boyfriend made her heart flutter with unexpected delight. Hong's gaze sharpened. "This isn't even the full story," she warned, the thrill of the coming battles palpable in her tone. Suddenly, a blue arrow streaked across the sky, slicing through the demons in a brilliant flash. The sheer speed and power left the onlookers stunned. Sarang turned sharply, Recognizing Hawkeye, leader of the Justice Guild, his presence adding weight to the fight. His arrival signaled reinforcements joining the fray. He announced that his sentinels had reported the threat, and his guild would participate fully. The war was escalating into a full-scale clash. Sarang's excitement surged, yet Hong's expression remained serious. "This isn't over," she said firmly. "This is an all-out war." On the battlefield, banners of the Divine Guild, Cross Guild, and Holy War Guild fluttered. Humanity's largest guilds had united, preparing to face the relentless demon army tribe. Demons surged forward in a horde, while humans met them with disciplined, coordinated strikes. The war had truly begun. Back at the demon castle, a vibrant explosion of colors erupted as the bard strummed his guitar. The skill, Seraph's song, quickened the pace of his allies, with a hidden second verse effect yet to reveal itself. Jiwoo watched, awestruck. "What was that?" he asked. Luna explained that it was one of the troubadour's signature abilities, a melody that controlled the rhythm of time, signaling the start of the hero's raid. She urged Jiwoo to form a group with her before it was too late. Jiwoo scoffed, flipping her off with a defiant glare. "I know what you're planning," he muttered. "I can handle these punks on my own." He warmed up his shoulder, crouched, and vanished, moving at the maximum speed the game allowed. The battlefield blurred around him as he advanced. Jiwoo appeared before the heroes group in an instant, greeting the troubadour. His velocity was so overwhelming that no one could react in time. "Focus on supports first," he declared, swinging his stick with precision, but his strike met a sword's edge. Yopi had intercepted. Reacting flawlessly to Jiwoo's charge, he maneuvered his sword with such skill that Jiwoo had to adjust his attack mid-motion, defending desperately.
Yopi's counterstrike generated a massive upward radius of destruction. Urus watched, impressed. He deflected Jiwoo's attack by spinning his blade? That's incredible. Luna added that this was the perfect parry, Yopi's ultimate skill, honed through rigorous training.
Urus questioned whether this made Yopi invincible. Luna clarified that even the slightest delay would cause the skill to fail, and continuous pressure could overcome it. Just then, Seraph's song surged again. Time fluctuations amplified the speed of Yopi's group. Their movements became a blur, challenging Jiwoo's reflexes. Despite the buff, Jiwoo defended tirelessly, noting how drastically their speed had increased. Still, he felt it wasn't enough. He braced for what was coming next. Then, something unexpected occurred. Yopi's forehead glowed, revealing his hidden ability, the hero's glory. The power shimmered, a sudden surge, doubling his attributes at the cost of immense strength. At breakneck speed, Yopi spun into Jiwoo, delivering multiple blows with terrifying force, a whirlwind of calculated strikes. He continued the relentless assault, yet Jiwoo blocked every strike with just his stick, realizing the hero was taunting the white cat nearby, testing his limits. Then his attention snapped to a new threat. Behind the group, a mage gathered energy. Staff glowing as a powerful whirlwind formed in the sky. From it, a descending force began to accelerate toward the battlefield. A meteor plummeted straight at Jiwoo, its arcane power palpable and deadly. Jiwoo recognized the spell as something extraordinary, the first he had seen in person. He calculated that even with his current agility, dodging would be trivial, but this was no time for hesitation. With calm precision, he raised his arm, slicing upward and splitting the meteor in half. Smoke cleared, and he smirked, asking whether they had any other tricks to show. It was time to stop wasting time. The battlefield demanded a conclusion. Yopi grinned, regretting that the fun had only just begun. Seraph's song reached its second verse, sending notes toward Jiwoo that halved the enemy's attributes, a hidden effect catching even Urus off guard. Urus stared, shocked and bewildered. "How is that even possible?" he murmured, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in power. Yopi's grin widened as he boasted about his victory. He explained that, thanks to the hidden class amplifying Jiwoo's attributes tenfold, their power levels had finally aligned with his own, further bolstered by the troubadour's enchanting buff. It was a rare moment of triumph, and he savored it with unmistakable pride. According to Yopi, Jiwoo now possessed only the trait of gluttony, but with a perfectly timed parry, every swinging tentacle would be effortlessly deflected, never grazing them. Yopi turned the question back to Jiwoo, curious if he had already revealed all his abilities. Jiwoo merely scratched his face, a sly grin curling on his lips, contemplating whether now was the right moment to unveil his next move.
Yopi's brow furrowed as he asked Jiwoo what he meant, suspicion flickering in his eyes.
Urus immediately recognized the signature of a hidden passive ability. Yet Luna interjected firmly. explaining that Jiwoo hadn't met all the necessary conditions to activate it, at least not fully. Ignoring the warnings, Jiwoo rummaged through his coat with determined fingers, muttering to himself about being certain he had placed it there. Moments later, triumph shone on his face as he announced he had found it. To Urus's shock, Jiwoo revealed Habayek's mirror. With that, the hidden ability of the 8 visions sparked to life, magnifying the target's size based on its maximum mana. Energy cascaded around Jiwoo, enveloping him, and his body swelled to an immense, awe-inspiring size, towering over everything nearby. Meanwhile, in a distant dimension far removed from the human world, the demonic realm shimmered under a surreal transformation. The symbolic blackness of the landscape had inexplicably turned stark white, casting an otherworldly glow. Demons surged forward in waves against humanity, but Sarang sprinted boldly toward them. She leapt with cat-like agility, twisting mid-air to face a charging demon, and delivered a decisive kick that sent it sprawling in an instant. The surge of combat experience propelled her to level 74, marking another milestone in her growing strength. Exhausted, Sarang muttered her frustration at the relentless waves of foes, questioning if her sanity was slipping. Hong reassured her firmly, confirming that she remained grounded despite the chaos. Hong explained that, under normal circumstances, demons could be eradicated with sacred attacks which had reliably worked in the past. Yet these adversaries were no ordinary demons. They were shielded by the Demon King's protection and siphoning Yopi's mana to resurrect themselves. With Yopi now possessing infinite mana, the enemy numbers continued to swell, fed by the massive portal suspended in the sky. Sarang grumbled about the unfairness of the situation, noting that main scenario quests should challenge players, but not to the point of impossibility. Her gaze caught a dragon barreling toward her, prompting an exasperated comment that even breathing seemed denied in this relentless battle. Reacting swiftly, Abracadabra raised her staff, preparing to counter the incoming threat. She thrust her flame spear forward, and a blazing projectile shot across the battlefield, slamming squarely into a demon's belly and flattening it instantly against the ground. Moments later, she clarified the mission's singular requirement: defeat Yopi, the embodiment of wrath. Sarang questioned the purpose of this war, suggesting that they could simply log off and allow the fleeting sky to handle Yopi alone. Abracadabra warned that abandoning the fight would be catastrophic. The world would be left desolate, all plants and animals dying, and the realm entirely consumed by demonic forces. Sarang argued that the game company could issue an update to prevent such devastation, but Hong cut her off sharply, reminding her of a crucial announcement she seemed to have forgotten. He emphasized that the world's fate rested entirely on the main quest's outcome, an unprecedented moment in gaming history where everything hinged on player actions. He added that while the company's intentions were opaque, there was no turning back now. Even if the world faced total ruin, the developers had made it clear they would not intervene, not even at the risk of ending the game's service. Outraged, Sarang branded the developers as insane, decrying their laziness in managing the game and questioning how the top gaming company could lack any solution. Hong, however, chuckled, reveling in the sheer audacity of the situation. Sarang's frustration erupted into a shout, insisting it wasn't the time for philosophical musings. The other players desperately needed assistance. Just then, another monster collapsed at their feet. Abracadabra reassured Sarang, noting that most players were already aware of the crisis and actively engaged in the battle for the world's fate. With renewed focus, they coordinated their attack, targeting the enemy's legs to bring them down, knowing their ultimate weakness was the head. Sarang noticed both ordinary players and elite guilds fighting fiercely, and Abracadabra affirmed that everyone had been defending the world from the very beginning. The solemnity of the moment broke when a man shouted about dropping a rare item, instantly triggering a scramble as surrounding players fought over it, leaving the two women momentarily stunned. Despite the chaotic scene, they agreed that ultimately everything was for the world's good. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, Yopi calculated the distance, hundreds, maybe over 1,000 meters, while the troubadour continued strumming his guitar, the seraphic melody boosting enemy attributes to a fifth of their original power. Urus remarked that this stolen ability had manifested again. Although Hung Nim was immune to such effects, it still seemed to influence him. Luna corrected him, clarifying that it wasn't an effect per se, but a magic that rewound time around the target. However, she noted that Jiwoo remained unaffected, safely outside its range. Jiwoo addressed Yopi directly, inquiring whether the ability's name was Perfect Parry. He noted its remarkable property, complete nullification of attacks. With a sly challenge, he invited Yopi to test it once more.
Yopi raised his sword, but Jiwoo warned him to restrain the massive attack descending from above.
At blinding speed, Jiwoo's stick hurtled like a meteor toward the demonic world. A projectile aimed squarely at their ranks with unstoppable momentum. Yopi's eyes widened in shock. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, yet in the end he simply closed his eyes, bracing for impact. The stick slammed into the ground with cataclysmic force, shattering the planet beneath them, fissures spreading violently across its surface. The colossal explosion transformed everything into pure, blinding light, washing the battlefield in brilliance. As the radiance faded, the magnification effects Jiwoo had enforced dissipated, and he shrank back to his normal form. He remarked wryly that he had obliterated the game planet, yet the server remained stable. It was, after all, a separate world entirely. Eurus confirmed that Hyungnim had returned to normal, surviving the ordeal as a spirit. Luna groaned in disbelief, exasperated at Jiwoo's reckless antics, wondering how she would manage the consequences. Jiwoo asked if she had perished, but she quickly denied it. All that remained was Yopi himself. Ironically, at that precise moment, the hero coughed, revealing his battered form perched on a crumbling wall fragment. Jiwoo remarked on Yopi's resilience, marveling that he had survived both the explosion and the void of space. Luna added that Yopi's end was imminent. He teetered on the brink of death, his companions already returned to the void. Resolutely, Jiwoo declared his intent to complete the main quest, stepping closer to the Demon King. He mocked Yopi, calling him a fool and questioning if he was already headed straight for defeat. Yopi barely managed to open his eyes, confirming Jiwoo's assessment with great effort.
Jiwoo pressed on, taunting him as a weakling masquerading as strong.
In a final, weary acknowledgement, Yopi commented that modern heroes lacked manners and humility, yet conceded that Jiwoo surpassed anyone he had ever faced, admitting total defeat. Back in the starting village, demons surged forward against trembling players, their fear palpable as the battle pressed on relentlessly. The monstrous creatures lunged with their razor-sharp claws, swiping through the air with terrifying speed, making every player scream in sheer panic as chaos erupted around them. Meanwhile, one of Hawkeye's loyal subordinates shouted a warning, noting the mounting pressure from the relentless horde. Calmly, Hawkeye commanded them to hold their ground at all costs. He explained that their mission wasn't to defeat the monsters outright, but to buy precious time until Jiwoo could finish off Yopi. He emphasized that the stakes didn't matter. Whether they suffered injuries or fell into peril, their role was to resist as long as possible, standing firm against the overwhelming enemy tide. Amidst the chaos, Sarang collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and wounded, her body battered from the relentless assault. Hong's voice rang out, filled with concern as he called for her. Sarang, despite her severe injuries, reassured him that she would recover and rise again to fight by his side. Hong glanced back in astonishment, struck by Sarang's resilience. He had assumed she, like the exhausted normal players around them, had already reached her mental and physical limit. A chilling realization settled over him. If the situation persisted unchecked, the starting village could be completely annihilated by the demonic onslaught. Suddenly, a demon lunged forward, seizing Hong in its massive grasp. She braced herself, certain this was the end. Yet in an instant the creature vanished into thin air, leaving Hong blinking in bewilderment, her pulse racing from the shock. One by one, the same phenomenon unfolded. The other demons around them began to disappear, as if erased by some invisible hand, leaving the battlefield eerily quiet between waves of tension. While Hong struggled to comprehend the miracle, Sarang leapt to her feet, her voice ringing triumphant as she shouted that they had won. Hearing her exclamation, Hong's relief transformed into pure joy, the tension easing from his shoulders. Meanwhile, far away in the demon dimension, Yopi's form began to dissolve, particles of radiant light spilling from his body. He spoke, his voice faint, admitting that his time was nearly up, and that he would soon vanish entirely. Jiwoo's gaze fixed on him intently, and he remarked that before Yopi's end, there was one question he needed to ask. Jiwoo inquired about the hero Yopi, known for even having slain the Demon King, and sought to understand why Yopi harbored so much hatred. Yopi's reply was unexpectedly mundane, a cliché tale, he said, explaining that he had simply been extraordinary, admired and envied by all. As he spoke, tears streamed down Yopi's face, glimmering as they fell to the ground, catching Jiwoo's attention and stirring his surprise. Then Yopi admitted the truth. Beneath it all, he had always been someone who cherished humanity, a protector at heart. From a distance, Luna watched silently, her head bowed, absorbing the gravity of the moment. She recalled Yopi once proclaiming that his love for humans surpassed that of anyone else. It struck her as a remarkable line, resonant and profound. With Yopi's defeat, the main quest concluded, and Jiwoo received his reward, a gleaming chest, a tangible testament to his triumph. Almost immediately, a system message appeared, recognizing Jiwoo as the greatest contributor for defeating Yopi alone, promising an additional special reward. At that precise moment, a radiant light shone in the sky, and a figure with unmistakable blonde hair approached, descending gracefully toward him. Jiwoo instantly recognized the visitor. God had manifested before him, speaking warmly, noting how long it had been and admitting surprise at seeing him so soon. God congratulated Jiwoo, acknowledging that he had been watching all along. He admitted that he hadn't truly expected Jiwoo to defeat Yopi, yet the result was clear, undeniable. Finally, God announced that he would personally deliver the promised additional reward. A luminous screen materialized before Jiwoo, declaring that he had met the conditions to advance his class, granting him the chance to become a capital sin. The system elaborated that Jiwoo could choose between two options, the same choice once offered to the human Yopi after defeating the Demon King. In the past, Yopi had opted to remain human, which led to devastating defeat and ultimately his rebirth as one of the 7 capital sins. The system concluded with a note of lore overload, urging Jiwoo to make his decision immediately. Recalling Yopi's final moments, Jiwoo decided without hesitation, selecting his path instantly. A system notification confirmed his decision, affirming the choice he had made. From afar, Urus peered curiously. Unable to discern what Jiwoo had chosen, while Luna's shock was palpable, her eyes wide in disbelief. God, smiling gently, inquired why Jiwoo had made that particular choice. Jiwoo turned to them, ready to explain the reasoning behind his decision. The next day, in his penthouse, Jiwoo was asleep, but the ringing of his phone stirred him instantly, dragging him from slumber. He stared at the ceiling, unresponsive, until the device rang again, insistent and demanding attention. It was Sarang calling to ask what he was up to. Jiwoo typed back casually, explaining that he was just relaxing, indulging in some legendary rest. After all, the mission's top contributor deserved a little downtime. Sarang replied that her class would end soon and suggested they go out to eat together later. The message immediately caught Jiwoo's attention. He blinked in confusion, questioning whether she had accidentally sent it to the wrong person, wondering aloud why she was inviting him. Before he could process it further, Luna appeared, teasing that Sarang was clearly flirting with him. Startled, Jiwoo recoiled, demanding to know how she had entered his apartment. In his flustered state, he tripped and fell onto the bed, while Luna remarked dryly that he should be more careful. Falling off the bed had to hurt. Irritated, Jiwoo retorted that it was her fault he had fallen, just like the last time, and insisted on knowing how she had managed to get into his home yet again. He threatened that he wouldn't let the matter slide and warned she would be reported to the police for trespassing. Luna, however, waved him off, claiming he was overreacting and that she had only come to return the shirt she had borrowed. Confused, Jiwoo asked when he had lent her a shirt. Then he recalled that night and realized the clothes she was wearing were indeed his. The memory flushed his cheeks crimson. Luna confirmed she had taken the shirt from his closet, then shifted the conversation, asking if he was planning to go eat since she wanted to come along. Jiwoo, caught completely off guard, was left speechless, feeling like his life had just imploded. At the restaurant, tension filled the air. Sarang's expression was fierce, almost demonic, her anger palpable. She fumed silently, barely containing her wrath, while Luna ate animatedly, oblivious to the storm brewing beside her. Jiwoo sat between them, a cold sweat running down his spine. Finally, Sarang called Jiwoo's name sharply, demanding to know who the woman was, reminding him that this outing had been meant to be just between the two of them. Her gaze pierced him, fiery and unwavering, leaving Jiwoo frozen in place, realizing he was caught in a whirlwind of rivalry and emotion, the delicate balance of friendship, flirtation, and tension all colliding at once. Jiwoo tried to explain, his voice calm but friendly, that since they spent so much time together in the game, it felt natural and pleasant for all of them to share a meal outside the virtual world. He wondered silently why he felt the need to justify himself when he hadn't done anything wrong. With a shrug, he told Sarang not to fuss over the cockroach they'd encountered along the way. Luna shot him a sharp, icy look, questioning how he could say such a thing, especially since they were currently lying side by side in bed moments before. The declaration sent Jiwoo into a whirlwind of panic, while Sarang demanded to know what Luna meant by that cryptic remark. In that instant, Jiwoo felt as though his entire life of careful planning had just collided with utter chaos. Luna sighed, clearly perplexed, admitting she didn't understand the situation at all. After all, the two of them weren't even dating, yet Sarang was questioning him so intensely. Sarang defended herself passionately, insisting that, as members of the same guild in the game, it was perfectly normal to keep an eye on each other. Then, with a teasing glare, she asked Luna about her relationship with the briefs guy, calling her a bit of a stalker in the process.
Luna, composed but playful, replied that she and the other player shared a very special connection, both in reality and within chrono life itself.
Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled the kiss from the game and immediately tried to argue that it didn't count. It had happened in chrono life, not in real life. Luna, however, countered smoothly, pointing out that every sensation in the game perfectly mirrored reality, and suggested they could use the opportunity to compare sensations firsthand. Jiwoo felt his face burn crimson, while Sarang erupted in frustration, shouting at them to stop acting inappropriately in public and to quit talking about things only they could possibly understand. Sarang pressed further, questioning the meaning of Luna's comment about comparing sensations in reality, until it suddenly clicked for her. Her expression shifted dramatically to pure shock, and she commanded both of them to stop discussing each other entirely. Luna scoffed lightly, asking if Sarang had only just realized the truth. She remarked that she had always thought Sarang was naive, but clearly she was more perceptive than expected. Infuriated, Sarang slammed her hand against the table, announced that she was leaving, and stormed out of the restaurant, leaving a trail of tension behind her. As the door swung shut, Luna calmly observed that Sarang had left, while Jiwoo sighed and suggested they finish their meal and depart as well. Later, outside the restaurant, Luna admitted she was full and thanked Jiwoo for the meal, praising the restaurant's quality and atmosphere. She promised that next time she would take him to a place he would truly love, but Jiwoo simply told her to hurry up and leave. Luna looked at him, smiling softly, and commented that it reminded her of the first time they had faced each other, when the sun was just beginning to set. Jiwoo, a little puzzled, asked why she was dwelling on the past instead of heading home. Luna smoothly shifted the topic, mentioning the choice he had made the day before as the mission's greatest contributor. She wanted to understand why he had made that specific choice. Jiwoo recalled the events and explained that she was asking the same question as Yopi had before, and he had already heard that answer. Luna, however, countered, saying she doubted that had been the only reason. She suggested that perhaps the real motivation had been Captain Amor, Han Sarang herself. Jiwoo scratched his head, genuinely puzzled, claiming he had no idea what she was talking about, and said his goodbyes, insisting he was already on his way out. Shortly after, the user verification for Chrono Life completed, and Jiwoo found himself back in the sunlit world. Upon returning, Jiwoo noticed the city was completely destroyed. Urus immediately greeted his Hyungnim warmly, eager to know how his day had been, since he had been offline the entire time. However, Urus, the twin dragon, looked around in confusion, asking why they were in a narrow alley in the starting village. Jiwoo admitted that he didn't know either, shrugging at the unexpected scene. Perhaps it was because the demonic world had vanished entirely, leaving the area eerily empty. For Jiwoo, that was a relief. A rare moment to breathe, explore, and finally relax. Urus questioned him about resting in the game instead of in reality. Jiwoo retorted sharply that reality had become a living nightmare after the chaos caused by those two fighting. His brief peace was interrupted when a stick, the basic weapon given to beginners, fell at his feet. Startled, Jiwoo looked up and recognized the young man who had given him his very first weapon in the game. It was the Noob from the beginning, the same boy whose small act had once changed his path entirely. Meanwhile, at the Chrono Life Corporation, Deokbae lit a cigar, eyes fixed on the security monitors as he analyzed the scene carefully. He watched Jiwoo's interaction with the young man intently. When an underling asked what to do, Deokbae ordered them to simply continue monitoring. He could hardly believe that these two had crossed paths at that exact moment, referring to Jiwoo as a god's toy. Seeing the boy's surprise, Jiwoo asked if he remembered him. He refreshed the Noob's memory, recounting the time when Jiwoo had destroyed all his equipment trying to reinforce it, and how the Noob had appeared, giving him the stick that changed his fate. The young man finally remembered, and Jiwoo, brimming with excitement, pointed to the golden statue in the village, claiming it as his own. Urus interjected, asking who the bald guy was, leaving the Noob completely shocked. The boy flailed his arms, demanding to know what the strange creature was, and Jiwoo realized that he could see Urus as well. Urus explained that since he had manifested, everyone present could perceive him. Jiwoo formally introduced him, Urus, the twin dragon who had originally been a game boss. Urus bristled, questioning how a mere human dared to confront him, but Jiwoo calmly told him to stay still. Jiwoo exhaled, smiling warmly at the noob as he gripped the stick in his hands, a symbol of his journey. He thanked the boy, explaining that his life had changed completely because of that single gift. He even offered the noob a chance to hold it, warning that the stick had endured many trials and might surprise him. Then, Jiwoo began recounting his journey, starting from the very first incident in the game and detailing how he had strengthened that humble stick into a legendary weapon. It was a rare and intimate sharing. Jiwoo had never told these stories to anyone, but in that moment, he felt comfortable revealing everything, even his deepest thoughts and emotions. He concluded by narrating how he had defeated Yopi and gained the right to choose between joining the 7 deadly sins or remaining human before asking the noob which path he thought Jiwoo had taken. The noob was practically vibrating with excitement, hanging on every word. But Jiwoo let out a quiet sigh and revealed that he had chosen to remain human. He noted that the boy was probably curious about why, promising to explain everything calmly another time. First, he had a gift to give. With a wave of his hand, Jiwoo summoned all his transcendent weapons, which materialized on the ground at their feet in a dazzling display. He offered everything to the noob, saying he could keep it all. To his surprise, the boy politely declined. Jiwoo asked why he wouldn't take such valuable items, but the noob simply scribbled something on a piece of paper and handed it to him. Reading it, Jiwoo's eyes widened in shock. Later, Jiwoo followed the address written on the paper, which led him to a hospital. Inside, someone unexpected awaited him. A presence he hadn't anticipated. He opened the room door and saw a figure lying in bed, a breathing mask covering their face, a moment heavy with silent emotion. The noob, the young companion to whom Jiwoo had shared every twist of his journey, was revealed to be a very young girl. Her condition was heartbreaking. She had been diagnosed with an incurable disease, and doctors had given her only 2 weeks to live. Jiwoo froze at the doorway, stunned into silence, his heart pounding as he tried to process the sight before him. The girl turned gently toward him, her fragile hand patting the side of the hospital bed as an invitation, urging him to come closer. Jiwoo approached cautiously, asking softly if she wanted him to sit and whether she was truly okay. In response, she opened a small notebook and held it up, presenting her words for him to read. The message was sincere. She apologized, acknowledging that Jiwoo must be very surprised. She admitted that it might seem bold or rude, but she had wanted to meet him in person, which was why she had given him the address. She explained that her body wasn't strong enough for prolonged conversation, and that this was the only way she could communicate. She apologized again, but Jiwoo quickly interrupted, reassuring her that no apology was necessary. The girl wrote once more, expressing that Jiwoo's stories in Chrono Life had been incredibly exciting. Now, she hoped her own story could reach Appa as well. She admitted it might not be as thrilling as his adventures, but she simply wanted someone to remember her. She confessed that perhaps she was being selfish, but that was the depth of her feelings. Jiwoo, touched, asked why that would be selfish, explaining that he had time and genuinely loved hearing people's stories. Playfully, she called him a liar, teasing that he had skipped all the game's dialogue because he found it tedious. Jiwoo laughed, defending himself, insisting he only did it because it was part of the game. The girl turned the page and began to tell him that, within Chrono Life's many classes, she had chosen to be a merchant. The job was exhilarating for her, letting her interact with countless players while trading goods across the world. She admitted that in real life she had few friends because she was shy and withdrawn. But in Chrono Life she was transformed. Players welcomed her warmly, smiles lighting up her days, and the game had become a place of joy and belonging. Meanwhile, in his office, Deokbae lit a cigarette, recalling her story and marveling at her kindness. He remembered how she would give free potions to beginners, and even when selling items at a loss, she did so cheerfully. By all logic, she wasn't suited to be a merchant. Her goal shouldn't have been profit, but everyone adored her. Even the NPCs seemed charmed by her generosity. Deokbae reflected that, while she might not have been the sharpest player, she shone like starlight, softly illuminating everyone around her. Then one day, she simply stopped logging in. Players speculated endlessly, perhaps she was studying, perhaps she had taken a break each day, adding to their longing. Time slipped by unnoticed. Her companions grew stronger and left the starting village for new adventures. New players arrived, and soon, no one remained who had known her personally. Then, as Deokbae recounted, the girl returned to the game. Her character appeared once more, but her appearance had changed dramatically. Her signature pigtails were gone, replaced by simple, inexpensive clothing that reflected her humility. Silently, she began donating all her items to newcomers, one by one, communicating only with emoticons, never uttering a word. She even gave away the stick that could normally be purchased for free at the shop, emptying her inventory completely. One player received the stick and angrily tossed it to the ground. He told her to stop, saying he appreciated the gesture, but didn't need that trash, mocking her generosity and calling her a loser. The girl simply stared at the discarded stick, picked it up again, and held it with a quiet, serene smile. At that moment, she heard the faint cries of suffering coming from a narrow alley.
Curious, she approached and found Jiwoo lying on the ground, surrounded by the remnants of his shattered items.
Despite the destruction, Jiwoo was smiling through his tears, holding on to hope even as his possessions lay in ruin. The girl lowered her gaze to the stick in her hand, smiled softly, and approached him with quiet determination. She wrote that her story was ending here, brief yet complete, marking the conclusion of everything she had wished to share. What followed was Jiwoo's story, the legend of the level 99 reinforced stick, forged through trials and determination. She admitted that she had tried to appear strong the entire time, but when she learned of her terminal illness, she had cried endlessly, grief spilling from her heart. She wondered if she would ever see her friends again, fearing they might forget her over time. Though sick people often yearn for impossible things, her sole desire was simple, that at least one person would remember her. Later, in Seoul, Jiwoo bolted from the hospital without hesitation, racing toward his apartment. Heart racing and mind ablaze, he slammed the door open, gritting his teeth in frustration, and grabbed his Chrono Life glasses, ready to enter the game once more. Inside Chrono Life, at the base of the twin-headed dragon Urus, Jiwoo erupted into action, slashing through the monster army one section at a time, each strike punctuated with a scream of determination. He advanced relentlessly, annihilating every obstacle in his path, leaving destruction in his wake. With his stick, Jiwoo's blows triggered massive explosions, shaking the battlefield and scattering enemies with every strike. Urus watched from afar, calling out for Hyungnam, astonished at Jiwoo's unprecedented display of raw emotion and fury. The dragon wondered why Jiwoo had begun striking down the monsters with such unrelenting hatred. In that moment, Jiwoo recalled their earlier conversation at the hospital, when he had asked if there was any way to cure her, perhaps through surgery. The girl had written back that her disease was extremely rare, with very few cases worldwide. The surgery costs were astronomical, and though her parents promised to do everything possible, Jiwoo immediately interrupted, declaring that he would pay for everything. He insisted, unwavering, that he didn't care if it cost millions or even hundreds of billions, she would undergo the surgery no matter what. Meanwhile, Urus, observing from a distance, called out anxiously to his Hyungnam, sensing the intensity of the moment. Jiwoo exhaled, sweat dripping from his brow, yet his mind remained locked on the memory of their exchange. The girl, stunned by his determination, opened and closed her mouth, unable to form a response. She then pleaded with him, warning that false hope would only worsen her suffering. She explained that even a successful surgery wouldn't end the disease entirely, and the probability of surviving the procedure was just 30%. Jiwoo argued fiercely that it was still worth attempting, far better than giving up entirely and letting 2 precious weeks slip by without trying. Hearing this, tears streamed down the girl's face as she begged him not to speak of the matter lightly, her voice trembling with emotion. She reminded him that this wasn't a game item, and that such a decision could not be treated casually as though it were simply upgrading equipment. Jiwoo repeated that even a 30% chance was reason enough to try, refusing to back down. She confronted him, asking what would happen if she didn't survive. Her question was piercing. Wouldn't it be worse to risk losing her life on the day of surgery than to live the remaining 2 weeks she had left? The girl, terrified that everyone might forget her if she died, confessed her fear. Jiwoo, his expression gentle yet determined, reassured her, telling her not to worry about such thoughts. He promised that the surgery would succeed and that she would be remembered by everyone who mattered. Yet she continued writing in her notebook, insisting that things were far more complicated than he imagined. She explained, with a quiet intensity, that he couldn't truly understand the weight of being sick, the way illness eroded everything around her, how it unsettled her family, friends, and the rhythm of her entire life. For her, the world seemed to crumble piece by piece. Meanwhile, in Urus's home dimension, Luna hurriedly approached, sensing the tension. The twin-headed dragon turned in time to see the girl racing toward Jiwoo, her small figure determined despite her frailty. Urus commented on how often she had been appearing recently. Luna replied wryly that she hated always showing up, feeling as if her aura of mystery was fading. Moments later, she wrapped Jiwoo in a sudden embrace, explaining that she had come to do him a favor. Jiwoo, still composed but alert, merely asked if she had prepared what he had requested. She confirmed that everything was perfect, her eyes shining with quiet confidence. With that, Jiwoo nodded, determination flaring within him, and prepared to leave. Back at the hospital, the girl sat curled on her bed, hugging her knees tightly. She recalled what she had told Jiwoo earlier, how he had insisted the surgery was the best choice. Trembling with fear, she wept quietly, convinced that everyone had already forgotten her, and that she would vanish without leaving a mark. Her fear consumed her entirely, a deep longing not to be forgotten. Suddenly, Jiwoo's hand reached out, resting gently on her shoulder. The girl looked up, startled, wondering when Appa's stick had returned to her side. Her surprise quickly turned into shock as she realized her room was now filled with people, surrounding her warmly. Jiwoo smiled and said firmly that he had promised her no one would ever forget her. A woman stepped forward, recalling how the sweet potato the girl had given her had enabled a class change. Another added that her group still relied on the weapons she had gifted them, and that when they had returned to repay her, she had disappeared from the starting village. Together, they assured her that she had never been forgotten, not for a single moment. The girl bit her lip trying to hold back her emotion, but tears began to stream down her cheeks. She attempted to wipe them away, yet the more she tried, the more they flowed, uncontainable and heartfelt. Jiwoo looked at her warmly, smiling, and told her that everyone there still loved her. Days later, she mustered the courage to go for her surgery, promising she would return brilliantly. With the support of the players Luna had gathered with so much effort, she placed her life in the hands of that 30% chance, her bravery shining through. Though she appeared sweet and delicate, she was stronger than anyone could imagine. Despite unimaginable hardships in the real world, she always returned to the game with a bright smile that warmed the hearts of everyone around her. Her generosity often left her at a loss as a merchant, yet she persisted with unshakable spirit. Now, standing before Jiwoo, she faced him fully recovered, radiating the same bright courage. Jiwoo turned toward her, jaw agape, overwhelmed with emotion. Words failed him. He smiled through tears, his heart overflowing. This was the only person to whom he had ever fully opened his heart. That child, her character in Chrono Life, was known as Starry Flower. Meanwhile, the demonic world, a dimension separate from the human realm, had recently been annihilated along with the Demon King, Yopi. Yet now, all the data had been recovered, restoring the fragments of the lost world. Within the demonic realm, newly resurrected tribes grunted and moved, engaging in brutal combat as they fought fiercely among themselves. Their fury over being unable to dominate the human world, coupled with the void left by the Demon King's demise, erupted into a chilling, unforgettable war. Amid the chaos, someone observed the turmoil with deep concern. Death watched carefully, noting that the situation was pure disorder, and that, as expected, only one solution could elevate everyone's morale. He was speaking of the Demon King's essence, a gem that, when absorbed, allowed one to attain the hidden Demon King class. He had discovered the small gem rolling on the ground, likely left behind as the previous Demon King had perished. Fortunately, unlike the warrior's greatsword, the gem was unsealed, yet it could not be given to just anyone. Death wondered how long he would have to wait for a worthy candidate, even considering seeking one himself. Then he recalled Jiwoo, the human with demonic potential, and a wide smile spread across his face. This was the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, in Chrono Life's common dimension, Jiwoo gripped his stick tightly. Using a mere thousandth of his strength, he launched an upward strike, effortlessly defeating a level 4 rabbit bear, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Humming a lively tune, Jiwoo tossed the rabbit bear's teeth into his bag. Consuming them would replenish energy and enhance stamina. Soon after, he declared it was time to leave, prompting Urus to ask why they were moving so quickly. Jiwoo explained they had already collected enough resources. Furthermore, there were likely no more rabbit bears in the forest, so they could return later, once the creatures regenerated. Back at the starting village, Jiwoo searched for their designated meeting spot near the entrance. All around him, townsfolk whispered and pointed. Surprised, this was their first time seeing him in person. Jiwoo soon spotted who he was looking for and waved energetically to signal his presence. In response, Bayal smiled warmly, calling him Stick Uncle. Jiwoo confirmed that the person he had come to meet was indeed Bayal, also known as Starry Flower. She had endured a rare illness with only days to live, yet she had faced her fate bravely and overcome it. Now fully recovered, she had returned to the joys of playing Chrono Life, her spirit undimmed and her smile bright once more. He carefully passed the ingredients she had asked for across the table, and Bayal accepted them with a grateful nod, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she murmured her thanks. With deft, practiced movements, Bial swiftly combined the components, crafting them into several sparkling vials in mere moments. Jiwoo watched in awe and remarked with a grin that she had made quite a lot. If she sold them all, she'd be earning a tidy sum. Bial shook her head, her expression softening, explaining that her goal hadn't been to sell the potions. Jiwoo's eyebrows shot up in surprise, clearly not expecting such selflessness. Curious, Jiwoo asked why she had made them, and Bial simply walked over to the NPC carpenters, offering the potions for them to drink while they worked. There was no fanfare, just a quiet generosity in her gesture. The carpenters' faces lit up as they accepted the potions, thanking Bial for the unexpected boost of energy. "You've got to appreciate how hard they're working to rebuild the village," Bial said, smiling as she watched them. Jiwoo, standing a little distance away, let out a soft sigh, touched by the scene of shared joy and simple kindness. He then added, with a hint of excitement in his voice, that they would head out soon to hunt down a few more rabbit bears, eager to continue their adventure. Later, in a quiet room of the real world, Sarang curled up on her bed, hugging her knees tightly. Shadows of doubt and unease clouded her eyes as she stared at the floor. Her gaze fell, heavy with hopelessness, as Luna's earlier words echoed in her mind, leaving a weight in her chest that made even breathing feel difficult. Her eyes glistened with sadness, repeatedly thinking over Joaquin's name, the memory stirring an ache she couldn't shake. Her Uni noticed the change, frowning in concern. "That guy, he's a scoundrel, isn't he?" she said, tilting her head. "Why are you down again? Did he reject you?" Sarang shook her head quickly, denying it. But her Uni wasn't convinced. "Something clearly happened," she insisted, eyes sharp as she probed gently but firmly. After a brief pause to collect herself, Sarang looked up and addressed her Uni by name. "Ani, I want to talk about a friend of mine." She explained that this friend had confessed feelings for a guy who at first glance seemed like just another player, someone who didn't particularly stand out. Sarang continued, detailing how time spent together, shared experiences, and even small moments of annoyance had made her friend start waiting for him, growing fond without even realizing it. Even without understanding why, her friend simply continued to wait, letting her feelings simmer quietly beneath the surface. After receiving his help, crying one moment and smiling the next, she came to a startling realization. He was on her mind all day, every day, occupying every corner of her thoughts. Now, she wanted to know more, to understand him better, to bridge the gap between curiosity and affection. Sarang concluded that her friend insisted she didn't actually like him yet, at least not in the way one might expect. "She just wants to see him more, much more often," Sarang said with a nervous laugh, but it came out forced, making her Ani visibly uneasy. Her Annie, blunt and unflinching, told her to stop hiding behind half-truths and to decide what kind of relationship she truly wanted with him. Then she pressed further, questioning if Sarang thought she wasn't paying attention, pointing out that the guy in question was indeed that Quickinya from her friend group. Sarang lowered her gaze, admitting softly, "Yes, that's him." Ani sighed, her voice carrying the weight of reality, reminding her gently yet firmly of what she already feared. "When an idol starts dating," Ani said, "most fans simply abandon her." Her Ani continued, her tone matter of fact. It wasn't cruelty, it was the harsh truth of the profession. An idol's life is built on fans' love and support. Dating, no matter how innocent, risks betraying that bond, threatening to erase everything Sarang had worked so tirelessly to achieve in the blink of an eye. Hearing this, Sarang lowered her eyes to her legs, pensive and heavy-hearted. Noticing her reaction, Ani softened her voice, assuring Sarang that she wouldn't stop her. This was her life, no one else could dictate her choices. She promised unwavering support, no matter what Sarang decided. Tears welled in Sarang's eyes as she hugged her sister tightly. Trying to lighten the mood, Ani teased that if Sarang ended up in financial trouble, she could always become another celebrity's manager. "Better start saving your severance pay," she joked, and Sarang chuckled through her tears. The conversation returned to seriousness quickly, with Annie pressing Sarang to finally answer what kind of relationship she wanted with Quickinya. Sarang looked down, admitting quietly, I still don't know." But then memories stirred, Luna hugging Jiwoo, and that fleeting moment Sarang had mimicked earlier herself. Biting her lip, a spark of determination flared. Annoyance mixed with resolve, she declared firmly, "I want Quickinya to be mine." Ani cheered, proud of her singer's boldness, but immediately shook her head, remembering that Jiwoo was an adult. Crossing certain lines could land them in serious trouble. Sarang paused, thinking through her strategy, then outlined her plan. She would make him fall for her, and then all she'd have to do was wait 3 days for them to start dating. With the plan set, she pleaded for her Ani's advice, admitting she'd never actually talked to a guy before. Ani agreed, saying she just needed to be consulted whenever Sarang needed guidance. Grateful, Sarang flopped back onto the bed and announced she was logging in to meet Kwakinya, asking her Ani to send advice through the game's messaging system. Ani let out a happy sigh. "All right, let's begin," she said, picking up her phone and opening a search engine. Sarang's search history suggested their YouTube channel, but she quickly typed a new query: how to flirt with a guy. It was ironic, despite being a talented 27-year-old manager well known in the industry, Annie had never dated a day in her life. Meanwhile, in the world of Chrono Life, the demon Death floated among the trees, muttering under his breath about how impossible it was to locate his target. Entering the human world without caution had made this task like finding a needle in a haystack. He knew he couldn't just ask the demon tribe for guidance. Then, suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground beneath him. Eyes widening, Death stared at the widespread destruction before him, and a flicker of excitement sparked within. He had finally found what he was searching for. As the smoke cleared, Jiwoo stood tall amidst a sea of fallen rabbit bears, his expression calm yet focused. He commented on the generous drop rate, noting that farming would be efficient, and mentioned they would hunt 30 more before wrapping up for the day. Suddenly, a rabbit bear let out a furious scream beside him, charging forward, but Sarang wasn't about to wait. With a burst of speed, she launched herself at the creature, moving faster than the eye could track. The bear swung a punch, but Sarang twisted effortlessly in midair, spinning with precision before landing a crushing kick squarely on its face. The beast crumpled instantly, losing consciousness as it hit the ground with a thud. Sarang landed gracefully beside it, her posture fluid, as if she had danced through the entire encounter. At that exact moment, her landing completed the display of skill, leaving a perfect balance of power and elegance in her every move. Jiwoo stood completely frozen, his mind blank and heart racing, as he could only manage to call out her name in disbelief. Sarang moved closer to him, her cheeks flushed with a deep rose-colored blush, and remained silent, letting her presence speak louder than words. She extended a tightly clenched fist toward him, offering the teeth she had collected with quiet determination. Jiwoo accepted them, his voice shaky as he thanked her, the air between them charged with awkward tension. Scratching nervously at his face, Jiwoo attempted to ease the strain, breaking the silence to apologize for the earlier incident at the restaurant. He admitted he shouldn't have brought the cockroach without warning, and confessed that he hadn't realized the two of them didn't get along. Trying to make amends, he suggested they go out for dinner later, hoping to smooth over the awkwardness with a casual invitation. At first, Sarang's eyes widened in surprise, but a small, knowing smile soon curved her lips. "Well, since you insist so much," she replied, a playful tone in her voice, "I suppose I can make some room in my busy schedule to eat with you." Then, stepping even closer, she leaned toward him, her voice dropping into a teasing whisper. She mentioned how the cockroach had earlier talked about them being side by side in bed and doing something in the game that she wanted to compare with reality. Sarang's eyes narrowed as she pressed him, demanding to know exactly what those words meant, her curiosity and challenge unmistakable. Jiwoo tried to deflect, claiming it was nothing important, but Sarang wasn't willing to let him off that easily. "Something happened, didn't it?" she insisted, eyes locked on his, her voice steady and unwavering. Fear washed over him, making him sway slightly, until Sarang in a swift motion knocked him to the ground. "Why are you so shocked? Speak up now," she demanded, her fury barely contained. Jiwoo, panicked, pleaded with her to just focus on defeating the rabbit bears together, but she cut him off sharply. "Shut up," she snapped, her eyes blazing. Meanwhile, Death approached the area, scanning intently for his target. He was certain he had sensed him nearby, but remained unsure of the exact location. Then, a desperate cry for help pierced the air, and Death's eyes widened at the unbelievable scene before him. Sarang had Jiwoo in a fierce grip, her expression twisted with pure rage. Death froze, utterly dumbfounded, questioning if he was witnessing reality or some twisted illusion. The very same Jiwoo who had defeated Demon King Yopi was now being utterly overwhelmed by a single girl. Death could hardly believe it. The old adage was proving true. There is always someone stronger. The intensity of the human world, paired with the demonic fury etched on Sarang's face, was enough to make anyone tremble. Watching that primal, terrifying rage, Death's decision crystallized. Sarang was undeniably the one destined to inherit the Demon King's mantle. With that certainty, he stepped closer to the duo. Confused and alarmed, Sarang demanded to know what was happening. Ignoring her question, Death extended his hand, offering her his orb and declaring simply that she deserved it. Though she didn't yet understand who he was or the significance of the orb, Sarang obeyed, reaching out to take it. The instant her fingers touched the object, a searing green light erupted, illuminating the entire area. The system's voice rang out. She had obtained the essence of the Demon King, and her class would now transform into the hidden class of Demon Queen. Far away, in an isolated expanse of space, God observed with satisfaction, noting that he had finally gathered all the components he required. Originally, the final piece should have been Yopi, but the events that unfolded had altered everything, changing the expected course entirely. With Luna having completed her task by reviving him, all that remained was to watch the story unfold. However, when it came time to face Yopi, Sarang had approached Jiwoo with a surprising request to form a group with her. God sighed, noting that it was the first time anyone had dared to openly defy Luna. In the end, he mused, it no longer mattered what tricks Luna had planned. It was already too late. He wondered silently if this would mark the story's final chapter. Back in the forest, an overwhelming surge of energy rippled through the surroundings, bending the air with its intensity. Jiwoo shielded his face instinctively, shouting, "Who turned on the lights?" only to blink in shock as he realized it was Sarang, floating effortlessly, her body engulfed in a radiant aura. In that moment, the transformation of her class fully materialized. The system announced that she would gain immense privileges and that her stats would increase tenfold, filling the area with a tangible sense of overwhelming power. Sarang's eyes narrowed indignantly. "What is this? Why are you changing my class without my consent?" she demanded, anger sparking in her gaze. She insisted they reverse the change, while Jiwoo, equally confused, turned to Urus for answers. Urus shrugged helplessly, admitting he had no idea. The system continued, proclaiming that she had unlocked the origin of the Demon King, prompting Sarang to scream in frustration for it all to stop. To help her understand, the system activated the Demon King's tutorial, signaling that a skill demonstration would commence. Immediately, Sarang felt the power surge through her. Her pink hair gradually faded to pure white, and her adventurer's attire morphed into a sleek new costume, transforming her appearance entirely. As the transformation settled, she stared at herself in disbelief, her fingers brushing through the unfamiliar white strands and scanning her altered clothing. Jiwoo seized the moment, commenting that she had been forced into a class change without even a chance to accept or refuse, a clear violation of personal choice. Death then explained that the skill allowed her to take on the Demon King's form, granting access to infinite magical power. He added that in this origin form, she could only utilize unique skills, aside from the passive authority skill that remained active. Intrigued, Sarang asked about the nature of these unique skills. The tutorial reactivated instantly, as if ready to guide her. Her accessory began to glow, revealing 3 reddish shimmering stones, the awakening of her demon essence now fully underway. The system announced synchronization had begun, noting the process was stable at a mere 1.3% noise level. Then imposing horns sprouted from her head, and her eyes glowed red, a sign that the essence of the Demon King had been fully unlocked. Jiwoo and Urus watched from a distance, silently impressed by the spectacle before them. Raising her hand skyward, Sarang conjured destructive magic, an energy sphere forming at her fingertip and growing to an absurd size before launching into the sky with a thunderous explosion. The system confirmed that this skill allowed limitless magical creation and projection in any direction. Even Sarang herself was taken aback by the sheer power she had just wielded, still suspended in the air. She wondered aloud if that incredible skill truly belonged to her. Soon her horns began to retract, and she descended gently to the forest floor. Jiwoo approached with a grin, telling her how amazing she looked and how much her strength had increased. Sarang, now desperate and uncertain, turned to him. "What am I supposed to do now, suddenly transformed into a demon queen?" she asked, her voice tinged with both awe and worry. She needed answers. Would she have to fight humans, or even him? And why had her hair and equipment changed so drastically? Her gaze searched Jiwoo's for reassurance, the questions spilling from her lips as she tried to make sense of the sudden, overwhelming transformation.
Finally, Sarang tilted her head slightly, curiosity and a hint of uncertainty in her eyes. "Do I look strange?" she asked, her voice soft yet filled with a touch of anxiety.
Jiwoo's cheeks burned a deep shade of red, but he quickly answered, trying to sound reassuring. No, it's not that strange, he said, though his flustered expression betrayed his nervousness. Meanwhile, Death observed silently from afar, muttering to himself in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Sarang had already wielded both the origin and destruction magic immediately after her transformation, and all this with a synchronization noise level of only 1.3%, a feat beyond comprehension. He concluded grimly that the darkness in Sarang's heart far exceeded that of the hero Yopi, a fact that both intrigued and unsettled him. Irritated, Sarang glared at Death, her voice sharp and demanding. "What are you?" she yelled, stepping closer. "And why won't you return me to my original form?" Death's expression remained calm. "Impossible," he replied evenly. "Once a body absorbs the essence of the Demon King, it cannot be removed. Furthermore, you are now classified as a unique boss monster. Should your life end, your character will be permanently deleted." Jiwoo, in a random quip, muttered that Death looked comfortable and admitted he wanted to touch him once, a sentiment Urus agreed with, drawing an eye roll from Sarang. Ignoring their distractions, Sarang demanded to know whether she would be trapped in this form forever. Beth, however, refused to reveal any method of canceling the transformation, claiming it served his interest better for her to remain the Demon Queen. Furious, Sarang lashed out at him, striking with rapid punches. Jiwoo jumped in, exasperated. "Are you crazy? You could have just asked to cancel the Demon King's origin," he shouted. Trying to regain focus, he quickly shifted the topic. "We still need more rabbit bear teeth," he reminded her. "Baal must be waiting for us." Later, the scene shifted to Arden Castle, one of the 3 main strongholds in Chrono Life. Known for its massive, impenetrable walls, Ardeni Castle stood as a fortress of unyielding strength until an unexpected event shattered that perception. A soldier stationed on the rampart leaned over, squinting in disbelief. "Did you see that?" he asked a nearby comrade, pointing to the approaching figure. Something was moving at impossible speed toward the wall, then leaping with breathtaking force. To their shock, a gigantic wolf began scaling the castle walls, its agility terrifyingly precise, muscles rippling with each powerful movement. One guard froze in fear, eyes wide, but before he could react, the wolf leapt high, landing on the rampart, its jaws and claws glistening as it salivated at the sight of the humans below. The men looked up, terror etched on their faces. One of them screamed for his mother, shouting that a monster was upon them. In an instant, the creature struck, effortlessly taking down 2 soldiers. A surviving guard stammered, trying to identify it. "It's a werewolf?" But the creature only laughed, its voice chillingly human, mocking the guard. "That's what you call this body? Are your eyes merely for show?" The guard barely had time to process the talking werewolf when other creatures began landing on the rampart, each one more imposing than the last. The wolf clarified, its tone both commanding and terrifying. "We are not monsters, we are human beasts." With a swift swipe of its claws, it struck the guard, sending him crashing lifelessly to the ground. Immediately, other soldiers rushed to defend the ramparts, but the attackers had surrounded them completely. An entire army now loomed, encircling the castle in a deadly embrace. Observing the carnage from a distance, a player named Hawkeye could hardly believe his eyes. I can't believe this," he muttered, stunned at the audacity of the attack. He found it impossible to accept that anyone or anything had breached Ardeni Castle's formidable walls. "Human beasts, or whatever you are, it doesn't matter," Hawkeye declared, bracing himself. "We'll eliminate you," he said, while the remaining guards prepared for combat. Broadcasting live, he told his viewers, "This is insane. If you enjoy this, hit subscribe. It's getting interesting." At the same time, he pondered the identity of these creatures. Monsters don't usually speak. Unless they were boss monsters or humans, communication shouldn't be possible. But before he could think further, his expression shifted to sheer horror. In an instant, his entire army was annihilated. As the smoke of battle cleared, it was obvious that a handful of human beasts had wrought the devastation. Hawkeye, pale and terrified, bolted without a second thought. Even his viewers, usually craving excitement, urged him through messages to flee at all costs. He obeyed instinctively, fleeing faster and more decisively than anyone else, his mind reeling at the unprecedented destruction he had witnessed in Chrono Life. But one of the human beasts approached silently from behind, undeterred by his speed. Even with Hawkeye's legendary elven agility, he could not evade the predator. The creature's jaws clamped down, and he felt himself slowing, his frantic movements fading until complete stillness overtook him. Arden Castle had fallen in the blink of an eye. The lead wolf grinned triumphantly, letting out a victorious roar that echoed across the shattered battlements. The fortress, once deemed impregnable, along with its proud army, had been utterly defeated by 3 enigmatic beings who introduced themselves simply as human beasts. Later, in another realm, Death's voice rang out. "It is time," he declared, a cold determination in his tone. He commanded that Queen Sarang summon her entire army to lay waste to the human world. But Sarang's response was immediate and firm. She refused. Death pressed on, describing in gruesome detail how they could flood the continent with blood and pile corpses into mountains until Sarang sharply interrupted. "Stop talking about that," she snapped, her voice cutting through his rhetoric. The ghost questioned her resistance, claiming it was the law of the jungle. But Sarang's response was clear: she was too weak. Death looked puzzled, and she clarified that her level was still insufficient. When Death asked for her current level, she replied that it had risen dramatically during the mission against Yopi, reaching level 92. She had started at level 25, but her triumph over the demon army had catapulted her to her present strength. Death was stunned at the low starting point. Then he inquired about Jiwoo's level. "It's the maximum," Jiwoo replied calmly. The ghost's confusion deepened, remembering that Jiwoo had been defeated by Sarang before and that he referred to her respectfully as Captain Amor. As Jiwoo began trying to explain the circumstances, Death grimly realized the situation was beyond his control. Suddenly, the space around them started to fracture, shards of reality splintering like cracked glass. Everyone screamed as the sky itself appeared to split open, the rift glowing ominously overhead. Jiwoo's mind raced. He had seen something like this before. Then a gigantic claw emerged from the tear in the sky, and within the monstrous hand, the figure of Luna appeared, floating effortlessly. The group, overwhelmed, couldn't resist calling her a cockroach, their fear mixing with disbelief. Luna's cold eyes swept over the group, her gaze finally resting on Sarang, taking in her newly transformed form. A smile played across Luna's lips as she remarked that Sarang had grown in a more delicious way since their last encounter. With that, she began advancing, each step deliberate and menacing. Luna contemplated whether she should strike first, while Sarang's eyes blazed with pure, unrestrained rage, ready to meet her head-on. The tension crackled between them, the air heavy with impending conflict, as both prepared to unleash their unimaginable power. The tension between Sarang and Luna crackled like a storm as they stared each other down, neither willing to look away. Luna lifted her staff deliberately, the air thickening with menace. Jiwoo, sensing the imminent danger, stepped forward and shouted for her to stop, placing himself between them. His eyes widened as he noticed the staff was slick with blood. "Are you really going to try and take Captain Amor's life?" he demanded, his voice edged with alarm. Luna's cold gaze met his, and she calmly admitted, "Yes, that was my intention." But then a hint of reconsideration flickered across her expression. "Although now that I think about it, it would be a shame," she said, laughing with a touch of sarcasm. "Almost did something meaningless, even in a situation like this." Sarang's glare intensified, a storm of fury brewing within her. Her mind raced, realizing how close her character had come to being erased entirely. Luna's voice cut through, addressing Han Sarang directly. "In this world, your name must be Love," she said smoothly. "Congratulations on becoming the Demon Queen. You've truly blossomed beautifully." Sarang's eyes widened in shock as Luna continued, her words chillingly sweet. "You're so beautiful, it almost makes me want to take your life." Jiwoo stepped forward, bewildered. "What are you talking about? You helped before the surgery without a word. Are you good or bad?" His uncertainty hung in the air. Luna paused briefly before answering, a playful tone creeping into her voice. "The way you speak is cute. Seems you prefer a good woman." She added teasingly, "If you wish, I could pretend to be kind and sweet for you." Jiwoo shook his head. "Do whatever you want. If you have nothing else to do, just leave." Luna tilted her chin thoughtfully. "Do you know Chrono Life is entering its final phase? The game is nearing its end," Jiwoo scoffed. "Online games don't end. The publisher could update it endlessly, creating new stories." Luna smirked. "True, but soon you'll see everything. Chrono Life is changing fast. Urus of Pride has become a hot topic, and the fallen head has transformed into gluttony." Suddenly, Riot of Sloth appeared, followed by the resurrection of Yopi of Wrath. The events alone could fill decades of storytelling. Ordinary players not only defeated Yopi's army, but also endured extreme challenges, yet even with this deadly mission, it was completed swiftly. Soon, the new Demon Queen reincarnated, absorbing the essence of the fallen Demon King Yopi. Then Luna pointed her staff at Sarang. Its tip shimmered with a blue light. Sarang blinked in surprise while Jiwoo shouted, "Luna, didn't you hear me? Don't take her life. Luna smiled faintly. Relax, I'm not killing her now, she said. Instead, she whispered incantations, casting a teleportation spell. Jiwoo's eyes widened, recognizing the magic instantly. Sarang, he yelled, but she vanished in an instant, disappearing before he could reach her. Completely stunned and confused, Jiwoo reached out, touching Luna's shoulder. What are you doing? Where did you take her? He demanded. Luna's expression remained serene. I sent her to the final chapter of the game, she replied calmly. Elsewhere, the smoke began to clear. Sarang coughed, crouched low, trying to adjust to the unfamiliar surroundings. She glared around in frustration. What is Luna thinking? What kind of place is this? She muttered, noticing defeated soldiers scattered across the ground. Looking around the vast arena, her eyes widened in realization. She was in Arden Castle, backplane. Jiwoo's voice echoed in her mind, questioning why Luna had sent her there. Luna's voice cut through, explaining that this was the first practice of the last chapter, meant to confront the ancient race of the northern continent. At that moment, beastmen appeared before Sarang, their massive forms casting long, terrifying shadows. She froze, utterly horrified. Jiwoo, however, let out a relieved sigh from afar. I thought it would be worse, worrying for nothing, he muttered with a small smile. He reasoned aloud. If they're beastmen, they're just animals. And Captain Amor is the Demon Queen. There's no way she can lose. Luna nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic. Sarang leapt high into the air within Arden Castle and unleashed her dragon's fall skill upon a wolf, causing the ground beneath it to shatter violently. The wolf spewed blood, and Sarang felt astonishingly light, almost as if she could soar. It was the first time she had felt such power, a surge of unshakable confidence coursing through her. Yet, to her shock, the wolf stood once more, muttering in annoyance and preparing to fight again. Sarang's eyes widened. How was it still standing after taking so many blows, and how had it just spoken human language? The wolf growled low, its teeth glinting. I will devour you. Jiwoo, observing from nearby, heard Luna explain that these were no ordinary beasts. She detailed that when a player changes class, all their attributes increase tenfold, but ancient beastmen are already 10 times stronger than humans, Luna added. Jiwoo's jaw dropped. Impossible. Does this mean they're on par with the Demon Queen? Luna reiterated, they are not ordinary beasts. They are ancient beastmen, and if we followed the original story, they should only appear 10 years from now. The challenge was growing ever more severe for the newly reincarnated Demon Queen. The wolf announced the name of its skill, Beast Claws, and immediately unleashed it in a devastating arc. Sarang barely managed to react, stunned at the destructive force slicing through everything in front of her. Even as she dodged, the impact's shockwave was so immense that the mountain behind her was partially obliterated. Looking back, Sarang realized that had she been hit, her entire body would have been shredded instantly. Suddenly, the wolf reappeared, its voice taunting. Where are you looking? It immediately activated its Wild Hunt skill. Multiple slashes tore through the air, converging on Sarang and causing an immense explosion within Arden Castle. Far away, Jiwoo muttered in disbelief, noting how unbalanced the situation had become, reminiscent of Yopi using demons to invade. Luna, overhearing him, frowned in mild surprise. I didn't expect you to say that, she said. Anything is possible. Jiwoo, annoyed, snapped, Shut up. Ignoring him, Luna continued. I'm not joking. Everything that happened, Riot, Yopi, the demon attack, the beastmen, the game's ending, points to you. Jiwoo protested. I'm innocent. But Luna cut him off. Stop acting clueless. You're a unique individual in this world. She added that some believed his reinforced plus 99 stick was the true cause, though she insisted that power depended on the wielder. Indifferent to speculation, Jiwoo stated firmly, I don't care. No matter what, I will save Captain Amor. He demanded that Luna take him to Arden Castle, but she refused. Frustration washed over Jiwoo as he considered his dwindling options, realizing there was no simple path forward. He thought about disabling the rebound control to attempt flying, but knew it wouldn't get him there in time. Running to the location was impossible, leaving him cornered with few alternatives. Luna's voice rang in his ears. Give up. Don't worry. Sarang is the Demon Queen. She will never lose, and even if she did, there's nothing you could do. In that instant, Jiwoo looked up, a determined smile spreading across his face, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Jiwoo crouched low on the ground, catching Luna completely off guard. She tilted her head, confused, trying to understand what he was attempting. I'm starting now, Jiwoo announced, his eyes alight with determination. He shifted his weight, planting his foot firmly. Then, with explosive energy, he sprinted forward at his absolute maximum speed. He darted from side to side, weaving intricate patterns, then spun into rapid, tight circles. Luna watched in disbelief. "What is he doing?" she murmured, her gaze fixed on the dizzying display as Jiwoo circled the area. The wind he generated whipped fiercely around her face, forcing her to shield herself as the pressure mounted. Before long, a tornado began to take shape, twisting violently as it absorbed his kinetic energy. Luna's eyes widened in amazement. He had created this massive vortex simply by running pure skill and precision. Back at Ardenne Castle, the smoke from the prior explosion slowly cleared, revealing Sarang still poised in a combat-ready stance, her expression focused and unwavering. The wolf growled, acknowledging her resilience. "You've resisted well," it snarled, "but this is your limit. Soon I will devour every bone in your body." Meanwhile, on another plane, Jiwoo's tornado continued to swell, establishing itself as a formidable force of nature. Luna, who had initially suspected he was preparing to fly, finally understood after watching him run continuously for over 10 minutes. He was fulfilling the precise conditions to activate a hidden speed ability. Once the time was reached, Jiwoo halted, a confident smile on his face. He activated his light-speed run skill, preparing for the next phase. The ability propelled him forward with such incredible velocity that he briefly leapt beyond the atmosphere, crashing down onto the castle with a thunderous impact. The wolf recoiled in shock at the sudden arrival. Jiwoo shouted defiantly, "I've come to save Captain Amor." Sarang, steady and composed despite the chaos, replied, "A little late, don't you think?" Jiwoo advanced, calling the beastmen audacious for daring to harm his captain. The wolf, drawn by the scent of another human, was quickly joined by its two subordinates, forming a tight circle around the pair. A bearman voiced his confusion. "More humans? I thought the palace was cleared already." The wolf sneered. "Trash. Your work here is done," the bearman replied, attempting to justify himself. "There's nothing to worry about. Everything is going according to plan." Before he could finish, Jiwoo struck upward, deleting him instantly with a powerful blow. Immediately afterward, an immense beam of destructive energy shot skyward. Nearby, a crocodile monster recoiled in fear, prompting Jiwoo to ask why they wasted words when their end was inevitable. Terrified, the two remaining beastmen fled, but the crocodile quickly regained courage and charged forward, questioning Jiwoo's identity. Jiwoo casually twirled his staff, smirking. "You'll never know," he said, before being interrupted by Sarang. "Wait," she called. Calm and collected, Jiwoo acted as if the struggling monsters posed no threat at all. "What's going on?" he asked, his tone almost teasing. For a brief moment, Sarang's gaze dropped, her thoughts drifting to how Luna always seemed to cling to Jiwoo. Swallowing hard, she requested to take on the opponent she had been facing earlier. "I want to grow stronger too," she said, "so I can fight alongside Quaquinia." Seeing the exhaustion in the two monsters, Jiwoo agreed, leaving the enemy to Sarang. Meanwhile, the lizard was panting heavily, but Jiwoo grabbed its tongue and dragged it away. "Go with me," he said sternly, "so you don't bother Captain Amor." While Jiwoo argued with the lizard, Sarang and the wolf simply observed, each sizing up the other. Sarang clenched her fist, determination flashing in her eyes. "Fight," she commanded the wolf. "We'll finish this quickly." The wolfmen scoffed at her arrogance. "You've already lost before," he reminded her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "And who is this Quaquinia?" He had sensed that Jiwoo's previous strike was no ordinary attack and considered reporting it immediately. Sarang shot back, fire in her gaze. "Who said I've lost? This fight isn't over." The wolf snarled. "I'll grant your wish to lose your life," it muttered, secretly plotting to escape if an opening appeared. But before it could act, Amor struck it sharply on the head, leaving the wolf dazed and confused. Sarang surged forward, moving faster than ever. Blows exchanged rapidly, each strike echoing with lethal precision. The wolf felt the searing pain, attempting to counter with its beast claw, but Sarang effortlessly kicked it aside, dominating the fight. She braced herself midair, halting her momentum instantly, her movements flawless and controlled. As the wolf lunged again with its wild hunt skill, Sarang crouched and prepared herself, eyes sharp, reading every motion. With a graceful jump, she evaded the strike, her body lighter and more responsive than ever, moving exactly as her mind envisioned. The wolf cursed her race, but shock replaced its rage. Amor formed a weapon from her hand, channeling destructive magic with absolute precision. Her crystals glowed brilliantly as she activated the essence of the Demon Queen. Synchronization completed, Magic surged to immense levels. "Go to hell!" she shouted at the wolf. She unleashed her devastating blow, energy compressing and striking with overwhelming force. The wolf froze, paralyzed by fear and astonishment. Its jaws opened helplessly before being engulfed by a colossal explosion. Sarang landed lightly, canceling the Demon Queen's essence with a deep sigh of relief. Experience flooded her body instantly. Her level skyrocketed, jumping in one bound to level 139. Jiwu praised her awe-inspiring skill. "I wanted to help, but now I see you can truly defend yourself," he said. Sarang shook her head. "That's not the point," she said. Her real concern was that her level had multiplied 40-fold in an instant. Jiwu explained it wasn't an error. The foes were ancient beastmen, creatures only meant to appear 10 years from now. Sarang suggested gathering details from the remaining monster and inquired about the lizard. Jiwu responded that it was eating. She scolded him, annoyed, noting it was too late to reverse, and they bickered about reviving the creature. Meanwhile, in the Arden Palace forest, Hawkeye leaned against a tree, bloodied and exhausted, his energy nearly spent. A griffin approached, scoffing. "Those from the south are foolish," it said. "You won't escape me. As regent of this palace, even if you die, you'll be resurrected immediately." Hawkeye questioned why the griffin pursued him so relentlessly, noting that he could seize the palace himself. The griffin countered, reminding him the objective was never the palace. It was to find him at this location. Hawkeye shrugged, trying to remain defiant. "I'm not a furry," he said. As he approached, the massive creature's sister demanded to know if Hawkeye possessed the ability to broadcast telepathic messages to countless beings at once. Hawkeye shook his head, explaining that he hadn't mastered such a skill. Only after a moment did he realize that the griffin was actually referring to his YouTube livestream, the platform he used to reach countless viewers. The griffin intended to use Hawkeye's channel to deliver a warning to every race across the southern continent, and preparations for the live broadcast quickly began, going online within moments. Gamers and onlookers alike were astonished when the stream, previously cut off abruptly, restarted under Hawkeye's control, the familiar interface flickering back to life. Hawkeye had always taken pride in producing quality content, prioritizing relevance and engagement above all else, and this moment was no exception. Yet, seeing the Arden Palace crumble at the hands of monstrous invaders had struck a blow to his confidence, making him unwilling to accept the previous defeat. When he had lost his life to the wolf, he had hastily shut down the live stream, determined to regain control before chaos could spread further. Now, with anger simmering, he pressed his own mouth closed, signaling to the griffin that it could begin speaking. The griffin obliged, appearing on screen with sudden clarity, startling every viewer who had tuned in. It introduced itself as a member of the ancient humanoid race from the northern lands, announcing its intention to deliver an urgent message to all races of the southern continent. Questions poured in from viewers about these ancient beings, and the griffin continued, explaining that it had recently observed the continent successfully repelling the Demon King's forces. Acknowledging the difficulty of the battle with defeat nearly at their doorstep, it praised the southern races for their resilience and effort in securing a hard-won victory. The griffin then reminded everyone that demons had been ancient rivals for generations, and its message grew more ominous. It declared that exactly 30 days from now, an invasion from the northern continent's ancient forces would strike, promising a catastrophic defeat unless the southern inhabitants submitted and offered their service. This announcement triggered the main Chrono Life quest, the impending invasion of the ancients. A system notification warned players that this challenge would far surpass the previous demonic incursion in difficulty, emphasizing that success would require extraordinary effort. A chubby player, observing ironically, remarked on how audacious the developers were, questioning the rationale behind these overwhelming challenges. Hawkeye's viewership numbers skyrocketed due to the incident, with the topic dominating global discussions among the gaming community. Meanwhile, Deokbe lit a cigar, reflecting on the developer's plummeting reputation and the drastic shift in public perception. Back on the continent, the Griffin concluded its broadcast, stating it would no longer interfere in these lands, and that Hawkeye's actions or his demise would not alter its plans. Regardless, it promised the southern inhabitants 30 days of relative peace before the invasion commenced. With a powerful leap, the Griffin departed, leaving Hawkeye standing alone, his expression darkening with resolve. Elsewhere, inside Chrono Life's monitoring room, Hong sat in a chair, eyes fixed on her phone, fully absorbed in the unfolding news. A young man standing nearby recognized her as the same person he had attempted to charm during the last major demon attack, only to be rebuffed. Noticing her intense focus on the coverage of the ancient beasts, He coughed to get her attention, remarking on the frequency and scale of recent events, hoping to spark conversation. Hong, clearly annoyed, dismissed him curtly, telling him not to bother her, leaving the young man crestfallen and muttering under his breath. Her eyes remained locked on her screen, repeating the phrase "ancient beasts" as the weight of player frustration and mounting tension reached its peak. A game meant to be an exciting escape now left participants overwhelmed with stress, their sense of control evaporating under constant pressure. This collective strain ignited a mixture of fury and determination within the player community. Even though a customer service center existed, players knew by now that reporting issues would achieve nothing, and they largely ignored it. Diokbe observed the situation, acknowledging that the company had become the villain in the public eye, yet he knew this wasn't the first time they had faced player ire. Despite the challenges, he recognized that the mission ahead would be difficult. Chrono Life's rating had plunged to historic lows. Ironically, concurrent with this decline, the number of active online players shattered previous records. Sarang caught up to Ji-woo, whom she teasingly called Pansy, and asked if he had watched Hawkeye's live stream, explaining that the beasts were slated to attack in 30 days. She told him that players were in chaos, demanding level increases, yet the leveling zones were full, and the quest could not yet be initiated. Sarang wondered if simply grinding for a month would be sufficient, especially since such content was originally intended to be unlocked 10 years later. Recalling the sheer strength of the lone werewolf, she fretted over what would happen when all the other threats arrived. Suddenly, Ji-woo shouted, startling her. He exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how they could expect him to wait a month to respond to something so outrageous. Instead, he insisted on traveling to the northern continent immediately. The audacity terrified Sarang, but without hesitation, Ji-woo activated his lightspeed ability and launched himself forward, eyes wild with determination. His expression was utterly manic. A grin stretched across his face as he hurtled through the air. Sarang could only scream, imploring the ancient beasts to flee as he sped past. Ji-woo's relentless dash drew him closer to his objective, his tongue sticking out in sheer madness. Eventually, he paused mid-air, spinning around with a mischievous smile. Scanning the land below, he declared, "This must be the northern continent," and immediately surged downward, his light-speed dash cutting through the sky as he continued shouting. His frenzied charge was suddenly halted when his head collided with an unseen barrier. Confused, Ji-woo realized that some kind of shield or protective field blocked his path. A system message appeared, informing him that the northern continent was currently inaccessible and that he would need to return when the area became available.
Irritated, Ji-woo muttered at the game's apparent interference. Nearby, Diokbe laughed uproariously, remarking that Ji-woo's predictable behavior had prompted the barrier's installation.
When an employee reminded Diokbe of his promise not to interfere with players, he dismissed it, noting that the company had already been cast as villains in the public eye. Sarang, having caught up, summarized the situation for Ji-woo, acknowledging how frustrating it must be to be barred from accessing the northern continent. She teased him gently, asking if that was the reason behind his sulking, and reminding him that he, like everyone else, would have to wait a month for the developer to reopen the area. Ji-woo's eyes glinted with a mischievous spark as he proclaimed, "I'm bored, so I'll just destroy everything." The sheer intensity of his words sent shivers down Diokbe's spine, his body trembling uncontrollably as fear took hold. At that precise moment, Luna appeared gracefully beside them, her voice cutting through the tension like a calm wind. "Don't be foolish, Ji-woo," she said, her tone both stern and serene. She explained that even if Ji-woo obliterated the land, it would merely force the server to restart yet again, leaving the ultimate outcome unchanged. Confusion furrowed Ji-woo's brow as he demanded, "What do you mean? And why did the cockroach come back here?" Luna's gaze softened slightly, revealing a trace of anticipation. "I wanted to see who would triumph, the newest Demon King or the ancient beasts. But honestly, I already expected the result," she admitted with a faint smile. "Even so," Luna added with a teasing edge, "though I wished at least one of Sarang's legs was gone," the words made Sarang stiffen, a cold fear crawling over her as her body shook subtly. Sarang's voice trembled as she demanded, "Why do you keep provoking me, Luna? Why pick fights like this?" Luna ignored her question entirely, her eyes glinting with amusement as she stepped closer. "I realized we never properly introduced ourselves," Luna said smoothly, her presence radiating authority. "I am the goddess of life. It's a pleasure to meet the new demon queen." Sarang barked in irritation. "I don't care. I don't want to know anything about you." Unfazed, Luna continued, revealing casually, "I'm 21, and our acquaintance isn't just here in the game. We know each other in real life as well." She leaned slightly closer, her tone almost instructive. So, Sarang, you shouldn't be so harsh. It's polite to respect your elders, especially since you're only 17. Sarang's retort came fast and hot, her eyes blazing. Respect someone who disrespects everyone and takes lives? Why should I? Her voice cracked with both anger and disbelief. Before the argument could escalate further, a commanding shout rang out. Demon Queen! Death's voice carried urgency as he called, I was searching for you, Sarang. Are you still alive? If not, I can always find another stronger Demon King. He then asked casually, What were you doing here alone? Surprised, Sarang turned her gaze to the side, catching sight of Luna and Jiwoo moving off toward the village without her. Heart pounding, Sarang sprinted after them, shouting, Wait, I want to go too! Jiwoo glanced back, a small smirk tugging at his lips. All right, but let's not start a fight in the village, he warned. Far to the west, across the largest desert expanse, a deep rumbling echoed from beneath the sand, shaking the dunes like distant thunder. A massive worm erupted from the sand, its colossal form twisting and writhing as it towered over the terrain. The Emperor Sandworm let out a deafening roar, its gaping maw fixed on a nearby group of players, each one frozen in both awe and terror. A wizard's voice cut through the chaos. The monsters appeared. Everyone attacked together. Arrows, spells, and projectiles launched in a synchronized assault, striking the beast, which responded with a furious, earth-shaking roar, undeterred by the relentless onslaught. From a distant vantage point, Hawkeye, Hong, and Abracadabra observed the battle, their expressions a mix of concern and calculation. Hong murmured thoughtfully, The Justice Guild is growing stronger. After their defeat by the 3 ancient beasts, they even cut down their sleep to train faster. But is that enough for something set to begin 10 years from now? Abracadabra shook her head, voice sharp. Impossible. Even a single ancient beast is as formidable as a high-level boss. Hawkeye nodded solemnly. There's no way it seems the hero's strength will be needed again. Abracadabra muttered in frustration, recalling past battles. It's reckless to rely on others. During the Demon King's invasion, we had to fight the army while leaving the main battle to someone else. After a moment of heavy silence, Hong's eyes lit with determination. I might have an idea, she said. If it works, we could face the ancient beasts on equal footing, she explained, a hint of hope threading through her words. Hawkeye frowned. How? Hong replied. We can't possibly complete 10 years of training, but even attempting it is worthwhile. The only problem we'll need the hero's cooperation. She sighed, a trace of frustration lingering. After all this planning, we still have to rely on the hero, of course. Back in the starting village, Biol called out with urgency. Big Brother Jiwoo. Where were you? You disappeared and left me waiting, she demanded. Jiwoo apologized, explaining that he had been hunting for more rabbit bear teeth. Biol blinked in surprise, noticing the others behind him, curiosity sparking in her eyes. Who are Sarang and Luna? She asked. Jiwoo explained that they hadn't met Biol before, sharing tales about the stick and the events surrounding it, bringing her up to speed. Sarang's chest tightened, and tears welled in her eyes. It's so sad, she whispered, voice trembling. She asked after Buyul's well-being. But the little girl glanced around, embarrassed. People are staring. It's a bit awkward. Biol's eyes lit up with curiosity. I have a question. Which one of these two is your big brother's girlfriend?
Jiwoo deflected, handing her a bag.
Neither. Just take the ingredients, he said, trying to steer the conversation away. Biol studied them with a quiet smile, her young mind piecing together the dynamics. It seems Mana Amor likes him, probably because of everything they've been through together. And little sister Luna? She's curious about him too, she thought, analyzing the situation like a detective. Biol nodded to herself. A love triangle? That's what this is. She turned to Jiwoo, eyes wide. So which one do you like more? Or do you like both?
Jiwoo blinked, flustered. What are you talking about? You're too young for this, Biol persisted. It must be hard, they're both beautiful, but I need to know, do you have someone else in mind?
Finally, Jiwoo played along, teasing. You're right. The person I like is Urus. Both girls froze, startled, but Jiwoo quickly laughed. Just kidding. He quickly shifted gears. Forget that? Why do I have to wait a whole month? Biol suggested. Enjoy chrono life during that time. You always rush through it, never really appreciating the world. Jiwoo thought back to the bearded uncle, Diakbai, recalling the same advice. Enjoy the game, take it slow, and stop destroying everything.
Annoyed, Jiwoo muttered about Diakbai, who dared to interfere despite promises of freedom. At that instant, Hong descended beside them,
Long time no see, hero, she greeted. Jiwoo returned the sentiment, and Hong revealed she needed a favor regarding the ancient beasts. Both Jiwoo and the girl's expressions turned to shock. Across the world, deep in a dark ice cave, a griffin knelt before its master, the chill and shadows enveloping the chamber in eerie stillness. As ordered, he stepped forward and declared to the great leader Aventador that the invasion would commence in exactly 30 days. His voice carrying the weight of the impending storm. The blue dragon's gaze lingered on him for a moment, measuring, weighing, then a rare smile curved its lips. Well done, it said, voice echoing with authority and pride. Prepare yourselves. Soon the entire southern continent will belong to us. Suddenly, a searing light erupted, striking the griffin's eyes as Aventador began to glow with an intense, almost blinding brilliance, his aura radiating raw power. Transforming into his human form, Aventador's hair mirrored the same piercing blue as his dragon scales. He stepped onto the ground, each stride deliberate, passing the griffin with a casual glance. "It's been far too long since I last saw you, Urus," he murmured, a mixture of nostalgia and authority in his tone. Elsewhere, Urus sat contentedly, savoring a chicken leg, unaware of the weighty words exchanged elsewhere. Hong picked up the conversation, explaining that the plan required the hero's intervention. She looked around, gauging everyone's reactions. Sarang nodded thoughtfully, expressing cautious optimism, acknowledging the difficulty of the task, but believing they still had a fighting chance. Luna, however, remained resolutely opposed. "This isn't a favor," Luna said firmly, shaking her head. "It's a sacrifice. And if we keep granting these so-called favors, people will only grow accustomed to asking for more." Her warning didn't stop there. There's also the matter of chrono life. If this plan clashes with their interests, Jiwoo could easily end up blacklisted from the game. To Luna's astonishment, Jiwoo's lips twisted into a sickly smile before he erupted into laughter, his amusement cutting through the tension of the room. Scoffing at concerns about the company, he waved a hand dismissively. "Who cares about them? They started this mess anyway. I'm in. I'll grant this favor to Hong. I love this plan." Without hesitation, he rose to his feet, determination flashing in his eyes. "I'm leaving now," he announced, his voice brimming with urgency. In the next instant, Jiwoo launched into a light-speed run, leaping and tearing through everything in his path. Dust and debris clouded the air, leaving the girls coughing and squinting across the table. Byal frowned, puzzled. Why did he leave right in the middle of dinner? Hong sighed, shaking her head with a small smile. He went to fulfill his wish, though he didn't need to be so fast about it. The little girl's eyes widened. I'm sorry? What favor?" Her focus had wavered between eating and listening. Hong patiently summarized, in 30 days, extraordinarily powerful monsters would appear. "And to stand a chance against them, we need to grow stronger," Hong continued. Byal's eyes lit up. "Level up?" she suggested. Hong nodded, explaining why the prime leveling spots were teeming with guilds and players. But there was a twist. "There's another way to get stronger without grinding endlessly," Hong revealed. "The right equipment can make all the difference." Curious, Byal asked, where did Jiwoo go? He headed to Chrono Life's most formidable leveling spot, the nest of the two-headed dragon. "Urus," Hong answered, his voice steady. At the nest, Jiwoo arrived to a scene of chaos, monsters emerging relentlessly from every side. His goal, to acquire the powerful equipment they needed and then put it on the market for everyone else. The single, precise swing of his staff, planetary-scale damage ripped through the area, leaving craters and upheaval in his wake. Byal gasped. "You can't do that. It'll collapse the entire game economy. Equipment will lose its rarity and value." Hong nodded solemnly. "I know, but there's no other way. Jiwoo isn't the type to care about such trivialities. The only reason he's doing this is because the company blocked him from entering the northern continent. And you should never underestimate someone who has nothing to lose," Hong added quietly. Later, in a bustling plaza, Jiwoo shouted, capturing the crowd's attention. "An opportunity you can't miss." He announced the arrival of rare items from Urus's nest, inviting players to trade in their old gear for coveted new equipment at surprisingly low prices. A young boy stepped forward, clutching his coin purse nervously. I want a sword. I'm level 19. Jiwoo smiled and handed him a skeletal sword for 10,000 gold, the boy's eyes wide with excitement. The boy bolted, eager to level up faster. Immediately, a wave of other players surged forward, placing their orders. From a distance, Sarang watched in awe. "There are so many people, and it's only the 3rd day," she murmured to Hong. "Why not use the auction house?" she asked. "It would be much faster." Hong explained. I asked him the same thing. He said a major merchant would buy everything instantly, and that would ruin the chance for everyone else. Sarang's eyes widened in recognition. Riot. As they talked, someone approached. An imposing armed man drew near, his presence impossible to ignore.
Hong's gaze sharpened. 2 meters tall, wielding an enormous sword. Could this be the one he suspected?
Amid the crowd, Jiwoo continued his announcements, oblivious until his line of sight was suddenly blocked. The giant man stopped directly in front of him. "I want what you sold that level 19 rookie," he demanded, voice low and commanding. Chaos erupted behind him as players shouted, arguing that he had cut in line. One player questioned his manners, only for the man to snatch his face and hurl him across the plaza. A massive plume of smoke erupted from the nearby building where the player landed, leaving everyone staring, mouths agape, unsure of what had just occurred. The fallen player lay shattered on the ground. The giant's voice cut through the murmurs. "Anyone else got a problem with me cutting in line?" Silence fell. The other players instinctively backed away, intimidated. Jiwoo's voice rang out, calm yet firm. "If it's the skeleton sword you want, that'll be 10 million gold." The man's irritation flared. "You sold it for 10,000 before. Why the sudden jump?" Jiwoo's expression remained serene. "The higher the buyer's level, the higher the item's value," he explained simply. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, he challenged the man. "If you don't like it, fight me. Step up if you dare." The man's expression hardened, his gaze locking on Jiwoo with deadly seriousness. Sarang whispered, curiosity tinged with fear. Who is he?" Hong's eyes followed the confrontation. "That's Benedict," he said. "A high-level ranker notorious for PK player killing. He's ruthless. Even a minor annoyance could cost someone their life." After a tense pause, Benedict begrudgingly handed over 10 million gold, teeth gritted but yielding nonetheless. Jiwoo accepted it, nodding. "Next time, don't cut in line." Hong chuckled, impressed. Even Benedict had to show some manners this time. Shifting topics, Hong asked Sarang about her own progress, imagining she must have grown stronger as the Demon Queen. To his surprise, Sarang shook her head. "Not that much. I'm around level 210 now, but it's not a huge jump." Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a few days ago, Sarang had been only level 139, and now he couldn't help but marvel at how far she had come in such a short span of time. Sarang calmly explained that she always went farming whenever the little underwear guy ventured into Eurus's nest, but the monsters there were incredibly strong, and she could barely defeat 1 or 2 at a time before needing to regroup. She added, with a hint of exasperation, that the little underwear guy constantly taunted her, calling her weak, as if to push her limits. Both Luna and Hong exchanged impressed glances, clearly astonished by her perseverance and skill. The leader of the Robin Hood Guild thought to himself that Sarang still underestimated her own strength. For an ordinary person, it would take at least 2 years to reach level 200. Yet here she was defying all expectations. Curious, Hong asked if she would level up today as well. Sarang confirmed with a small smile that she would as soon as Jiwoo finished selling the accumulated items. Hong nodded, feeling a surge of optimism. Quietly, he mused to himself that Sarang would undoubtedly become one of the greatest hopes in the looming war. Later, in the treacherous valley of Urus, a monstrous creature lunged swiftly towards Sarang, its claws glinting in the dim light. With effortless grace, she sidestepped the attack, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. "Is that all you've got?" she challenged, making it clear the creature's strikes no longer intimidated her. In retaliation, the monster's horrifying eyes split open to reveal writhing mouths inside, a grotesque sight that made Sarang recoil slightly in disgust. The grotesque mouths advanced toward her relentlessly. Despite the revulsion twisting her stomach, the crystal embedded on her chest began to glow, and her horns shimmered into existence with an aura of raw power. Undeterred, Sarang surged forward, weaving nimbly between the monster's strikes, each dodge precise and fluid as she closed the distance with predatory intent. Stopping just inches from the creature, she reached out and touched one of its writhing tentacles. A surge of destruction magic coursed through her hand, piercing the monster as it staggered, finally succumbing to the blow. Without a pause, Sarang unleashed her destructive magic once more, obliterating the creature completely as it crumpled to the ground in defeat. Even as the monster's remnants twitched in a futile attempt to escape, it was utterly vanquished. Sarang absorbed the experience points, and with a wave of her hand, she dispelled the lingering essence of the Demon King within. She shook her head and muttered, a mixture of annoyance and humor in her voice, that the monster had been terrifying, and that it wasn't at all acceptable to wander around attacking others with those horrid tentacles. At that precise moment, Jiwoo appeared beside her.
Done already? You're getting good at this, he teased. Sarang replied modestly, though with a faint grin. It's nothing, after all. I am the Demon Queen, Captain Amor. Her eyes widened, however, as they fell upon the mountain of equipment Jiwoo was hauling behind him. The sheer scale was staggering, leaving her momentarily speechless. Crouching slightly, she muttered under her breath that she hated the little underwear guy and wished to be left alone in that remote spot, away from distractions. From a distance, Luna floated silently, her expression serious and unreadable as she observed the exchange. Time seemed to stretch and pass almost magically as the moments slipped by. Every faction busied themselves with final preparations, and at last the long-anticipated day of battle arrived, heavy with tension and expectation. In the icy caverns of the northern continent, Aventador advanced steadily, his face a mask of grim determination. "Move out now," he commanded with unwavering authority. He declared the invasion officially underway, and the beastmen to his right bellowed in unison, their cries of war echoing through the cavern. A mirrored roar came from the beasts to his left, while Aventador remained a towering figure atop a rock, exuding dominance and control over the chaotic scene. "Before a vast legion of ancient beasts," he shouted, his voice carrying over the cacophony. "Today, the southern continent shall be erased from history." In an instant, his body radiated with blinding light as he transformed back into his magnificent blue dragon form, wings unfurling with majestic power. Maintaining his full draconic form, he unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated across the continent, a sound both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, on the plains of the southern continent, guards stationed along the walls of Arden Castle braced themselves, sweat trickling down tense faces as they tightened their grips on weapons. Despite their fear, they held their positions with rigid discipline, the enormity of the approaching army making their hearts pound in terror. Tens of thousands of monstrous beings surged forward, a relentless tide threatening to overwhelm the largest fortress on the continent, Arden Castle, a strategic choke point and the last line of defense. The castle's imposing walls were the only barrier standing between the invading hordes and the southern heartland. Arden was not just a fortress, it was the fulcrum upon which the fate of the continent would pivot. Suddenly, a dinosaur-like monster peered down and noticed a massive explosion erupting directly ahead. Startled, it barked orders to the others, warning them of the assault. From atop a distant mountain, Abracadabra and her team of mages had launched a precise bombardment. Abracadabra, staff raised with authority, commanded a storm of fire magic to rain down upon the advancing monsters. The air shimmered with arcane energy as bolts and blasts struck the enemy ranks. Watching from below, Griffo sneered, considering the audacity of the southern mage's choice to engage outside the safety of the castle. Before he could react further, a sharply aimed arrow from Hawkeye struck his neck, sending shockwaves of pain. Surprised, Griffo spun around to see the archer poised with deadly precision, warning him they had no intention of fighting within the castle walls. "This is a head-on battle," Hawkeye clarified, commanding the archers to unleash a torrent of flaming arrows that rained down upon the creatures, eliciting anguished roars from the beleaguered beasts. At that moment, the main gate swung open. Commanders Suho and Sentry took their positions at the front. Suho remarked on the rarity of this joint battle since their defeat by a single foe long ago, and Sentry nodded, memories of past struggles flashing briefly across his eyes.
"Time to reclaim our honor," Suho declared, determination radiating from his stance. His comrade affirmed the sentiment, their resolve unified.
They surged forward, summoning the army of knights behind them, ordering a full-scale charge. Steel clashed, banners waved, and the ground trembled as human forces collided with monstrous adversaries. Nearly 25 million players were engaged in this historic battle, a scale unmatched in the game's history. Yet all the chaos and slaughter would be rendered moot in the blink of an eye by the actions of a single individual. Observing the scene, Jiwoo raised his stick high. "I've waited too long for this moment now. It's time to wreak havoc," he murmured with quiet anticipation. As he prepared to strike, Sarang's voice rang out sharply. "Wait. If you use your ability now, everyone here will die," she warned, urgency lacing every word. Jiwoo merely shrugged, a confident smirk tugging at his lips. "It's fine. Users can always revive. It's the monsters who won't get a second chance." He assured her, unwavering, that victory was guaranteed despite the risks, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Sarang hesitated, trying to argue, but ultimately conceded. Jiwoo's logic was sound. With the matter settled, Jiwoo positioned his stick to strike, but in an instant he vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting disturbance in the air. Sarang stared, utterly bewildered, her mind racing to comprehend how the little underwear guy could disappear without a trace. Meanwhile, within a strange data dimension, Ji-woo swung his stick, but nothing happened. Confusion creased his brow until a memory sparked he had been here before. At that precise moment, a voice echoed, the presence of God calling his attention. "It's been a while since we last met," it said, its tone both familiar and commanding. Ji-woo sighed in mild exasperation. "I'm getting tired of you popping up like this," he muttered. "What do you want? Can we skip the preamble? I'm busy." God's voice was calm but firm, explaining that he had brought Ji-woo here out of longing, a chance for them to truly understand one another. "Not even the bearded one can interfere this time," he added, his words carrying both weight and a subtle warning. Far above, Diakbai peered through the window of his room, his eyes tracking every movement unfolding below. Yet his attention was split. He was far too preoccupied with monitoring the ongoing war to intervene directly. Back within the strange dimension, Ji-woo's temper flared. "That's bullshit," he snapped, his voice cutting through the eerie calm. He continued, voice sharp with determination, declaring that this wasn't the moment to forge understanding. After a month of anticipation for this very battle, he refused to allow God any interference. With eyes blazing, Ji-woo demanded to be returned to the castle immediately, warning that it was the only way God could hope to leave the situation unscathed. A bead of cold sweat traced down God's temple, but he exhaled slowly, a hint of resignation in his tone. "I can't do that," he admitted. He explained the peril. If Ji-woo returned now, a single strike from the protagonist could obliterate everything in an instant. As was his pattern, God added a rare caveat this time. The story could not end with such swift finality. Ji-woo, exhaling in frustration, countered with suspicion. "I know what you're up to," he accused, eyes narrowing. "You're a spy sent by the developers." God denied it quietly, but the tension in the room thickened. Annoyance flared as Ji-woo pressed further, demanding to know God's true identity and reason for bringing him here. "Speak, or I'll attack," he warned, unwavering even at God's omnipotence. Under pressure, God conceded to explain. He began carefully, stating that Ji-woo needed to understand one thing first. He had no ties to chronolife. His sole purpose for bringing Ji-woo here was singular, yet profound, to enable him to fulfill every sin. Meanwhile, at the war castle, the battlefield roared with life. Carrie lunged forward, spear flashing, her storm lunge skills striking repeatedly against monstrous foes. One monster staggered under the blows but mocked the effort, its growl echoing disdain. "Not bad for a human," it sneered, before charging with vicious intent. Suho intercepted, his divine shield magic forming just in time. Even as he blocked the assault, a confident smile lingered on his face, unwavering. Raising his sword high, Suho conjured his sacred hammer, a divine weapon that struck true, vanquishing the creature in an instant. Experience gained. Suho dismissed any thanks from the saint. Sentry, however, interjected sharply, insisting she could have finished the fight herself. These players had prepared relentlessly for 30 days, and the fruits of their labor were now evident. They had leveled up with speed, honed group tactics within their brigades, and finally armed themselves with formidable weapons looted from Urus's dungeon. With focus sharp, Abracadabra's presence alone marked a leap in power from just a month ago. They had evolved into warriors on an entirely new tier. At this stage, the players stood toe-to-toe with the monstrous legions, their skills and strategy matching the enemy's ferocity. Yet this parity was fragile, fleeting as a shadow at dusk. Hong's gaze lifted, spotting a massive blue dragon slicing through the sky. The battlefield's balance teetered instantly. The beast unleashed a devastating fireball, hurling every player high into the air amid the shattering force of the explosion. Back in the data room, Ji-woo's curiosity surged. He leaned forward, questioning God about the complexities of fulfilling all sins, his brow furrowed. He allowed God the chance to speak, but made it unmistakably clear once the explanation was done, he would leave without delay. God's reply was measured. Gratitude for the patience, yet he withheld deeper truths, leaving much unsaid. Instead, a small flame ignited in his palm, offered to Ji-woo. Eyes widening, Ji-woo watched the embers flicker. God explained these were remnants of all creation itself, power granting him sight over any place he wished to observe. Seizing this gift, Ji-woo tuned into the war channel. What he saw made his heart skip. The battlefield, dust still swirling from the dragon's blast, was chaos incarnate. Amid the smoke, Suho spat blood, but stood resolute, holding a portion of the players safe behind his colossal shield. He muttered in disbelief at the dragon's fiery assault from above. Sintry, dazed and blinking, could only whisper, "What on earth is that?" When the smoke fully cleared, the monstrous form of Aventador loomed before them, massive and commanding. It was Aventador, the northern dragon, legendary and fearsome. Eurus observed silently, eyes wide with shock. He explained that Aventador led the beastmen and ranked among the 3 great dragons of legend. The pantheon of draconic might, the 2-headed dragon, Aventador himself, and Gallardo, the trio of unparalleled strength. Jiwu admitted ignorance of these names. Urus shrugged, noting that the remaining dragons would appear in due time. Curious, Jiwu asked, if they surpassed Urus in power. Urus chuckled softly, recalling his victorious encounters against the others. Then, with measured gravity, Urus revealed the critical truth.
Aventador embodied the sin of greed.
Back amidst the chaos, Sentry drove her spear into the ground, staring unflinchingly at the colossal dragon. Her voice carried both shock and resolve. A dragon led the beastmen, but they wielded the mighty relics of Urus's dungeon, dragon's strongest armaments, she declared, defiant. Aventador may try to take their lives, but they would rise again, undeterred, avenging Suho's protection. Aventador paused, as if weighing the human's courage, before initiating a profound transformation. A blinding light erupted across the battlefield. When vision returned, the massive dragon now stood in humanoid form, leaving Sentry utterly stunned. In this new voice, Aventador spoke, ridiculing her reference to Urus. He could not fathom a mere human daring to name his brother. With cold disdain, he remarked on Urus's adaptation to life on the southern continent, a subtle jab at familial bonds. Jiwu's shock deepened, questioning Urus about this revelation. Urus, unflinching, dismissed the notion. Aventador was still but a child. Sentry exhaled sharply, irritated by the dragon's pretense of human guise. Her defiance surged. "Do you truly wish to test me?" She challenged, spear-primed to sever him in a single strike. Without hesitation, she launched forward at full speed, spear spiraling through the air, an attack brimming with her maximum strength and determination. The impact of Aventador's blow was devastating, sending a shockwave that obliterated everything behind him. For a fleeting moment, Sentry thought she had finally cornered him, a spark of hope igniting in her chest. But Aventador barely flinched, mocking her attack as feeble. His voice, cold and disdainful, pierced the air as he compared her efforts to those who foolishly believe they can touch the sun by merely staring at its reflection in a puddle. Shock rippled through the girl as she realized he hadn't even bothered to dodge. With icy certainty, he declared that no matter how fiercely they fought, they would never reach him. Suddenly, tentacles identical to Urakan's erupted from his back. In a swift, fluid motion, they pierced the saint's body, leaving the battlefield in stunned silence. Sarang's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted for them to stop, recognizing the horrifying power before her. Everyone around reacted with sheer astonishment. Aventador's mouth curved into a salivating grin as he lifted the girl's helpless body, introducing himself as the Dragon of the North Pole, the embodiment of greed and gluttony. Jiwu's gasp broke through the tension. "How can he represent 2 sins at once?" he demanded, eyes wide with incredulity. Turning sharply to Urus, the protagonist pressed for answers. Urus hesitated, admitting it was a valid question. He had also thought Aventador embodied only greed. Jiwu's frustration boiled over as he shouted at the hovering divine entity, demanding clarity. The being's gaze hardened, incredulous that any mortal dared address a god so boldly. Despite the insult, the deity realized it had no choice but to reveal a truth long hidden. "Do you remember why you were brought here, Jiwu?" the god asked, snapping his fingers. Immediately, a colossal hourglass plummeted from the sky, drawing every eye upward in shock. The god's voice thundered across the battlefield, explaining that the 7 main quest bosses of Chrono Life each embody a deadly sin tasked with completing it fully. He detailed that Urus, representing pride, had fulfilled his sin long ago. Yopi, embodying wrath, had nearly succeeded but ultimately failed. Urakan, the bearer of gluttony, had been unable to complete his sin because the protagonist had ended his life prematurely. Thus, Aventador inherited gluttony, standing as the only boss capable of fulfilling it in Urakan's stead. Even knowing this, the god admitted his surprise at Aventador's dual inheritance, though it made sense given his original sin of greed. Tapping the hourglass, he christened it the Hourglass of Sins. When filled, it would signify that all sins had been completed. Jiwu asked if the sand filled whenever a boss completed their sin, and what it truly meant to fulfill one. The answer was simple yet terrifying, its implications clear to all who listened. Meanwhile, Aventador flexed his tentacles, which slithered menacingly toward the army, striking down every archer in their path. With a surge of absorption magic, he devoured their levels and attributes, leaving them vanished from existence. Hawkeye's shout rang out, urging everyone to form a defensive line, but the dragon's relentless advance left no time. Aventador's tentacles swept forward again, eliminating all archers and absorbing their power in one fluid, terrifying motion. Hawkeye's yell echoed across the battlefield, questioning their paralysis, but was cut short as a tentacle wrapped around his waist, beginning to drain him. Blood spattered as Abracadabra, observing from a distant mountain, cried out his name in despair. In an instant, the tentacles surged forward, striking Abracadabra's stomach and absorbing every ally, bolstering Aventador's strength and level further. Aventador smirked, amused at the frailty of the southern humans. The surrounding monsters rallied, hailing him as the Almighty. Their roars of devotion echoed across the battlefield, while Hong found herself encircled by monsters. A guild member's warning came too late. The hard-earned balance shattered in an instant. Even the player's revival abilities proved futile against the relentless gluttony absorption. Gritting her teeth, Hong realized the battle had been irrevocably turned against them. Stepping forward, she declared herself chief commander in Hawkeye's absence, ready to lead the remaining soldiers. She commanded unwavering focus and coordinated attacks, with a critical caveat: avoid the gluttony skill at all costs. If a comrade was impaled, another had to end them before the absorption could complete. With a fierce cry, Hong led a synchronized assault. The soldiers struck, wounding some beastmen, but Aventador's tentacles readied for another absorption strike. Hong's reflexes sliced one tentacle in half, halting its advance. "I won't let you touch me with those wicked limbs," she shouted defiantly. Aventador only smiled, sighing, before extending an even larger tentacle toward her. To the shock of everyone, he began releasing more tentacles, ultimately capable of a staggering 100,000, swarming humanity's forces. His power eclipsed Urakan's ancient gluttony, amplified further by the sin of greed attribute, unlocking his true level cap. The synergy of greed and gluttony made Aventador an overwhelmingly formidable foe, embodying the worst nightmare for the players. A sword clattered to the ground as Aventador's tentacle brushed Hong's face. In that instant, she realized that 30 days of relentless leveling had only forged the deadliest enemy they had ever faced. Sarang braced herself, preparing a magic shot to unleash the Demon Queen's destruction skill. The attack tore across the battlefield, raising a choking cloud of dust that made Hong cough violently. She wondered if this was truly the Demon King's unique skill, stunned by its overwhelming power. Descending into the chaos, Sarang stood firm. Hong, elated, called out to her beloved, grateful that her intervention had saved her life. A chill ran through Hong as Sarang's voice cut sharply, her words colder than he had ever heard. "It would be tragic," she said, her tone devoid of warmth, leaving him momentarily stunned. She turned to him with piercing eyes, warning him to keep his distance. "I can't protect you while facing something this strong," she explained, her attack having barely grazed Aventador. Hong's confusion deepened. Sarang's demeanor had shifted so drastically it was as if he were staring at an entirely different person. Looking around, Sarang's gaze swept over the battlefield, noting the hundreds of beastmen swarming the area. Each one bristled with aggression, their eyes glinting with malice. Within seconds, she assessed the situation. Victory was impossible. Steeling herself, she summoned Death, who had remained loyally by her side. "As the Demon Queen, I declare the full might of the demonic species is at war against the beastmen," she commanded, her voice ringing with authority that made the very air tremble. She ordered Death to open the portal to the demonic realm. With unwavering devotion, he nodded and replied, "It shall be done, my great lord," before vanishing, leaving only a swirling rift behind. Hong's eyes widened as he looked up, witnessing Death's colossal mouth forming in the sky, the dimensional portal tearing open reality itself. Before he could fully process it, a devastating blow struck him, hurling him across the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. Choking on the dust, Hong caught Jiwoo's apologetic voice above the chaos. "I'm sorry, I just realized I accidentally ran over Death while descending." The words barely registered amid the whirling panic. Sarang's expression remained stern, yet she deactivated the Demon King's essence the moment she recognized Jiwoo amidst the dust. "Jiwoo!" she called, a spark of relief breaking through her stoicism. Hong's heart soared, realizing the hero of the Chrono Life world had finally arrived, accompanied by players from across the globe. Elsewhere, Diokbei lit his cigar, muttering with irritation. "Finally, the damn guy shows up, but why only now?" His eyes narrowed, suspicion gnawing at him. He pondered that Jiwoo should have been active since the very beginning, moving swiftly across the battlefield, yet had only just arrived. Perhaps, he mused, the delay was the work of that strange, enigmatic man. The scene shifted back to an earlier moment. God seated beside an hourglass, calm but focused. He had told Jiwoo that the sin was nearly complete and that he could release him, pointing toward the exit as if it were a simple matter. Jiwoo, irritation flickering across his face, questioned this approach. "Is this how you handle things?" he snapped, a warning laced in every word. "This is the last time I'll allow it." He threatened, voice sharp and unyielding, that if God ever trapped him like that again, he would tear him apart before even stepping through the portal. Back in the present, God exhaled deeply. "Don't worry," he reassured, a rare gentleness creeping into his tone. "We'll never meet under those circumstances again." He explained that the game had entered its final act, the climax approaching with inevitability. On the battlefield, Sarang's emotions erupted. "I can't believe this! Where the hell have you been all this time, little underwear guy?" she shouted, frustration and fear mixing in her voice. "Do you even realize how terrified I've been, alone against all this?" Her voice rang out further, scolding Jiwoo for running over death, lamenting that now they could no longer summon the demons to their aid. Hong exhaled in relief, watching Sarang's fiery display calm. Perhaps her earlier concern had been a fleeting illusion, he thought, a trick of stress and fear. Nearby, Death lay unconscious on the ground, a silent casualty of the chaos. Sarang turned, her gaze steady, and asked what they would do now, facing an entire army without the support of the demons. Jiwoo's eyes swept over the massive battlefield. Aventador stood at the center, dark aura coalescing around him, a living storm of power. He sighed softly, a hint of patience in his voice. "Don't worry, Sarang. Just relax and watch. I'll handle the cleanup from here." Sarang felt heat rise to her cheeks, a mix of relief and admiration at Jiwoo's composure. With measured steps, Jiwoo advanced toward the boss, halting to meet Aventador's gaze head-on. His expression was still edged with irritation, a stark contrast to his level 999 might, while Aventador, a staggering level 3890 looked upon him with pure derision, the air between them crackling with tension. From a distance, Deokbai chuckled, cigar clamped between his teeth. "Finally," he murmured, "the strongest user of chrono life versus the ultimate boss." Spectators gasped, unable to conceal their astonishment at the confrontation about to unfold. Aventador's cold gaze swept over Jiwoo, lingering with scorn on the meager staff and his peculiar attire. "How dare a pathetic human stand before me?" the dragon hissed, voice dripping with contempt. He introduced himself arrogantly, voice echoing across the battlefield. "I am Aventador, the North Pole Dragon, eternal and unyielding leader of millions of ancient beasts, embodiment of greed and gluttony, and yet here I see this blasphemy, a mere human in underwear daring to obstruct me. I should tear you in half this instant." Before his threat could materialize, Jiwoo moved his staff with a flick. It struck Aventador's neck sharply. "Shut up," he said, his tone flat but commanding. Aventador froze, incredulous. "What is this? You call that an attack?" Yet, the impact registered immediately. Destruction radiated from the strike, cascading upward in a torrent of interplanetary-scale devastation, leaving every beastman agape and silent, unable to comprehend the force they had just witnessed. Moments later, Aventador collapsed to the ground, half of his massive form obliterated, staring up at the calm, unyielding protagonist. The dragon's voice trembled with disbelief. What just happened? Deokbei's cigar slipped from his lips, falling to the ground as shock rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated such an anticlimactic conclusion to the duel. Jiwoo bent slightly, looking down at Aventador with cold amusement. "You're just a disgusting mutt who talks too much," he said, pausing to scowl at the game developers and the self-proclaimed god. "Everyone's been getting on my nerves lately. Unfortunately for you, it's time for some real beatings." The monster groaned, coughing up blood, utterly unable to retaliate or even move properly. Jiwoo crouched lower, his gaze locked on Aventador. "Did that hurt?" he asked, almost mockingly gentle. The dragon, eyes wide, could scarcely comprehend the words. What did that human just say? Jiwoo's expression darkened, a macabre smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Too bad for you, there's much more to come." In a single fluid motion, Jiwoo delivered a punch that sent Aventador hurtling backward, following it up instantly with a precise, crushing kick. He struck relentlessly, a continuous barrage that the dragon could only endure. each blow shaking its immense body. Jiwoo slammed his staff against Aventador's back with such force that the dragon's scales flushed red from the impact. The onslaught showed no mercy, each strike calculated to dominate utterly. Sarang watched, recognition flickering in her eyes. The underwear guy had slipped fully back into his villainous, unstoppable persona. One of the beastmen shouted in desperation, urging the others to save Lord Aventador immediately. A wave of them surged forward, charging toward the two locked in combat, but Jiwoo's focus never wavered. Jiwoo stood unwavering, the faint curl of a macabre smile spreading across his face as he braced himself for the oncoming onslaught, eyes glinting with a mixture of anticipation and dark amusement. With a calculated flick, he tucked his staff into his underwear, remarking with twisted satisfaction, "Perfect, exactly what I wanted." The absurdity of the gesture contrasted sharply with the lethal intent in his eyes. In his other hand, he drew his weapon smoothly, voice low and chilling. "I've been waiting for this moment." As the horde of monsters surged forward, Jiwoo moved his staff with a single deliberate motion, unleashing an immense explosion in the very direction of their charge. The resulting shockwave obliterated everything in its path. Monsters, terrain, and even mountains crumbled under the destructive force. The few survivors staggered, eyes wide in disbelief, whispering to each other that such devastation couldn't possibly be real. Yet, Jiwoo's expression shifted immediately, already preparing for another merciless strike, eyes scanning the battlefield with cold precision. One monster turned, only to catch sight of Jiwoo again, staff poised, face twisted into the most unnerving, deranged expression imaginable before the blow landed squarely upon its head. Others advanced with defiant roars, hurling insults and mocking him as an arrogant human, daring him toward what they assumed would be his doom. Jiwoo, still facing away, slowly rotated his neck in a flawless owl-like motion, eyes locking onto the approaching foes with chilling focus. The monsters froze, their resolve dissolving in the face of such unnerving composure, trembling as dread surged through them. While Aventador remained motionless on the scorched ground, one desperate beastman crept forward, pleading for assistance. Tears streaked down its face as it apologized for its failure to stop that monstrous scoundrel, confessing that rage and shame coiled tightly in its chest at its own incompetence. It lamented that, had they been stronger, they might have served their lord more effectively, but Aventador gave no sign of acknowledgement, indifferent to the plea. The creature pressed further, offering its final request, that their master, Aventador, consume them with his gluttonous power. Aventador's gaze hardened. "Do you understand what that means?" he growled, voice low and commanding. "Once absorbed, revival is impossible until I myself fall." The monster confirmed the understanding, yet reasoned that living meant facing inevitable, tragic deaths at Jiwoo's hands. Better to surrender willingly to their lord, who had sacrificed so much for them. It added one final stipulation. Upon Aventador's victory, they would lift their voices to the heavens, roaring with all their might in celebration of their master's triumph. Hong, observing the intense scene, could only wonder at the depth of the drama unfolding before him. Other spectators shared in his confusion and melancholy, questioning the events, for in that moment, Brief Sky appeared to be the true villain overshadowing the entire battle. Jiwoo abruptly halted, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. "Everyone's here," he remarked casually, taking in the gathered forces. With a mocking tilt of his head, he added, "Seems like you've been having fun. I'll join the party." Then, in a single, fluid motion, Jiwoo leapt forward, staff spinning with an expression more perverse and twisted than anyone had ever seen. Before he could reach the monsters, Aventador's tentacles lashed outward, striking his own subordinates, leaving Jiwoo momentarily taken aback.
The monster lord struck each subordinate with precise force. "Thank you for your service," they cried, humbled, admitting that they had been a nuisance until the very end, but honored to serve him.
Immediately, Aventador activated his absorption magic, devouring them entirely, assimilating their levels and abilities into his own formidable arsenal. The farewell was dramatic, poignant, stirring a mixture of awe and sorrow across all who witnessed it. For a fleeting instant, ally and enemy alike felt a profound melancholy, mourning the demise of the ancient human beasts. Their sacrifices etched into the battlefield's memory. Jiwoo, however, stomped sharply onto the cracked earth, shattering the somber mood. "Cheating? Aventador?" he mocked. "Absorbing your own kind to power up?" He scoffed again, eyes cold. "I can't blame you. They were useless anyway. Better to absorb them and increase your level." Even so, Jiwoo taunted him further. "Trash," he laughed. "What kind of leader eats his own followers?" The absurdity of it fueled his amusement. The surrounding onlookers shuddered, realizing the depths of his cruelty, yet unable to suppress grim laughter at the display. The insult struck a nerve. Aventador's fury ignited, eyes blazing as he responded.
"You're right," he admitted through gritted teeth. "I have consumed all my useless followers."
Then a subtle shift occurred, something unexpected began to manifest. As Aventador lashed out with his tentacles, his arm began regenerating, knitting back together with astonishing speed, restoring itself to perfection.
Jiwoo's eyes widened. The monster had fully recovered. "I'm no longer so hungry," Aventador declared, voice resonant with renewed power. "I've reached level 9,999.
With this formidable strength restored, Aventador surged forward and Jiwoo met him head-on, ready for the next clash. Gritting his teeth, Aventador raised his fist, preparing for a devastating strike, muscles coiled and aura flaring. On the other side, Jiwoo mirrored the readiness. Staff poised, face twisted with that same chilling intensity as he braced for impact. When they collided, the force unleashed a colossal wave of destruction, the impact radius expanding rapidly, visible across the entire battlefield. Sarang, Hong, and all surviving subordinates were flung far from the epicenter, dust and debris filling the air. Rocks and rubble levitated, grinding against each other in the chaos, heralding the true beginning of the ultimate confrontation between Jiwoo and Aventador. In their first clash, Aventador staggered under the rebounding blows, while Jiwoo maintained his eerie smile, untouched and unfazed. Jiwoo swung his staff once more. The collision forced both combatants backward, and in the process, Aventador lost an arm, temporarily incapacitated. Yet, with a defiant grit of his teeth, the dragon regenerated his hand instantly. This was the reincarnation ability, a formidable regeneration power inherent to the lizard-human beasts, akin to a supercharged healing factor. Moreover, as the sin of greed, Aventador possessed an enhanced gluttony, capable of absorbing his target's abilities. Harnessing this newly acquired power, he surged forward once again, managing to pierce Jiwoo's body with a crushing blow, leaving everyone on the battlefield stunned into silence. Aventador had absorbed roughly 1 million ancient human beasts, assimilating all their abilities into himself, a reservoir of unimaginable power. He retracted his hand from Jiwoo's body, preparing for yet another devastating strike. As the lone dragon of the ancient beast race, Aventador stood atop the food chain, a relentless apex predator, his assault on the protagonist showing no sign of ceasing. And so the titanic clash continued, the strongest predator versus the indomitable hero, each strike reshaping the very battlefield beneath them. To everyone's astonishment, Jiwoo's healing factor sprang into action instantly. The wound on his abdomen began knitting itself back together, flesh and muscle regenerating with uncanny speed until his body was whole once more. The hero's midsection returned to perfect form, the injury vanishing entirely as if it had never existed, leaving him standing tall and unscathed amid the devastation around him. With a mocking tilt of his head, Jiwoo's voice dripped with scorn. "Is the charade over?" In a fluid, precise motion, he struck Aventador's head with his staff, and an explosion of pure light erupted, shooting high into the sky, illuminating the battlefield in a blinding brilliance. Aventador reeled from the impact, his massive body battered and wounded, yet he tried desperately to maintain his stance, refusing to yield entirely. He readied himself for another attack, swinging with immense force, only to discover that Jiwoo had vanished entirely, leaving behind nothing but a lingering echo of his presence. Shock rippled through Aventador as he scanned the area. There was no sign of the protagonist anywhere, a realization that left him momentarily off balance. Then, in an instant, he felt the strike. Jiwoo had activated his lightspeed ability, materializing behind the dragon. Aventador's jaws dropped for a brief moment before the unseen blow slammed into him from behind. Blood spurted from Aventador as Jiwoo's relentless assault continued, strikes landing in rapid succession, each blow precise and devastating, giving no respite, no pause to breathe. From the ground, Sarang watched, heart pounding, believing at last that Jiwoo might have finally secured victory against the monstrous dragon. But before relief could fully settle, Aventador's body began to glow with an intense, otherworldly light, reigniting Sarang's alarm and awe simultaneously. Ascending into the heavens, the dragon's voice boomed across the battlefield. "I desire nothing further," he declared, aura radiating supreme authority. "I have no followers left, no will to conquer this continent any longer." Diokbei's voice cut through the air in alarm. Wait, is he planning to unleash his ice breath? He barked out a desperate warning. If a level 9,999 dragon used such a cataclysmic ability, the entire continent would be annihilated. He ordered the servers to be shut down immediately. Aventador, undeterred, ignored all warnings. Commanding the elements themselves, he unleashed a final, colossal blast of ice aimed directly at the earth, the sheer force of it warping the very air. Jiwoo, unshaken, stood his ground, activating a hidden ability tied to his strength attribute, the soul of the battle giant. This extraordinary power granted him the essence and abilities of the ancient giants, unlocked fully only after defeating a bear with a single, decisive blow. With the giant's soul active, the damage and reach of his attacks multiplied 1,000-fold. Jiwoo swung his staff effortlessly, and Aventador's devastating assault began to dissolve before it could strike. The overwhelming power of Jiwoo surged outward, overtaking the area and consuming every ounce of the dragon's ice energy, leaving Aventador momentarily stunned and unable to comprehend the force bearing down upon him. Fear flickered in the dragon's eyes. This was a power unlike any he had ever encountered. Before he could react, Jiwoo's attack engulfed him entirely. The strike pierced through the planet itself, continuing in a straight trajectory that devoured the Milky Way, consuming everything in its path with unstoppable force. When the cosmic fury subsided, only Jiwoo remained, floating calmly in the void of empty space, alone yet unscathed. He remarked lightly, surveying the aftermath, that perhaps one last enemy remained, the sin of envy. Sarang rushed to his side, calling out his name, relief and admiration mingling in her voice. She praised him for defeating the monstrous dragon, acknowledging that he was indeed the greatest subordinate. Jiwoo merely nodded, acknowledgment passing quietly between them. Their brief celebration was shattered, however, as Sarang glanced back and saw the monster materializing rapidly near them. Startled, she questioned if it was really Aventador, and if he had somehow survived. Jiwoo shook his head. He explained calmly that the dragon had been teetering on the brink of death, barely hanging on by a thread. Jiwoo instructed Captain Amor to hold back, warning that the enemy might attempt a last-ditch trick before finally meeting its end. Approaching the faltering monster, Jiwoo noted wryly that even for a level 9,999 beast bearing 2 sins, a remnant of its strength remained, and that was not too bad. Defeated, Aventador admitted his loss, quietly requesting that the human take his life. Jiwoo replied without hesitation, assuring him that it was already planned and no further instruction was necessary. Raising his staff toward the dragon's horn for the final strike, Jiwoo watched as Aventador's memories flickered, visions of his subordinates kneeling before him, apologizing in silent reverence. At the very last instant, Jiwoo paused, interrupting the blow. Ending it like this would be too anticlimactic, he said, leaving Aventador frozen in shock and disbelief. Then, with an unexpected proposal, Jiwoo suggested the dragon become his ego weapon, recalling the same approach he had used with the two-headed dragon, Urus. He explained his reasoning. Having reached the maximum level himself, taking Aventador's life would yield him no gain. All his attributes were already maxed, meaning even the gluttony ability could provide no further enhancement. Thus, Jiwoo intended to offer Aventador the same fate as Urus, forging a bond rather than ending his existence. Hearing Urus's name, Aventador's eyes flared. "Brother?" he exclaimed, disbelief and longing mixing in his roar. He confessed to sensing Urus's energy throughout the battle. Yet he had struggled to ignore it, lamenting that his brother had to witness him being subdued by a mere human. Urus confirmed the situation from afar, prompting a bitter laugh from Aventador, a mixture of pride and resignation. The dragon mocked his brother, noting that even the proud two-headed Urus had lost his dignity, and never imagining he would end up in a human's hands. Yet Aventador firmly rejected Jiwoo's proposal, declaring he would rather die eternally than serve a human he deemed pathetic. The refusal instantly nullified any chance of a master-servant contract forming. Jiwoo merely smiled, a soft sigh escaping his lips. "It's all right," he said, accepting that he could not force the dragon against its will. He admitted genuine surprise at Aventador's rejection, never expecting such independence from the creature. His calm demeanor further unsettled the dragon, leaving Aventador unsure how to react. Jiwoo concluded matter-of-factly that there was nothing more to be done for now. To resolve the remaining issues, he planned to journey to the northern continent the following day, the next chapter of his unrelenting saga already taking shape.